Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Checkpoint Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The bang of something hitting the lockers hard is what finally rouses Izuku from his daydreaming. He blinks slowly, trying to remember what happened. He sees Bakugo and his friends standing over him, scowling, but can't make out the words over the high-pitched ringing in his ears. He must have asked a question that Izuku couldn't hear because Kaken is approaching with sparks popping from his hands. Izuku flinches backwards, only to hit cool metal. Ah, he's what hit the lockers earlier, great. He supposes that his reaction is enough to buy him some time and frantically apologizes, compliments the boy, and prays that whatever is flowing from his mouth is enough to get him out of this. It works. Bakugo scoffs and turns away with his hands shoved in his pockets. The other boys follow his lead, although a few posture towards Izuku a bit more before running off. Izuku hisses as he feels at the back of his head. It's going to be a nasty bruise, but at least his hair should cover the worst of it. Taking note of the rest of the damage, he has a few more scattered bruises over his ribs and a burn on his shoulder where Kaken must have grabbed him to shove him against the wall. He dusts himself off and avoids the gaze of the teacher who jeered at him for provoking his friends and threatened to put a mark on his record if he couldn't get his attitude under control. It was best to act meek and leave quietly than risk detention. Maybe it would have been better if he had given up on UA like everyone wanted him to, but it was all that is left for him to dream of now. He didn't bother to retrieve his notebook from the pond where it had been thrown earlier. Any hope of salvaging his analysis was long gone by now, and he could copy any new information down in his secure notebooks back home. The sun was starting to set by now, and he was sure his mom must be getting worried if he doesn't get home soon, but he was taking an alternate route to avoid what sounded like a villain fight near the main streets. Once he was safely home in front of his computer, he could analyze the fight from any video footage anyway. He felt the hair on the back of his neck raise and spun around to see a hulking mound of some sort of gelatinous sludge inches from his face. Wait, Don Dash, he was cut off by sludge sliding down his throat and towards his lungs. He felt hot tears well up as he frantically looked around for something, anything, to help himself. But of course, everyone was watching the big villain fight and he was alone. Don't worry. It will all be better soon, for me at least. The man sneers while the oxygen deprivation overcomes Izuku and he gives in, too tired to fight anymore. The lack of oxygen to his brain had him seeing funny things though. He could have sworn he saw All Might of all people, but that would be ridiculous. Why would he be here? A while later Izuku woke up on the harsh concrete, and from the corner of his vision he saw a man quietly gathering the remnants of the sludge villain into a plastic bottle. Izuku could have sworn it was All Might, but he wasn't smiling. He was scowling and grumbling under his breath about time and success streaks. All Might wouldn't do that, would he? Not in front of an injured civilian, right? Despite his best efforts, Izuku found he couldn't move or speak, and his eyes drifted shut as the man came back to him. Surely the man would call for help or check on him now. To his surprise, he felt himself being scooped up into large muscular arms and flying high into the air. Izuku tried to cough past the fluid in his lungs. He needed to let this man know he was conscious. He willed himself into managing a quiet, "Help me," but the wind whistling swallowed his words. They were on top of a building by now. Something was wrong. Izuku felt a creeping sense of dread as the man spoke clearly for the first time. He had All Might's voice. "This is All Might. Sorry my boy, young." He rifled through Izuku's backpack. "Midoriya, I'm normally quite good at saving the day in time. I had a good streak going with no injured civilians." He grimaced as he stripped Izuku of his shoes and lined them up neatly on the edge of the roof next to the yellow backpack. Izuku paused in his frantic efforts to let the hero know he was awake, getting the feeling that he wouldn't be any safer if All Might knew he was aware. It almost sounded like, "Well, at least you were the lone casualty and witness to my failure, and I held off on giving you an autograph. It wouldn't look good to see a fresh All Might on a dead boy's belongings after all. I do have a reputation to uphold. Don't hold it against me, my boy. You would do the same in my shoes." The hero man hoisted him over the railing of the roof by his armpits and braced him, standing up, on the other side of the rails. Thank you, my boy, for your noble sacrifice. And with that, Izuku felt a large hand on his back push him over the edge. Izuku felt weightless as he plunged headfirst to the ground, helpless to even look away from his impending doom at the hands of his childhood hero. He felt an immense pressure and everything went white. Izuku opened his eyes again to blue sky, a full body ache and a metallic smell. Slowly, he sat up. Had he passed out after being beaten after school? On that note, it was awfully dark. How long had he been out? He went to stand up and collect his belongings only to realize his shoes were missing, and he wasn't sitting next to a bag, rather it was some sort of, oh god, that's a corpse. His corpse. Izuku lightly touched the matted down green hair to see if it was real and covered his mouth before he emptied his stomach onto the pavement as before his eyes. The mangled body decayed away to nothing but ash that the wind scattered easily. Had that really happened? Had All Might killed him to cover up any trace of failing to save a civilian? Suddenly, the symbol of peace's impressive record of very few injuries or deaths didn't sound so admirable. Was this something he had done before? He seemed far too casual for this to have been a new experience. Izuku quickly retrieved his belongings from the roof and ran home, where his mother welcomed him home with a hug. Izuku, do you know how late it is? You had me so worried. What if you were injured? She scolded. Sorry, Mom. I got delayed. I lost track of time. It won't happen again. He promised. She pursed her lips and shook her head. You could watch those villain attacks from the safety of home, you know? She took his stiffening at the mention of a villain as an admission that he had simply lost track of time watching a fight. I was worried about you. Katsuki was injured by some sort of slime monster, and he has a quirk to defend himself with. You should be more careful. A slime creature? Is he all right? He asked. Surely it couldn't have been the same villain Izuku had faced, right? His mother just hummed an affirmative. He was suspended in it like that pre-Quirk movie The Blob. The heroes couldn't do anything at first, but then All Might showed up. Katsuki is all right now. The medics cleared him to go home. I'm sure the videos must be up by now, if you wanted to watch All Might in action. He shook his head. No. It's been a long day. I think I'll just go to bed early tonight. Good night, Mom. He retreats to his room where his stomach sours as he is stared down by the faces of his killer and former idol. He pulls down the posters, tucks away the figures and collectibles of All Might, and looks at the remaining merch from other heroes. Were the others like All Might? Would they do anything for their reputation too? He resolves to sort through the rest of his merch in the morning and curls up on his bed to settle into a dreamless sleep. He wakes up the next morning and immediately stumbles to the bathroom to hack up a little bit of green sludge that tastes awful on his tongue, and the events of yesterday wash over him again. Had he still had fluid in his lungs all night? He's lucky he didn't get sick or seriously injured overnight in that case. He cleans himself up and goes out to where his mother is making breakfast and getting ready for the day. He watches her humming to herself as she works for a few minutes and ponders if he should tell her what happened. Is there any good way to tell someone their son died, but everything is okay because he came back? He decides not to for now, maybe some other time. He steps into his mother's line of sight and awkwardly clears his throat, the phantom sensation of sludge tickling the back of his throat. Despite everything that Bakugo has done to Izuku since they turned 4, he went through a traumatic experience yesterday that only Izuku could truly understand. I was thinking, Kaken being attacked yesterday must have been scary for you and Auntie Mitsuki. If you were going to visit them, could I tag along? I don't think I could fight a villain, so maybe I'm not fit to be a hero, but my analysis is decent, I think. I watched the video of the villain yesterday and thought I could provide some advice to help Kaken recover, and I have a few things I want to check on. I mean, what if some fluid got into his lungs and he got pneumonia? Or he stopped mumbling when he saw his mother with tears welling up in her eyes. Mom? What's wrong? She sniffles a little before explaining how she wanted to support his dreams of being a hero. But she was just so scared, and that she would love to have him go with her today and that they could talk all about what Izuku could do with his analysis if he wanted. With that, the pair packed a lunch and headed off to the Bakugo residence. It was a nice day, so they decided to walk. You look a bit different, Izuku. Is everything all right? He panicked for a second, worrying if a scar was left visible or if whatever had happened yesterday left a mark he didn't see. She noticed his confusion after a few seconds. It isn't a bad thing, you just look different, more mature, I guess. My little boy is growing up. She reached up to ruffle his hair. For as short as the boy was, he had a few inches on the small woman. Her lips turned down into a slight frown and her face turned serious. I worry you're growing up too fast sometimes. I wish I could do more for you. I saw you took down a lot of your hero merch last night. Was it because of me? I know I was never very supportive of your dream to be a hero, but I hope I'm not the reason you decided not to. An awkward silence filled the air between them. Oh, why don't we stop for a second? That kid looks a little upset. Izuku said, trying to break the silence and redirecting their attention to a little boy crying in the park by the playground. Are you alright? What's wrong? Izuku asks the kid, trying to crouch down to his level. He couldn't have been more than 5 and he looked all scuffed up. The kid sniffled as he tried to stop his tears. I can't find my mom. She told me not to run off, but I saw this cat and when I turned around she was gone. And so I tried to run towards where we were going but I got lost and I tripped and my knee hurts now. I want to go home. By now Inko was coming up on the kid as well. Well, this is my mom. Why don't we see if she can make it all better, alright? The boy nodded. My name is Midoriya. What should I call you? My friends call me Rai. Okay Rai, can you tell me what your mom looks like or anything about her? She's tall and has glowy hair, and she has purple glasses. We were going to the store. She said we needed some eggs for my birthday cake. Izuku nodded along as his mother pulled a band-aid out of her purse for the boy's scraped knee. It's always a good idea to keep a band-aid and some safety pins on hand. She chuckled. Is today your birthday? How old are you? The boy held up 4 fingers. 4? Inko exclaimed, that's a big one. We need to get the birthday boy back home soon. The boy's tears had finally dried up, and Izuku went to scoop him up while Inko cleaned up after them and offered him one of the cookies she had made for the Bakugas. The boy giggled. I feel all buzzy and tingly now. Izuku was trying to figure out what the boy was talking about when he felt a jolt of something go through him. The boy wasn't giggling anymore. The buzzing is starting to hurt. How do I get it to stop? Izuku tried to put the boy back down but found that he felt like all his muscles were tensed up as a fiery sensation burned its way from where the boy had a grip on his shoulders. This kid must have some kind of 5-point activation quirk, and it sounds like this is his first time. The kid started freaking out in his arms, but Izuku felt like his teeth were locked together. He was powerless to do anything as Inko gently touched the boys and immediately froze where her hand had touched Izuku. This kid had an electricity quirk, and if he couldn't get them separated, he would continue to be electrocuted. All Izuku could hear was the kid crying and the hissing of air through his mother's teeth. He felt himself passing out and as he hit the ground, he managed to dislodge the kid from his arms. Apparently, the kid saw that as an opportunity to run off crying. Izuku awoke a minute later next to his mother. Or more precisely, next to his mother holding a copy of himself to her as she twitched violently, seemingly unconscious. He grabbed hold of her, trying to rouse her. When she didn't respond, he tried to call for help on his phone, but the shock had fried the tech and his phone didn't even turn on. When Inko fell scarily still, Izuku put 2 fingers to feel for a pulse only to feel eerie stillness. She was gone. He was gone. She was gone and he couldn't do anything. It was his fault. If he hadn't went to help the kid to avoid their earlier conversation, if he asked the kid about a quirk, if he realized what the kid was trying to say instead of picking him up, if he thought things through for once in his life, Inko might be alive, his mother would be alive. His mother's blood was on his hands. Izuku felt himself starting to hyperventilate and he wanted so badly to scream but found he couldn't force a single cry through his lips. He felt tears dripping from him and onto where his mother's body lay clutching a copy of Izuku. This one didn't disappear since he refused to touch it apparently. He stood up on shaky legs and stumbled out onto the main road until he ran into the nearest pedestrian. Can I borrow your phone? Mine is broken. The voice coming from him didn't sound like his. He couldn't hear their response. It sounded muffled, like he was underwater. But he found a phone pressed into his hands and saw the pedestrian, an older woman, look at him with concern. He dialed the number for emergency services. After 2 rings, someone picked up. Hello, a kid manifested an electric quirk at Mustafu playground. He left the scene. Midoriya Inko dash. It felt like all the air in his lungs flew out from his lungs. Midoriya Inko is dead. He gave the phone back to the now shocked woman and ran as fast and as hard as he could away until his muscles burned with exertion. What was he supposed to do now? He felt the tears finally start to pour as he crumbled to the ground in some alley, and eventually, everything caught up with him and it finally faded away into black. Tsukachi was getting a cup of coffee in the lobby when the woman ran into the police station in a panic. Officer Sansa tries to calm the woman, the bell on his collar softly jingling as he gets her to sit down. The woman's face is flushed, and her blonde hair is glowing, almost flickering out as she essays a few deep breaths of air in. Once she catches her breath, she starts to speak hurriedly. My son. We were going to the store to pick up some ingredients for a cake. I told him to stay with me. I didn't even realize he had let go of my hand. When I turned around to check on him, he was gone. You have to find him. He's probably so scared. He's only 4. She adjusted her glasses as she pulled out her wallet to find a picture of him and her ID. His name is Akatani Rai. This picture is from a few months ago. He's a little taller now. Please tell me you know where he is. Sansa takes the photo and writes down the information on her ID. We haven't had anyone bring in a lost child today, but now that we know, we can keep an eye out for him. Now, where did you see him last? Is there anywhere he may have gone in the area? She shakes her head. We just moved here a few days ago. He doesn't know his way around yet. Even I had to use my phone to get to the store today. Sansa offered the woman a cup of coffee, which she accepted, and he used the chance to subtly nudge the box of tissues towards her and give her a few minutes to gather herself. It hadn't even been 10 minutes before a blonde teen with a dark lightning bolt in his hair walked in hand with a little boy who looked like a carbon copy of the woman, minus the glowing hair and glasses, of course. The kid looked a bit scuffed up and had an all-might band-aid over his knee, but generally didn't look any worse for the wear. Once he saw the woman, he immediately ran to her, but once they touched, she flinched away, causing the boy to cry. It's all right, baby. You just shocked me a little, like how Daddy sometimes shocks us by mistake. I was worried about you. She looked up at the teen. Thank you so much for finding my little boy. Where was he? The teen sheepishly rubbed his neck. It really wasn't a big deal. I saw him running around near the park and figured I should bring him here. The mother looked down at her son. And what do you have to say for yourself, young man? She scolded. The boy tearfully clenched his fists at his sides. I'm sorry, Mom. I saw this kitty, like that mister over there dash. He points at Sansa. And I didn't realize you left until I was all alone. I was scared, so I ran around trying to find you until I tripped in the park and scraped my knee. There was a really nice boy and a lady, and they were nice and gave me a cool big kid band-aid. He kicks his leg out to show off the all-might bandage. They were really nice, and they even gave me a cookie. The boy picked me up, but I started to feel buzzy and then he froze in place. When the lady came over, she froze too. She looked scared. Then they fell down and I was scared, and they smelled like when I tried to make toast last week, so I ran away. Tsukachi's Quirk registered the boy's story as true, but the last part with buzzy and people falling down and smelling like toast sounded odd. Before he could ask for more details, he heard the phone ringing and felt in his gut that he needed to answer it. Mustafu Police Department, this is Detective Tsu Dash. He was cut off by the caller speaking in a quiet, too calm voice. Hello, a kid manifested an electric quirk at Mustafu playground. He left the scene. Midoriya Inko dash. He heard a wheeze on the other side of the line. Midoriya Inko is dead. Tsukachi felt his stomach drop to his feet as he glanced over at the mother and son. Can you stay on the line? I have a few questions for you. But the boy didn't respond. A woman did. Hello. The boy took off running. I just ran into him on the street, and he asked to borrow my phone. The poor thing looked shell-shocked. Do you still need me to stay on the line? Tsukachi sighed heavily. No, it's all right. I don't know how much more information we could have gotten from him anyway. She hung up and she looked up at the teen and mother-son duo. Ma'am, does anyone in your family have an electric quirk? My husband can siphon electricity between power lines. Why? And has your son manifested his quirk yet as far as you know? You mentioned he shocked you. He had a feeling he knew what the buzzy feeling was now. Not yet. Could he have recently manifested an electric quirk? Maybe it would explain the shock, I suppose. But that is a good thing, right? Why do you look so serious? She looked anxious now, having read the atmosphere. We have reason to believe he may have been involved in an unconfirmed quirk incident involving an electric quirk near the park today. Could we take a statement from the two of you while I visit the scene? Of course, she nodded before her face fell. Oh, God, people fell down and smelled like toast. Are you saying? I can't confirm or deny anything until I've seen the situation. Officer Sansa, would you get them a quirk-canceling cuff? Just in case. He turned his attention to the teen next. Could we get a statement from you as well? What I'm curious about is how you're alright if he just manifested an electric quirk. Oh, I have an electric quirk myself. I guess it was lucky I was the one who found him. But, yeah, I can give a statement. I don't know how useful it'd be though. Tsukachi just nodded and grabbed his coat and badge, his coffee all but forgotten by now. When he got to the scene, a few onlookers had gathered, which he shooed off. It was a grisly sight. Two figures were laid out on the grass and were covered in burns, giving the air in the area a burnt toast smell. The woman looked like she had tried to curl around the other figure, but her clothes were rumpled like someone had grabbed at her and jostled her body. The caller had referred to a Midoriya Inko, which the woman's figure appeared to be, though it was odd he hadn't mentioned that there was also a teen boy involved. He plucked a student ID from Aldra Junior High from his pocket. Midoriya Izuku, huh? He mutters to himself. Looks like it was just the two of you registered together. Your next contact is a Bakuga Mitsuki. This is shaping up to be an awful day. I hate making these phone calls. He calls for a funeral home to pick the bodies up and heads back to the office to start on the paperwork and phone calls once he's ruled out foul play. Frankly, Mitsuki is getting tired of trying to help her son. He went through something awful yesterday, stuck watching as the heroes did nothing until All Might appeared. He was still jumpy and scared, and she knew it, even if the boy was too stubborn to admit it. She had just collapsed onto the couch after trying and failing to offer Katsuki lunch when her phone started to ring. She groaned. She didn't have time for this. Masa, would you get the phone for me? She whined, one hand pinching the bridge of her nose. As he passed, he brushed a hand over her shoulders. Of course. He answered the phone. This is Bakuga Masaru. How can I help you? She watched her husband's eyebrows furrow as the caller spoke to him. I'm her husband. Why do you need her? His face fell. Yeah, let me give her the phone. Give me a second. She was worried now. Normally her husband was unshakable, but his face looked positively ashen as he handed her the phone. She quirked an eyebrow at him, but he just shook his head, so she turned her attention back to the phone. You've got me now, what do you need? She snapped. This is Detective Tsukachi with the Mustafu Police Department. You are listed as the contact for Midoriya Inko and Izuku, is that correct? Yeah, what's going on, are they alright? They were involved in a quirk accident this afternoon. Were you close with them? Yes. I've known Inko forever, our kids are best friends. You didn't answer my question, are they alright? Do I need to go to the hospital? She was getting worried now. I am sorry to have to ask you this, but could you come to the morgue? We need you to identify the bodies. It felt like her heart stopped for a second. The Bodhi Dash? Are you telling me Dash? Sheet, I can be there in 20 minutes. She hung up and turned to her husband. That Inko is... She couldn't finish the sentence. I know, I heard. He whispers. I'll get the car ready and let Katsuki know we'll be out for an hour or two. Take your time, okay? She nods, unable to find any words. As she sits for a few minutes, her son comes out from his room. Why is the mood so weird, Hag? He scoffs. What? Did some loser die or something? It feels like an arrow pierces her heart. Not right now, brat. She quietly responds as her husband looks on from the side. Huh, he sneers. What was that, old hag? She whips around, eyes blazing and teeth bared. I said, not right now, Katsuki. And if you have any sense, you'll leave me alone. He flinches back from the use of his name and the sheer aggression in her tone. Whatever, are you gonna let her treat me like that, old man? He looks to his father, who just looks back at him. Listen to your mother, kid. This isn't the time. Her son bites at his lip and heads back to his room, and once he's out of her eye line, Mitsuki deflates. I don't know if I can do this, Masaru. I know, but we don't have any other choice. And with that he helps her out to the car, insisting he would be the safer bet to drive them. After his impromptu long weekend, where he avoids his parents' weird reactions and catches up on studying and homework, Katsuki is finally allowed to go back to school on Tuesday. His father tries to convince him to wait, but Katsuki waves him off and leaves anyway. Before he walks into the classroom, he straightens out his clothes and slips into his school persona. He shoves the door open and for a moment everyone stares at him before his crew comes up and starts chattering in his ears. He doesn't bother to listen. What? Did everything fall apart when I left you extras on your own for a few days? After the obligatory polite chuckles, the class settles back down. As he sits down at his desk, he notices the nerd wasn't there yet. He'll only get himself into more trouble if he comes in late. He rolls his eyes at the spider lilies on the slightly scorched desk. How unoriginal, is that the best they could come up with? He quietly scoffs as the teacher comes in and tells the class that throwing anything into the fish pond is strictly not allowed. Should anyone be caught, they will be given immediate detention. Katsuki knows full well that they're referencing Deku's notebook that was tossed into the pond yesterday. That nerd must be trying to make them look bad. I'll beat that shitty nerds, but once he shows his face again. Bakugo growls to his pack of extras, popping small explosions from his palms as punctuation. He's trying to make us look bad, and I won't put up with his nerve anymore. The extras look at him for a few seconds. I heard Deku transferred out, says one. Extras 2 and 3 shake their heads. Nah man, I heard he killed himself. Argues extra. I thought he tried to fight a villain and got himself killed in the process? Extra 3 asks. Whatever. Extra 2 shrugs. How's that any different than killing himself? He's dead either way, isn't he? He's out of our hair now, he won't drag you down anymore, Bakugo. Bakugo huffs. Don't you think if that nerd was dead, I would have heard about it? The extras mumble and agree with him, although they insist it was a big rumor around the school and they were just repeating what they had heard. After school he approaches their teacher. You do know everyone is saying Deku died, right? They just nod distractedly and keep grading papers. Tragic. Condolences. What do you mean, condolences? The nerd's not actually dead. The teacher finally looks up at him, confusedly. He and his mother passed over the weekend. Your mother was the one who called and told us. I figured you already knew. He feels explosions crackling against his fingers as he storms out of the school and back home. He's pretty sure the extras tried to follow him for a bit, but they scattered after a few minutes when one of them bumped into him and found himself dangling by the collar of his shirt with red eyes glaring down at him. As annoying as they could be, at least they were predictable and easy to manage. The front door handle bounced off the wall as he got home, and as expected, quit slamming the doors, brat, rung out from the living room, albeit a bit less aggressive than usual. He pivoted towards his mother's voice and dropped his bag on the floor next to the sofa, where his mother was engrossed in her laptop, a pencil tucked behind her ear as she occasionally jotted something down on the notepad next to her. When were you going to tell me about Auntie and Izuku? She froze at the keyboard. Without the ambient noise of the keys clacking in the background, it was deathly quiet. Well, he demanded, I had a right to know. I found out at school you told them, so why not me? Did you think I was too weak to handle it? Were you pitying me? She still wouldn't make eye contact with him. What's so important on the computer anyway? Is your work more important to you than talking to your son? Her eyes snapped up to his face. For the first time he realized she didn't look nearly as put together as usual. Her hair was ragged, and her eyes were puffy and bloodshot. Funeral arrangements. What? I've been making arrangements to bury my best friend all day. I'm not even 40, and I have to bury my friend and her son, because there's no one else to do it. I had to identify the bodies. She didn't finish the sentence. But why didn't you tell me? What did you expect me to do? I snapped at you after I got off the phone with the police and they told me what had happened. You wouldn't talk to me after that. Did you want me to go into your room unprompted and tell you that they were suddenly gone and they weren't coming back? I couldn't. Your father and I were going to tell you today and ask if any of your classmates were close with him. It felt like the earth had been pulled from beneath his feet, and he found himself sat down on the sofa next to his mother. So it's really true? No misunderstandings, Auntie and Izuku are really dead. The woman nods and Katsuki can't meet her eyes. He didn't have any friends at school. His mother tries to put her arm around his shoulder to comfort him, but he shrugs her off. Suddenly he remembers the flowers on the scorched desk. He hadn't thought anything of them. He was so used to the bullying that all he thought when he had seen them was about how unoriginal they were. I was awful to him. I never got a chance to apologize for everything. I didn't think that would be the last time I saw him. Her eyebrows raise at his admission, but she doesn't comment on it. He doesn't know if that's better or worse. He looks back up at his mother. What happened? She takes a deep, rallying breath before she begins. I had called her after you were caught up in the villain attack. I'm no good at this touchy-feely stuff. She sounded worried and asked to come over the next day with something for us, and who was I to turn her down? I was glad when she offered. Really, you get along with her much better than you do with me. I thought she could help you talk about it. When she didn't show, I figured that she got called into work or had to stay home with Izuku for something. Then got the call. There was a Quirk accident. By the time they probably realized what was going on, it was already too late. A little boy apparently manifested a strong electrical quirk while in contact with them. They were electrocuted. They were covered in burns. It must have been so painful. But they think it was a quick death, at least, that their hearts stopped and they didn't feel much after that. This time, when she tries to wrap an arm around him, Katsuki lets her. You're right, at least it was quick. You would think electrocution was a quick way to go, that it would hurt initially but you would be unconscious for most of it. You would be wrong. Izuku was curled up on his mother's bed, still feeling an uncomfortable buzz under his skin. After the first few hours he had run out of tears, and now he just laid still on the comforter and stared up at the ceiling, memorizing the constellations of cracks and specks that marked it. He didn't know how long it had been. He's pretty sure the sun has come up and down a few times, but he can't be bothered to keep track. Every so often he'll pass out and will either dream of his mother, which leaves him miserable when he wakes up without her there, or he relives her final moments and analyses everything that could have been different. Maybe if he had told her he wouldn't die that morning, she wouldn't have tried to step in to her helpless, quirkless son. Maybe if he didn't react to the shock, she wouldn't have realized until it was over. She would probably be traumatized to see him die, but she would still be here and they could talk it out. Maybe if he had just never asked to go, she never would have been close enough to the boy to be hurt. He wanted to blame the kid, say that he should have controlled his quirk, but he had no way to know what would happen. He was just a scared child. It was probably the first time he used his quirk. The first activations are normally the strongest until they get older and fine-tune their control. The kid may never develop his quirk. If he ever figures out that his quirk killed 2 people, or if he saw the aftermath, he may be too scarred to try again. Now he tries not to sleep if he can help it. His mouth feels like ash and idly he wonders if he should get up to eat or drink. It's not like he'd die of dehydration or starvation, so why bother? He must have fallen asleep at some point, as he wakes up to hearing a key rattling in the door to the apartment. For a second, he lets himself believe that it was all a dream, but his hope quickly dies when he hears his Aunt Mitsuki's voice instead of his mother's. All right, kid, go see if Izuku had a suit or a clean school uniform to dress him in. I'll grab a few bags from the car and be right back. We'll have to toss any perishables in the fridge too, so once you're done, get started on that. Yeah, Hag, you said all this already. I still don't know why we need to get good clothes for them if they're being cremated though. Was that Kaken? It sounded like his voice, and he did call Aunt Mitsuki Hag, but his voice lacked the usual aggression beneath the surface. Izuku finds himself at the doorway to his bedroom. When had he gotten up from his mother's bed? He stood still for a few moments before he went in and saw Bakugo digging through his closet. Geez, did the nerd have anything other than these weird shirts? This one just says, dress shirt. Does that count as nice clothes? He mutters under his breath. All my clothes are nice. Izuku responds, his voice quiet and raspy from disuse and drying out. Bakugo whips his head around hard enough to nearly tip over. Izuku? But you're... Izuku almost laughs at his bewildered face. I haven't heard that in a long time. Kaken, I thought you forgot my real name after all these years. He knew he was risking the blonde's anger, But he found he wasn't scared of it anymore. He'd either die and come back or die and see his mother again. To his surprise, the blonde doesn't get angry or even pop off any explosions. His face just gets paler. How? You're dead? I saw your body. There's no surviving that. Oh, I suppose you'd like it if Deku was gone, right? Now no one can drag you down. Izuku was bitter by now. Where did he get the right to act upset that he had died? No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, well, I guess I did mean to torment you, but I didn't hate you, I was jealous. You were smart, you made everything look so easy, you were thoughtful, I wasn't, everything we did as kids was compared to each other. Then I got a powerful quirk, and you didn't. It was the first thing I was consistently better at than you, but you didn't need a quirk for everyone. To love you, and I'm nothing without my quirk and boldness. He looks away from Izuku. I lost sight of myself in my jealousy. I was paranoid that you thought you were better than me, If you could get into UA without a quirk, be a hero without a quirk, then I would lose to you again. His eyes flick between Izuku's eyes and his hands. I didn't fully realize what I'd done until I heard about what had happened, and then it was too late. It's not an excuse, I was awful and I'm the one to blame. But I wanted to apologize, I'm trying to be better. You don't really feel sorry, Kaken, you're just trying to make yourself feel better? Izuku hisses out the childhood nickname with venom behind it, moving closer until he's inches from the boy. Well, the apology is partially to make me feel better. But that doesn't mean I don't mean it. He exclaims, eyes wide and desperate. Yeah? Well, let's see if you mean it, Kaken. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Izuku can see a shudder pass through Bakugu's spine, but before he can respond, the front door opens again. Izuku turned to look towards the sound, and in doing so his shirt shifts and reveals a scar from the electrocution. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Bakugu go white as paper and promptly pass out. Seriously, the scars weren't pretty, but they weren't that bad, were they? Did you get the clothes yet? We need to get them to the funeral home soon. A voice that he recognizes as Aunt Mitsuki calls out. He slips out of his window before she can see him. Whether to reveal his alive status to her would be a problem for another day. He came to with his mother shaking his shoulder. Katsuki, are you all right? You passed out. He waves her off. Yeah, I just need some air. His uniform is on the bed. Give me a few minutes. He walks out before she can stop him and pauses in the hallway of the apartment complex. Was he hallucinating now, or had he really just seen Izuku's ghost? It had made a spooky sight. He had looked a lot like Izuku, but he was gaunt and there were deep dark circles under his eyes, his hair was a mess and his skin was... Bakugu tries not to think about the scars he had seen. There were some scars he didn't recognize SNG across his body, but he recognized far too many scars as ones he created, like the starburst mark near his hip from when his quirk had just come in and a burn on his shoulder near where he had pushed the boy when he last saw him. He hadn't even realized he had used his quirk on him. Had he gotten so used to casually using his quirk at school that he couldn't even notice it activating? He told the ghost he was trying to be better. If he wanted to live up to his promise, he would have to get a better grasp on controlling the activation of his quirk. He clenches his fist to his chest. I'm going to be a hero, but this time I won't hurt others just to come out on top. With that, he went back into the apartment, this time being careful to treat everything with respect since there's at least one ghost hanging around. Once the Bakugas left, Izuku slipped back into his bedroom and resolved to get his affairs in order before anyone came in to clear the apartment out completely. He grabbed a few assorted bags and packed a few necessities, sentimental objects, and his computer in case he would need to vacate quickly. He filled another bag to the brim with any hero merch he could bear to part with, and that wouldn't be too obviously missing to the untrained eye. He figured he could probably sell them for emergency funds, and since he was such a collector of All Might merch, he had a few limited edition collectibles that would go for a large sum. As he passed the bathroom, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and nearly jumped out of his skin. No wonder Kaken was freaked out. It looked like his whole body was covered with a thin layer of grime, and his unruly hair was even worse than usual. He should take a shower before he left to make himself presentable, and he might as well eat so he won't look half-starved. With a meal in his belly and freshly showered, he still didn't look good, but he didn't look like he was on the verge of passing out anymore. He reluctantly went through his mother's makeup to find something to at least lessen the dark circles under his eyes and maybe some blush or something to put some life into his face. He can still clearly remember sitting on the bed when he was young and watching his mother apply her makeup in the mirror, kicking his feet and babbling on about some new hero more often than not. She had always indulged his interests and nodded along with a soft smile that Izuku ate up. Now that it was Izuku in the mirror instead of her, he could see where they looked the same and where they differed. Where her face was warm and rounded, his was pale and thin, despite the stubborn baby fat clinging to his cheeks. He tried to get his hair to lay down nicely but gave up after a few minutes and just ruffled his green mop of hair to let it settle on its own. Actually, now that he looks closer, it isn't really a green mop anymore. While most of his head is still green, there's a solid growth of white hair coming from his roots. He had heard that people struck by lightning sometimes developed white hair. Something about the follicles being damaged. Was that happening to him now? He almost laughed at the irony. Without his signature green hair, he wouldn't be easy to recognize as a dead boy, but it also meant he would lose one of the characteristics that tied him to his mother. In the spur of the moment, he grabs the kitchen scissors and a small plastic bag and cuts off a few locks of green hair from inconspicuous spots. Even if he ended up with a full head of white hair, he would still have the hair as a memento. After visiting 4 pawnshops that all tried to swindle the boy out of proper payment for the hero merchandise, especially the non-all might figurines, claiming that they aren't as popular, so they won't sell for that much, or they recently debuted, there's no value to their merch yet, Izuku was getting tired, but he resolved to try one more time. He walked into store and up to the older woman at the counter. I'd like to sell some hero merchandise. Can you do that here? Of course, what do you have? He unloads his bag, and she quickly grabs a few trading cards from the pile. You have cards of the heroes' old costumes from school? Yeah, are you going to tell me they aren't worth anything like the last few places? He squints at her, trying to gauge her reaction. No, not at all. On the contrary, these were printed before they rose to fame, so they're worth more. He could almost let out a sigh of relief. Clearly this woman didn't see him as an easy mark and knew the value of his items, but he would still be careful. As the woman totaled up the items and had him sign a paper saying he acknowledged his payment for the items, Izuku looked around the store. It was a quaint little store, but it felt cozy and warm. There was a little bulletin board in the corner with a few "Help Wanted" signs that he grabbed as he passed and tucked into his pockets. Do you happen to have any phones? Mine was destroyed and I haven't had a chance to replace it yet. She nods and goes into a locked case to get him one. You know, I can't help but notice that you look rough and just sold a large collection of highly valued hero merch. Is everything all right? Yeah, I'm fine. It's been a long few days, but I'll be all right. He tries to give her a reassuring smile, but judging by her reaction, it doesn't work. She puts the phone and a small takeout container on the counter, telling him to take the food too. How much do I owe you for the phone and food? The meal is on the house. It would make me feel better if you took it. Just come back one day and we can talk. You remind me of my son before he moved out. He's the one who got me into all this hero stuff. Izuku feels a few tears well up as he hands over the payment for the phone and heads out into the growing dark with a much lighter bag on his shoulder. When he gets home, he sees that it's katsudon the woman had given him, and he nearly cries again at the memories of his mother's cooking. As he waits for the food to cool, he turns the phone on and flips through it idly. It doesn't hit him at first that it was Friday and that it had nearly been a week since he died. He knew rent would be due at the end of the month and that by now the landlady surely knew the apartment was unoccupied. But now that he could keep track of the date, he realized he needed to plan and be out of the apartment soon. Once he had finished his meal, he used his phone to tune into Put Your Hands Up radio and listens to the music as he sorts through the job listings he had grabbed earlier. Several wanted a high school diploma or a specific type of quirk for use on the job, so those were out. By the end of it, he had settled on a listing for a small radio station nearby. It wouldn't be too hard to get there by foot, and it looked like there was pretty good pay, so he called the number on the flyer. A few days later, he was standing at the doorway to the station for his first day. The man on the phone had said they didn't keep many employees, so Izuku could start immediately. He had pushed it a little bit by questioning why they weren't asking for a background check on him. While it was convenient for Izuku, he didn't want to get involved in anything he shouldn't. The man had just told him that it was fine, and that Izuku had nothing to worry about. As fishy as it sounded, he had accepted it wasn't like they could kill him anyway. He was shown around the station, which seemed to be in a state of balanced chaos. I know it doesn't look great, we've been running on a skeleton crew and all taking on tasks we don't normally do. I promise that it normally looks better. Anyway, we need you mostly for some odd jobs, we have a handle on the production aspect, but we need someone to keep up with the cleaning and maybe some paperwork. So, I'm a janitor basically? Izuku asked. Yes, but it's a bit more involved. Are you sure this won't interfere with your schooling? Where did you say you were enrolled again? Oh, I'm in online classes. I'm in the process of moving, so I found online classes were easier to keep up with for now. It wasn't exactly a lie. He was in the process of moving, even if he didn't have a new place yet, and he had started signing up for online classes. Right, you did tell me that. I just have a few things to go over with you, and I'll need you to sign a few things. He brings Izuku over to a desk and hands him a clipboard with a few papers on it. He starts to sign where he needs to, but stops when he gets to the last page. Sir, this is a non-disclosure agreement. Is this necessary? He nods. It isn't anything bad, but that's all I can tell you for now. It's just to protect us and to give the show host some privacy. We used to not require it, but it's simpler to get everyone to sign one than to handle information being leaked. Izuku signs and the man takes the clipboard from his hands and replaces it with a pair of earplugs. You don't need to wear them, but it's good to have them. Just in case. Welcome to the family. For the first few days Izuku just cleans, but soon enough he moves on to learning how to file paperwork and bounces between work, home to sleep and take his classes, and occasionally a coffee shop nearby to keep himself awake through class. He listens to music on his phone through his earbuds most days while he works, and Friday he turns the phone to put your hands up like he does every week, but there's a weird echo. Is his new phone breaking already? He gives up and takes the earbuds out, but he still hears the music. He turns the phone around to figure out where the sound is coming from when he looks up and sees the red live sign is on above the recording booth. Is this the reason for the NDA? He listens to the muffled music throughout his shift. If he's right, present Mike is on the other side of the wall. He won't bother him though. The hero surely has better things to do, and deep down Izuku worries that he may also be just another limelight hero who cares for his image above all else. The next week passes by easily at the station. Now that Izuku knows present Mike works here, he notices him coming and going every so often, his hair tied up in a bun most days rather than his signature gravity-defying style, and wearing a pair of red-rimmed reading glasses instead of the orange sunglasses he wears in public. Izuku is a little embarrassed he didn't notice earlier. He doesn't look that different, but he carries himself differently when he isn't in front of a crowd. It's Thursday when he walks into the office to drop off incoming mail at the proper desks and comes face to face with a pale present Mike who looks like he'd bruise his face if he presses his hand any harder into his mouth. Izuku is startled at the usually peppy man's silence and face and wonders if there's a scar showing when he sees the man's eyes are focused on the corner of the room. When he turns around, he sees a spider web in the corner of the ceiling that he was planning to take care of later, complete with a fat black spider dangling from it. He feels his mouth form a small O as he nears it and clears it out, hearing a muffled squeak from behind him as he gets within arm's reach of the creature. Apparently, the rumor that the hero was deathly afraid of insects and arachnids was true. He returned with a cup of water that he handed to the still shaky man, who finally removed his hand to sip from the cup. "Are you all right, present Mike, sir?" he asks, feeling a little guilty. "I apologize, I should have taken care of that earlier." It seems like the man finally realizes Izuku is there. "Oh, hello listener. I didn't see you there. Actually, I'm afraid I don't recognize you. Have you been working here long?" Izuku shakes his head. "No, I just started a little over a week ago. I'm Midoriya." "Oh, I'm just surprised you recognized me so easily. Thank you really for taking care of the web. I'm not entirely sure I could have said anything without getting too loud." Izuku's brows furrow. "If it isn't too rude to ask, do you not have support equipment to help you control voice? I normally have good control over it, and typically Sho will stop me before I blow anyone's eardrums out." "Sho?" he asks, and the man freezes. Friend roommate." He explains. Izuku has a feeling it's more complicated than that but decides not to push him on it. Well, it worked out this time, I suppose. They awkwardly stare for a few seconds before the hero starts fiddling with papers at his desk. Having caught the hero off guard and not seen any red flags that his personality was entirely an act, Izuku makes up his mind. Would you mind if I ask a few questions? When the man nods, Izuku pulls out a pocket-sized notebook he uses for any small details he wants to remember when he's out and about. Is your quirk always on, or do you have to activate it manually? How exactly does it work? I had assumed that you must have mutated vocal cords and/or lungs that allow you to amplify the intensity of your voice, but could you also alter the frequency? Supposedly your quirk doesn't work underground very well, but have you ever considered using the vibrations from your quirk to disrupt your opponent rather than just loud sound? The older man blinks. Those are some interesting questions, listener. It isn't really activated manually, but I wouldn't say it's always activated either. It would be like a singer hitting a high note, I guess. I have access to the range, but I don't use it all the time. You have some interesting ideas, kid. Do you have some kind of intelligence quirk? Izuku freezes. He should have expected the question. Although he isn't quirkless anymore, if he ever actually was, he doesn't particularly want to discuss his quirk status. He decides to go with a vague agreement. Something like that, I just like analysis. Do you want an extra hand with those papers? No, not these. I'm just grading a few essays here and there when I get the chance. The man assures, I'm almost done anyway. I teach high schoolers, are you? Or did you graduate early? It wasn't unheard of for kids with intelligence quirks to accelerate their schooling, even if most experts advised not to push it too far. No, I'll be applying to high school soon. The man looked confused. I'm in online classes. I promise I'm not skipping school to be here. Oh, that's good to hear, listener. Where do you think you're going to apply? By this point the hero had finished grading and was looking up at Izuku over the desk. Maybe it was that the man was a teacher, but for a second Izuku remembered going to student-teacher advising and almost expects a put-down or comment about lowering his expectations. I don't know anymore. I wanted to go to UA and become a hero when I was a kid, but he trails off. Do you not want to be one anymore? Do you know what else you may want to do in that case? Well, I just grew up, I guess. I would probably be a hero if I could, but realistically, I have no chance. I don't have a flashy or combative quirk. He admits. Why not try? My Show likes to tell his students that quirks are just tools in their toolbox, that they can make it easier but aren't the only factor. Flashy quirks have a heroic reputation because limelight heroes often have them, but there's plenty of support, rescue, and underground heroes with other quirk types. Izuku feels like his jaw would be on the floor by now if he wasn't focusing on it. Is this what teachers and advisors were supposed to sound like? Is this what they are supposed to say? If he knew he had a quirk the whole time, would this have been his experience rather than the cold glances and disdainful comments? I guess it sounds easy for me to say that quirks don't matter all that much since I have a flashy quirk, but it's caused me trouble. I lost my hearing young because of it and had a hard time getting adults to take me seriously as a hero student. There's more to it than just the quirk, and I'm sorry you were told that your aspirations weren't realistic. Izuku is dumbfounded. I'll think about it then, I guess. Thank you, present mic sir. He backs off before he can embarrass himself any more than he has. Maybe this hero really is a good one. Maybe he had a point. A few minutes later, the older man is walking out of the station after glancing at his phone and walking up to a car that just pulled up. There is a figure in the driver's seat, but they are quickly shooed over to the passenger's side, which they seem more than happy to do. Mike seems genuinely happy, all giggly and chatty as he climbs into the car, and the other figure rolls his eyes but seems to be used to it. That must be Sho, but why does he look familiar? It's just on the tip of my tongue, Izuku mutters, deciding if it matters it'll come up again sometime. The boy was back. Hitoshi had thought it was surprising the first few times he saw the boy in the 24-hour cafe far later than any kid should be out and about, but he kept coming. He himself was only really there because his family owned the place, and he would work a few graveyard shifts when his insomnia acted up. The kid didn't fit in with the sparse crowd of bleary-eyed businessmen drifting off into a cup of coffee or the creative types frantically tapping away at keyboards hoping to write the next great masterpiece. Typically, he sat at a computer with earbuds in and worked on homework maybe? Sometimes he slept with his head in his arms. Currently, he was doing the latter, snoozing away while his phone alarm buzzed at him. There was no one else in the cafe tonight and Hitoshi was getting sick of the alarm being ignored. He huffed and made his way over to the sleeping boy, tapping his shoulder to wake him up. When that didn't work, Hitoshi started to shake his shoulder a little harder. That seemed to work as the boy lurched up with his eyes darting to every corner. He felt a bit guilty now. He hadn't meant to scare the kid like that. Alarm. The boy stared at him for a second as he calmed down and Hitoshi stared back before realizing the boy didn't hear him. Your alarm. It's been going off for the last 10 minutes. He looks pointedly over to where the phone is still buzzing. The boy jumps into action, turning off his alarm and blinking the sleep from his eyes. Sorry, I didn't realize it was going off. I need to change it to something else, I guess. He awkwardly explains. Hitoshi grunts in response and turns to leave when the boy speaks to him again. Wait. You work here, right? I've seen you at the counter pretty often. Could I get an espresso before you go? Look, I'm not going to ask why you're here so often at your age, but coffee isn't good for kids. He knew he was a hypocrite. He had been relying on coffee for years at this point. Kids my age? I'm 14, I see you drinking it all the time. How are we different? He sounds irritated. You aren't 14, I'm 14 and you're? He looks the small boy up and down. You aren't, but fine, I'll get you the coffee. When he gets back to the boy's table, he is doodling in the margins of his notebook. There's words written there too, but he can't make out what they say. Either they're encrypted, or the boy has chicken scratch handwriting. However, he can make out the picture a bit better at close distance. It's a man with messy-looking dark hair and what looks like a cloth slung around his shoulders, but only the most basic facial features are drawn. Even without the red eyes, Hitoshi can recognize the subject. He would be embarrassed if he missed it. You also appreciate Eraserhead. You're a man of taste, I see. He hopes the mild compliment will counter his earlier attitude and keep the kid interested in coming back. Eraserhead fans, or even people who know about him, are few and far between, that and his parents wouldn't like it if he scared off another customer. Eraser Dash? I knew I recognized him from somewhere. The boy shouts, that's been bugging me all day or night. Thanks. Shinso. He jumps, a bit surprised the boy knew his name, but then he remembered the name tag on his apron. Right? I don't have anything to call you, though. Midoriya. You have an odd manner of speaking, you know. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. I mean, I hardly see you talk and every time you do you never ask questions, only statements. Do you have some sort of voice-based quirk? It must be something related to questions, maybe a confession or truth-telling quirk. Even though the kid, Midoriya, wasn't quite right about his quirk, he had figured out far too much already from far too little, so Hitoshi defaulted to the best way he knew to change the topic. You haven't told me about your quirk either. Surely that would send the boy into a spiel about his wonderful, heroic quirk. It always does. The boy's face darkens. You could have just said you didn't want to talk about it. I wouldn't have forced you. He gathers his materials and coffee and heads out into the dark, leaving a thoroughly confused Hitoshi behind. Over the next 2 weeks, Midoriya comes back into the cafe, each time looking a bit more haggard. Hitoshi tries to handle the subject gently and avoid it, and instead focuses on talking with the boy about Eraserhead. Although he claims that he never studied underground heroes much before recently, he knows a surprisingly large amount of information about them, enough that Hitoshi is glad that he isn't on his bad side. After all, if he could get this much info on figures that are supposed to be largely shielded from public view, what could he get about a regular kid not even in high school yet? He also understands the encryption Midoriya puts his notes through. Hitoshi is sure there's more private information written in them that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. When he eventually asks Hitoshi if he could store a few things at the cafe and promptly shows up with quite a bit of sentimental items, Hitoshi finally asks him what's going on. He's surprised about how well the boy has been managing himself. I mean, his single mother working out of town and only sending him a small allowance that no longer even covered rent? Having to get a job at their age to try to stay in a small apartment and ultimately finding out that he still couldn't afford rent and was about to be evicted? Hitoshi had tried to comfort the boy and say that it was awful that his mother would do that, but the boy reacted harshly and defended his mother. Hitoshi decided not to push the issue for now, and once he could, he told his parents about the boy's situation, and they offered Midoriya a sublease in their guest room. Rather, it had started with them offering him the room rent-free, but he insisted on paying them back. After many tears, Midoriya had calmed down and moved in soon afterwards, bringing with him only a pitifully small collection of items. Izuku was thankful that the Shinso family offered him a place to stay. He really was. They lived in a little apartment above the cafe that was just big enough for everyone. He had taken to cooking meals for the family on occasion so that they wouldn't want to kick him out. He still stubbornly refused to talk about his quirk or his mother, and he saw the glances they passed around. Izuku had been moved out of his mother's apartment for nearly a month now, but he still had avoided looking into mirrors since the day he saw Katsuki. He just couldn't bear to see his mother's features on him. He had made breakfast for the four of them while Hitoshi. After about a week, the boys decided having 3 Shinsos was too complicated and shared their names, sullenly stared into a cup of coffee on the sofa. I still don't get how you aren't upset that your mother isn't taking care of you properly. The lilac-haired teen grumbled from the sofa. Don't say that, Hitoshi. She did what she thought was best, she didn't know. Izuku tried his best to contain his anger. It wasn't really Hitoshi's fault that he kept implying Inko is neglectful. Izuku had told him that she was working out of town, not that she was no longer of this world. He had thought it would be easier that way than if he had told them that he was basically an orphan that died with his mother but then didn't stay dead. Maybe if he had admitted to his mother's death, they would have blamed his father for being neglectful instead. Izuku didn't care what they thought of him. His father had run off to America when he was diagnosed and hasn't shown up since. He had snuck into his and his mother's funeral to see who may have come, and he wasn't surprised. A few of his mother's co-workers had shown up, but they didn't know her well, so they mostly talked amongst themselves. Katsuki and his parents were the only ones who approached his coffin at all, and he was a bit surprised to see Katsuki genuinely shaken up and emotional. Maybe he had been serious about improving himself. Izuku's father had never shown his face. Uncle Masaru had quietly grumbled about how the BSUD should have had the common decency to show up for the funeral. Izuku was shaken from his thoughts by Hitoshi speaking. You can say that she did what she thought best, and she didn't know, but you haven't told her about moving in here. You don't talk about her much, and whenever you do it's through rose-colored glasses. I haven't known you long, but it seems like we care about you far more than she ever did. Hitoshi, drop it. You don't know what you're talking about. He hisses through his teeth, dropping his calm demeanor. But dash. I said drop it. Fine, sorry. The teen mumbles, it's not much, but it's enough for Izuku at the moment. The adults come out a few minutes later, thank Izuku for the breakfast, and settle into chatter and small talk. Oh, Izuku, I was wondering if you wanted me to pick up some hair dye at the store. He's puzzled. Hair dye? She nods. I had assumed you dyed your hair green to match your last name. Was I wrong? It looks like your roots have grown out quite a bit. I can help you re-dye it, but I don't know what shade you use. His roots? He gets up from the table and into the bathroom to look into the mirror. She was right. The white he had first noticed coming up from his roots shortly after being shocked had continued to grow out, and now it did look like he had been dyeing his hair and had let it grow out. His vision started fading out on the edges, and he couldn't hear anything but a ringing sound in his ears. He doesn't even realize he's pulling on his hair hard enough to yank it out until a set of hands pull his hands to his chest. It feels like he can't get enough air into his lungs. After what feels like an eternity but is probably only a few minutes, Izuku sees Hitoshi sitting in front of him on the bathroom floor. Geez, Izuku, you scared us. Mom didn't realize the hair dye was such a big deal. No, I hadn't realized the white had grown out like it did. I'm fine. The other boy gives him a skeptical look while Izuku pulls himself free. I'm fine really. I've got to get to work. Tell your parents I'm sorry for scaring them. With that, Izuku slips out of the apartment and is out on the street before anyone can follow him. He has the day off, but he needed a quick out and hadn't ever told them his work schedule. He wanders around for an hour or two before he finds himself in front of a building he knew well, even if he hadn't been there in years. It's a beautiful house, scenic trees line the property, with tidy flower beds surrounding them. He climbs one of the trees that leads up to a second-floor window and peers in. Good Katsuki's home. He taps the window and watches the boy jolt up from his bed. He looks around for a minute before locking eyes with Izuku outside. Eventually, he makes his way to the window and unlatches it. Katsuki is only semi-surprised when he sees the familiar ghost of Izuku outside his window. It has come inside through a variety of methods before: window, door, just spontaneously appearing on his bed, but it doesn't typically wait to be invited in. Once it becomes clear he needs to invite it in, he opens the window and the ghost leaps from the tree. He tries to calm himself down. He's done this before. After he had seen Izuku the first time in the apartment, he thought it was a one-time thing. When he kept seeing him, he told his parents. He hadn't wanted to admit it to himself or them, but he came clean about seeing Izuku and about all that he'd done to Deku. He had started seeing a therapist not long after and was working towards controlling his anger as well as managing the ghost who haunted him. His therapist called Izuku a culmination of his guilt. She said that it was a manifestation of his subconscious presenting him with the image of the boy he had tormented and never been able to apologize to. So, Katsuki tried to appease the ghost and talk with him whenever he appeared. The ghost was often silent and would disappear as suddenly as it appeared, but sometimes it would respond, or even talk first. In the beginning, it would start with scathing remarks, and it wasn't wrong. It would tell him that he was a fraud, that he didn't deserve to be a hero or get into UA, or that he could never change. Eventually, it stopped being so harsh, which his therapist said was probably due to him effectively changing and no longer putting himself down. This ghost was one of the ones that waited for him to start talking first. "Good morning, Izuku. Back so soon?" "Izuku? Not Deku?" the ghost asked. "Not Deku anymore. You never deserved that. I was wrong to have ever called you that, and I'm getting professional help now so that I don't do that again." "So, you'll just have your extras do it instead?" "No, I don't hang out with them anymore. And I'm trying to stop anyone else getting picked on, but the teachers don't care. I didn't realize that they were like that all this time." The ghost pursed his lips. "Oh, boo-hoo, the teachers aren't hanging off Kaken's words. You can talk a big game, but if you never changed for me when I was your best friend, why should I believe you really are changing now? I don't know how I can reassure you. I am changing. I'd like to think so anyway. I wish I could have changed before you died, but if there's nothing more I can do for you, I want to make up for it by helping others as a hero." "So, you're still determined to be a hero and go to UA? Am I just going to be a moving sob story on your application essay then?" He looked at the figure while he figured out what it was he wanted to say. The ghost's appearance had changed since he last saw him. The ghost didn't look as sickly and pale as he had when they first met. In fact, the new glow to Izuku's cheeks made him look alive. His hair wasn't the messy mop of green it was when they were kids. When he had first talked about the ghost's appearance, he had mentioned that there was a fine layer of white hair under the green, but it wasn't as much white as there is now. His therapist had encouraged him to try to come up with a reason why he had changed his image of Izuku. He hadn't been very receptive at first, but eventually he had started to really think about it. Initially, he had thought that it was his way of representing Izuku as a ghost, but that didn't seem quite right. Then he questioned if it had to do with the electrical shock, like Frankenstein's bride's streak of white. But that couldn't be right. He just assumed that because he kept thinking about how his mother had avoided telling him about how they were electrocuted and how badly burned they were. She had tried to keep him from seeing anything, but he had ignored her, and the image had stuck to the back of his eyelids for weeks. So now he theorized that the white was a representation of his soul moving on, or of Katsuki's progress. His mental image of Deku had green hair, so the further he moved from his past misdeeds, the less Izuku looks like Deku. "You're not an object or a prop to be used by me. I used you like a punching bag in the past, but I don't want to use you now as a sob story. I know I wasn't great before and I still get riled up sometimes, but I know better now. I thought of punishing myself by giving up on being a hero. I thought that I didn't deserve it anymore, but that wouldn't help anyone. I don't think Izuku would have wanted me to act pitiful, And I want to think that I could change things as a pro so that quirkless kids aren't treated like this anymore. The ghost stared at him. Do that. He paused and looked off to the side. Maybe you can change after all, Kaken. He made his way back to the window and leaped back into the tree. Katsuki stuck his head out after him. I'm not some sap, okay? I'm still gonna be the best Diamond Pro, even better than All Might, he shouted. The ghost stopped in his tracks and looked back at him, an indescribable look of sorrow and regret passing over his features. All right, Kaken, I trust you will do that one day. Before he could respond, the figure disappeared. He had vanished like a ghost. Katsuki definitely didn't lose sight of him when tears welled up in his eyes. That would be ridiculous. He collapsed back on his bed after closing the window, letting himself feel a little bit, but only a little. This was the first time he had been encouraged by the ghost, and maybe it was just his subconscious telling him that he was doing all right and to keep going, but the ghost had seemed so much like the real Izuku back when they were close. Izuku may not be here anymore, but this was the closest he would ever get to the boy approving of him again, and he would hold on to it. He rolled over and got back up to move to his desk. He knew what he would write about on his UA application now. Izuku was leaning against a tree a few blocks from Katsuki's home. He hadn't quite expected what he heard from him. He had always hoped Katsuki would change back when they were kids, when he was just diagnosed quirkless and suddenly his best friend turned on him. He was scrambling for anything to hold on to. But as he grew up, he realized that nothing was going to change between them. He was bitter that his death was seemingly what caused the change, but maybe staying dead would be for the best. Maybe it would be worth it for Kaken and his amazing quirk to help others in memory of the quirkless kid he knew. Tears were welling up in his eyes. It hurt that Kaken was capable of change, but he was never enough. He scrubbed at his face until it was dry again and caught a glimpse of himself in a puddle. He thought about going to the store and trying to color match his hair to dye it green. He kicked at the reflection in the puddle, watching the image be distorted by the ripples. No, the old Izuku is dead now and his hair would die with him. The new Izuku will not be as helpless as the old. He will fight for himself. Izuku made his way back to the cafe, hoping to sneak in so no one will question his puffy eyes, which sort of works. No one sees him come up, but Hitoshi and his mother are talking in the living room, which he needs to cross to get to the room they've been letting him use. He stops and waits to see if they'll move. He doesn't mean to eavesdrop. I just don't get it, Mom. He keeps talking his mother up, but she hasn't shown up. He's viciously protective of her, but he won't explain why. If I question him on anything even semi-personal, he tries to bite my head off. Now, he hasn't been here that long. He's new to the house, Hitoshi, he doesn't know us that well yet. She chides, calm as ever as she uses her minor telekinesis quirk to remove any items in the way of Hitoshi's pacing. I know that. But I care for him and I wish he could trust us, or you at least if not me. I want to help him, but I never know what will set him off. The first time you used your quirk around him, he disappeared for almost a week. Izuku felt that he was well within his rights to be overwhelmed by a motherly figure demonstrating a quirk similar to his mother's, but there wasn't any good way to explain that his dead mother had a telekinesis quirk too. He shut down any conversations about her, so they had no way to know until it happened. He's hiding things, I know he is. Tosi, it isn't fair to ask that of him. You haven't told him about your quirk either, and he hasn't pestered you about it. She counters. Hitoshi glares at the corner. That's different. My quirk is villainous. It would hurt him if he knew, and I think the secrets he's hiding are hurting him as well. She goes still and sighs deeply. Hitoshi, we've talked about this. Brainwashing isn't villainous. I wish you would understand that. Hitoshi stops as well and turns to face her. Izuku tucks himself further into the shadows. There isn't any real cover in the entryway. No, Mom, I don't think you understood. Just then a door swings open behind Izuku, and he feels his stomach drop to his feet. Oh, Izuku! When did you get back? The jovial man announces, striding through the front door. Hitoshi and his mother's heads snap towards Izuku and he really wishes there was something to hide behind. Hitoshi's face contorts before he drops all emotion from his face and walks out without saying anything. His mother finally finds her words. Izuku, How long have you been? How much did you dash? Here, he cuts her off. Enough? He can't figure out what to say right now. Well, I'm sorry for talking about you behind your back. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to find Toshi. She gets up and dusts off her lap when Izuku interrupts. No. I appreciate it, Miss Hannah, but Hitoshi had a good point. I think it's time that I talk to him if you wouldn't mind. Izuku bows towards her and follows Hitoshi's path out, leaving the parents behind him. He finds Hitoshi sitting at the edge of the roof, aggressively biting at his fingernails. That's a bad habit to get into, you know? Izuku breaks the silence and sits down next to Hitoshi, who turns to look at the smaller boy. You're scared of me now. He mutters. You say that like it's a fact. Maybe, but that's what it is. Everyone fears me once they learn my quirk, and the pattern isn't going to change. The best I can hope for is that you'll ghost me. He looks away from Izuku. I don't think that's true. I just learned today that people can change. Miss Hannah is right. Your quirk isn't villainous. No quirk is. I don't know much about it, but I do know you. You couldn't even swat a spider last week. I hardly think you're a villain in the making. But still, I can control people involuntarily. Yes, but you can control it. Endeavor throws fire at everyone. Other heroes wield massive power or explosive force. Eraserhead takes people's quirks, albeit only temporarily. Yeah, but Dash. No buts, your quirk has potential. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. Think about how you could talk someone literally off the ledge. You could calm an injured child so they can get help, or get criminals to confess. Well, I can't make anyone talk under my influence. You can't make them talk yet? Izuku asserts, you probably could with enough practice. If you would like, I can analyze your quirk, help you avoid using it, or help you develop it into an asset. I'll think about it, thanks. They sit in silence before Izuku speaks again. My mother had a telekinesis quirk too, that's why your mom surprised me. Head? Does she not have it anymore? Was that a question just now? How scandalous. Izuku tries to brighten the mood and Hitoshi just grunts in response. I suppose technically she still has the quirk, though it can't be of much use. She died. A look of horrified realization crosses the taller teen's face. And I kept insulting her to your face. God, no wonder you were upset. I'm so sorry, I never would have done that if I knew. How long has it been since? It happened about a month before I moved in. I wasn't ready to talk about it, it still hurt too much. I was partially to blame, she died trying to protect me. She didn't know about my quirk then, I should have told her, maybe it would have been different if I did. How did she not know your quirk? You're 14, I don't think you're that good at keeping secrets. I'm quirkless, or I was quirkless. I only found out about it the day before everything happened. I didn't know how to bring it up then, and it's too late now. That Esikas. Yeah, I guess it does. My dad really is abroad, has been since I was diagnosed at 4, he didn't even go to the funeral. Can I criticize him? He asks. Yeah, he's fair game. I shouldn't have eavesdropped, I should have let you know I was there. Maybe, Hitoshi agreed, but it turned out alright, I guess. I won't tell anyone about your mom if you don't want me to, but I'm here if you want to talk. I do care about you. Are you ready to head in? He offers his hand and Hitoshi takes it. Back inside, the boys explain that they had talked things out, without discussing details, and the tension in the air drops immediately. After 2 months, Izuku finally had someone who knew most of the story, and that he could talk to. He had resolved to change, and for the first time he felt like things were really working out. As promised, Izuku did analyze his quirk. Maybe it was because Hitoshi knew that the boy already knew and was okay with it, or maybe it was how professionally done and thorough the analysis was, but Hitoshi really thought that his quirk could be used for good. He felt good in it, actually good, not his usual, it's fine, I like my quirk. He usually performed around his parents so they wouldn't worry. He wasn't comfortable enough with it to use questions with anyone but Izuku and his family, and even then, he avoided them when he could, but the boy had reassured Hitoshi that a habit wasn't easy to break, and if it made him feel better, he didn't need to break the habit at all. After the analysis was presented, and Hitoshi definitely didn't tear up and need the tiny boy to comfort him, He had decided that he would ask Izuku to help him develop the quirk before the UA entrance exam. Izuku had been a bit disappointed to hear that he hadn't been preparing for the practical exam at all and was just studying for the written portion. But I won't get into the hero course, so I have to make sure I can get into Gen Ed. Then I could try to get in through the sports festival, he had said. No, you aren't going to do that. 1. Do you really think they wouldn't look at your initial exam to determine if you should be allowed to transfer? I doubt they would approve a transfer if you half but the entrance exam. Izuku argues, and 2, I can get you into the hero course if you let me train you. Hitoshi had been skeptical and questioned him, but only got a Cheshire grin in response. That's how he had gotten into this situation, laying on his back on the grass, panting, while Izuku offered him a bottle of water. How are you still standing? I thought my legs would fall off if we ran anymore, and I don't have your stubby little legs either. Izuku lifted the bottle a few inches so that it was outside of Hitoshi's reach. My stubby little legs just outran you with ease, and they have the water you want. You hurt their feelings, now apologize. I'm sorry, Izuku's legs. Can I please get the water now? Izuku's eyes glazed over. Give me the water. The boy handed the water over and jumped up once Hitoshi released his hold. Hey, that isn't fair. I would have given it to you. He grumbles. Maybe, but I need the quirk practice anyway. Are you sure you're alright with me using my quirk on you? And how did you outrun me anyway? Hitoshi would much rather annoy Izuku by confirming he was okay with being used for practice than risk crossing a line. It's fine, I was just being difficult, and I ran a lot in my previous schools. I'm a bit out of practice now, actually. He chuckled. Were you some track star in middle school? The smaller boy's face darkened for a moment. No, and then his cheery mask slipped back on. That was a good warm-up. Are you ready to spar a little? Hitoshi groaned and got up. He was a bit embarrassed by how easily the other boy overpowered him. Izuku insisted he had no real fighting experience, that he had just learned from analyzing pros and practicing the movements in the mirror until they looked right. Hitoshi could verify that the boy often was up late watching videos and mimicking the movements. The main downside was that Hitoshi was on his own to learn any moves that utilized his longer reach. Izuku was too short to be able to use them. He had resented the intense training at first, but eventually he had started to improve enough to hold his own. Izuku assured him that he had analyzed previous practicals, and although he didn't know exactly what the practical would be, Hitoshi would need to at least have some fighting skills and quirk control, as well as speed and stamina to have a fighting chance. It won't be easy. Most of the practical exams have been obviously biased towards flashy and physical quirks, but at this rate you should be ready. You may not have a physical quirk, but if you build up your body you should be able to hold your own and be able to show your quirk off. Izuku mumbled, jotting ideas and observations down in his notebook. Shouldn't I lift some weights and bulk up then? You should focus on being quick and agile. You've got a lean build and extra muscle would limit that. Are you going to manage me like this the whole time at UA? He joked. You are applying too, right? I don't know. My quirk wouldn't be of any use in the exam, plus it would be hard to apply legally anyway. Hitoshi hit the boy on the back of his head. Izuku, you can't tell me not to think so little of my quirk and then turn around and downplay your own. It seems like your analysis quirk applies to battle too. You're probably more likely to get in than me. I know that you don't technically have a guardian to list on your application, but if you told my parents I'm sure they could try to arrange something for you. The boy grimaced. I appreciate the thought, I'll think about it. Actually, how is the analysis blog going? It seems to be keeping you busy these days. The boy's face brightened. It's going well actually. I've had a few people commission me to analyze their quirks. I even have a few repeat customers, talent agencies or something. When Izuku got back that night from work, he went back to completing analyses. He had a few to submit for Mr. Zap, Frogget, Alien Queen, and Crim's 0 NRI 0 T4 Life, all of which were regular, teen, I want to be a hero, how can I use my quirk, queries, and a few analyses for one of his repeat customers, Spawn Point, who insisted his boss chose the name. Hitoshi had convinced Izuku to start the blog to develop his analysis quirk, and eventually Izuku gave in. He hadn't expected the success of it though, since he didn't actually have an analysis quirk. When it had blown up overnight, presumably by the new hero Izuku had analyzed the debut of the day before, he had gotten the talk about internet safety from the Shinsis. However, they relaxed once he assured them that he wasn't giving sensitive information about himself, or the heroes, out online. Izuku noticed the little green dot next to SpawnPoint's avatar and saw a message pop up shortly after. SpawnPoint, thank you for the prompt analysis as always. Useless analysis, no problem, it's what I do. SpawnPoint, on account of your continued service to our cause, we would like to offer you a deal. Useless analysis, sorry sir, but as I've said before, I am not looking to be hired currently. Useless analysis, I appreciate your offer though. SpawnPoint, that is not what I meant Midoriya. Hiring a dead man would not do us any good. Izuku felt his heart lurch up into his throat. He shouldn't know anything about me. Useless analysis. Useless analysis, who are you? SpawnPoint, we mean no harm. We would like to offer you a deal. If you apply to UA like we assume you will, we can erase any trace of the dead Midoriyas from the system. Useless analysis, what would you get from this? SpawnPoint, we simply mean it as an offer of goodwill. We like to keep an eye out for heroes like All Might. We want to change society. He will be at UA next year. Should you get in, we ask that you analyze him for us. Useless analysis, that's it? I don't give personal details. SpawnPoint, you don't have to, just a thorough analysis from someone who sees him regularly and not just when being saved by him. Izuku considers the offer. It didn't sound like a threat if he turned the offer down, which may be the best idea. But it would make things easier if he wasn't dead. Even if he doesn't apply to UA and continues online courses, trying to officially rent or work when he is legally dead would be difficult. Just this once, he'll allow himself to be selfish. It's not like any harm could come from analyzing the popular hero. Useless analysis, fine, I'll do it if that's the only strings attached. SpawnPoint, excellent. I will let you know when it is done. He logs off and Izuku stares at the computer screen for a few minutes, feeling his stomach twist and turn with anxiety. Should he tell Hitoshi that someone had figured out his identity? No, he would just worry. It would be best to just keep quiet for now, and this way he could apply to UA with Hitoshi. That's what the boy wanted, right? He chewed at his thumbnail and his eyes caught on the UA application packet that Hitoshi had printed for him. Now that applying was actually a possibility, he would need to develop his quirk. So far, he had been able to get away with pretending to have an analysis quirk. That would be easier to manage than admitting to some sort of death quirk. Still, maybe he should work on both his fake and his real quirk, to be safe. Hisashi had left the station with even more energy than usual, practically skipping to the car. Shouta moved to the passenger seat and prepared to have his eardrums blown out. Guess what? He squeals, adjusting his tone when his partner winces. You know that little listener I met a few weeks ago? The one with the interesting ideas and theories about my quirk. Shouta nods. He was all the voice hero had talked about for a while, his knight in shining uniform, who had saved him from a deadly spider that was out to get him. He seems to be doing better. He told me he decided to apply to a few schools and hero courses, and that he's going to work on his quirk. And that he's helping a friend accept his quirk too. He had asked me for advice about it. So, I was trying to channel what you would say and dash. He sounds like a good kid, Zashi, but are you sure you aren't giving him a big head? You know as well as I do that hero work can be dangerous and isn't as glamorous as the media portrays it. He loves Hisashi's optimism, but sometimes the man forgets to factor reality into his ideas. I know. But I don't think that would be a problem for him. He's pragmatic. It doesn't seem like he's all that into limelight stuff anyways. He seemed interested when I told him you work underground. You told him? About me? How much did you tell him? Shouta sits up straighter in his seat and tries to convince himself that his loudmouth husband wouldn't make eye contact because he was driving and not because he was guilty of anything. I didn't say much, just that I have a housemate who works with an underground hero agency. I didn't even say you were a hero, I promise. When Shouta releases his tension and sighs, Hisashi starts chatting again. So, anyway, I saw him working on some analysis over break. He uses some sort of code, so I don't know what he was writing, but he was reading a few articles in English. Turns out, the little listener is almost fluent in English. He said he started teaching himself a few languages so he could read about foreign heroes. Now that I think about it, I think his code might be an amalgam of languages. I finally found someone to understand and enjoy my puns. I think you'd like him. Shouta tunes him out shortly afterwards. If he wants to have any chance of feeling awake tomorrow, he should use this time to take a power nap before patrol tonight. Hisashi wouldn't mind. A few hours later, he almost wishes he had taken the night off. It was rare that he had a quiet patrol. He usually had his fill of drunks and petty criminals in the back alleys, but the full moon must have drawn everyone out. Usually, he would be done with his route by now, but he's still trying to catch up. It doesn't help that he was on one of his longer routes. He often changes them up so that no one can figure his schedule out. He's taking a shortcut over roofs to pick up his pace when he sees a kid standing on a ledge, dangling his legs over the edge and scribbling in a book. He looks haggard and exhausted and jumps when the hero makes his presence known. The boy snaps the notebook closed, but before he does, Eraserhead sees a list of times with gibberish written next to them. "See, can I help you?" the boy asks. It's only then that Eraserhead realizes he's been silently standing there, and he jumps into action. "I should be asking you that. Can we talk before you make any big decisions?" he says, holding his hands out in a placating gesture. "I'm a hero, let me just get my ID." He adds when he sees the boy's confused look. He fumbles around his pockets but can't seem to find it. "It's all right, Eraserhead, I know who you are." He's surprised and stops reaching for his ID. I'm a fan. There isn't much video of you, but the scarf and goggles are recognizable." The boy steps off the ledge and tucks the notebook and pencil into a bag he had stashed against the wall. "I didn't mean to bother you. I'm not going to jump or anything. I didn't know you would be on this route tonight. I'll get going." "Wait." He stops the boy before he can leave. "Are you really all right? What were you doing up here at this time?" It's Dash. He checks his watch. Almost 3 a.m. "I was working on my quirk, studying its uses and limitations." The boy says, eyes darting to the side. "Public quirk usage is illegal. Do you have a permit to be doing this?" The boy runs his hands through his mostly white hair, or he thinks it's white. It's too dark to see anything clearly, but the moonlight catches on the lighter strands of hair. "It's an intelligence-type quirk. I figure you of all people would know not all quirks are physical, Eraserhead." There's a note of warning in his voice. "Plus, there's no one around. I just come here because it's quiet. It's easiest to test my quirk without other people around. I can escort you home." The hero offers. "Respectfully? No, thank you. I live in the area. I can get home without running into trouble, but I'd rather not tell people where I live." Eraserhead tries to argue, but the kid has a rebuttal for every argument the hero offers, so he leaves, but tucks himself into the shadows a few roofs away. He'll just tail the kid home. "I mean it. I'm not going anywhere until you leave, and I'd like to get home before everyone wakes up." The boy calls. Neither move for a few minutes until Eraserhead finally does turn his back to continue his route. He would like to get home soon. He'll just have to keep an eye out for the kid some other time. Izuku is still jittery when he sneaks back into his room. Eraserhead was more observant than he had expected. If he runs into him again, he'll have to be careful not to slip up. Mostly, he was just glad that he was nearly done and wrapping up, and that he had packed everything but his notes into the bag already. He hadn't really lied to the man. He didn't have an intelligence-type quirk, but he did pretend it was an analysis quirk. He did live in the area, and he was working on his quirk. It had been a few days since Spawn Point had offered him the deal, and he had gotten a text from an unknown number telling him that it was done. Izuku had gone to the registration website to see that he was now listed as a living holder of an analysis quirk, and Midoriya Inko was a living single mother working away from her son to make ends meet. Thankfully, his address was still listed as the previous apartment, which he hoped meant they didn't know everything about him. It was good work. Izuku would have thought it was real if he didn't know the truth. He wondered how many times they had done this before. Now that he had an identity, he had filled out his UA application and sent it in. Although he listed his quirk as analysis to match his registration, he did figure that he needed to test his real quirk. It had been hard to work up the nerve at first. He couldn't be sure his quirk would even activate the first 2 times it had. Something else had killed Izuku. He had never done it himself. He had packed a few things to try a few methods and see if the cause of death changed anything, and he had left a note. Just in case. His primary objectives at this point were to test if there was any effect if he dies multiple times in a short PRD and if the cause changes anything, to figure out how the corpse's clones' bodies worked, and to determine how long he would be unconscious before he revives. He had determined that the other bodies disappeared if he came into skin contact with them, but were otherwise identical to a regular corpse, and that he could sometimes avoid producing one if he focused on it. The time he was out seemed to mostly depend on the method. If he sustained simpler damage to heal or damage to just a small area, he could be back up in a few minutes. If his whole body was affected or if it was more complex, it took at least half an hour. He had no way to test whether his original body was clinically dead during that time or if he was unconscious in a living body, so he could only guess. The more he died, the harder it was to revive, it seemed. Anything past 3 or 4 deaths would put him out of commission for a while, and it took a lot of energy to revive. He isn't sure what would happen if he completely ran out of energy, but he doubts it would be good. He had also tested what happens to any smaller injuries he incurs after he noticed that after he woke up from his second method, his wrist had healed but the finger he had nicked did not. It seemed that any fatal injury would be healed, but minor injuries were not given the same treatment. He had tried to limit his tests to private locations so he wouldn't have to worry about witnesses, but tonight he had decided to bite the bullet and practice not producing a clone in a semi-public location. He knew that no one should be about so early in the morning, but he wanted to make sure he could control it in other locations. Surprisingly, he had revived a little faster than before. Maybe practice was paying off? He had nearly been caught by Hitoshi the night before, and that had solidified his resolve to make sure Hitoshi wouldn't ever have to know what his real quirk was. And what better way to ensure that than to practice it until he had full control? It seems like Izuku had really committed to applying to UA, Hitoshi thought. If the fervor with which the boy threw himself into training and practicing mock exams meant anything, it proved his determination. He did think it was odd that even when he got serious about applying to UA Heroics, he never really gushed about being a hero or popular heroes. In fact, he seemed to have an aversion to some of the top rankers. But Izuku was an odd boy, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. If Hitoshi had thought the earlier training was intense, the new program would be certifiable hell. The exam was only a week away, and Hitoshi would never admit that the training regime did help to alleviate his nerves. After months of training, the original plan wouldn't have cut it anymore. Now, when the boys spar, they are evenly matched, with Izuku zipping in and out of range and Hitoshi using his reach to keep Izuku from getting close enough to land a hit. Since Izuku was in online courses, and thus had a more flexible schedule, he had taken to finding and arranging mock exams for both to take, as well as grading them. Izuku was currently finishing grading their latest mock exams at his desk. His hair had grown out long enough to put half of it up in a little ponytail, only the very tips were still green. When he had gone with Izuku to get their hair cut, Izuku had been the one to suggest it. He had insisted on leaving some of the green-dyed hair. Hitoshi personally would have trimmed all the green out, but the boy seemed attached to the dye job. Hitoshi was laying back against Izuku's comforter. The room had been clinical and bare for the longest time, but now that the boy was getting comfortable, Izuku had started to add decorations. A packet of papers hits his chest. For someone with a voice-activated quirk, you sure SCK at language arts. He sits up and looks at the test. Hey! I got an 88%, that's better than I did at first, and it's a solid B. My scores in other sections can pull it up. He grumbled. Shinso, Izuku warned. Yeah. UA is a selective school. Settling for AB is setting you up for failure. He mimics talking with his hand. I've heard it enough. What did you get on your math section, Mr. Boy Genius? Izuku goes red. An 89, he mumbles. What was that? I said I made an 89. Hitoshi launches a pillow at the other boy's face. You hypocrite. The boys glare at each other for a few minutes before they break out into laughter. God, you looked like a pouting toddler. Izuku dramatically gasps before collapsing on the bed next to Hitoshi. Are you ready for the entrance exam? Hitoshi asks. The smaller boy thinks for a minute before responding. No. But I don't think I ever will be. It's going to be hard, neither of us can conjure fire or anything flashy, so we need to focus on thinking on our feet to come up with solutions. Nizu has an intelligence quirk, so I doubt a physical quirk is required to pass. There's probably layers to the exam, but it will be harder for us. I looked into the rulebook. You should be able to use brainwash on someone and get some credit, but they might penalize you for exam interference, depending on how they interpret the rules. Worst case scenario, you take a heavy penalty and/or have to share credit, so you'd have to get double the points. I would try to ask the subject beforehand so they can't bring up a complaint against you. Izuku yawns and is asleep within minutes, so Hitoshi leaves him alone and moves to the living room so he won't bother the other boy. He had found a new clip of Eraserhead in action and wanted to watch it through as much as he could before it was inevitably deleted. Izuku knew he was pushing his limits, but it would pay off soon, and he would ease up right before the exam. For now, he was trying to work as many hours as he could and complete as many analysis commissions before the school year started. Thankfully, he had completed his online coursework 3 weeks ago, and so he had more time to take on. He knew his work hours would drop when he no longer had the luxury of flexibility from online schooling, and he needed to build up his emergency funds and savings before that happens. He hadn't worked on his real quirk in a while, but he had enough control over it now that he could probably pass any deaths off as passing out. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that though. Even if he had wanted to go out, he had caught a few glimpses of Eraserhead lingering around the area, so he was housebound most nights. He did tell Hitoshi, who was delighted and could often be caught at the window on the nights his insomnia acted up. He was pretty sure if he spent enough time at the coffee counter downstairs, the hero would come in one day. Izuku had gone to visit Katsuki a few times, but ultimately backed out most of the time. He did watch the boy practice and occasionally slip an anonymous tip or two into his room. He had always made a good subject for analysis ever since they were kids. It seemed like the boy could often be seen talking to himself as if there was someone else there with him. Katsuki had pretended to talk himself up to imaginary crowds to pump himself up before, but these looked more like conversations. Izuku wasn't quite sure about him, but the few times that he had followed him to school, he did seem to be avoiding his old crowd and advocating for the kids on the bottom of the food chain. He laid on his back and went through a few calming breathing exercises Miss Hannah had taught the boys. Before he knew it, he was standing at the imposing gates of UA with Hitoshi and trying to decipher the map of the school he had been given. He and Hitoshi tossed quiz questions back and forth as they walked, and in hindsight, maybe Izuku should have been paying more attention to his surroundings as he feels himself start falling face first into the pavement. He braces himself and feels a hand grab his arm not even a second after he feels a slap on his shoulder. The impact never comes. He opens his eyes to see that he is hovering a foot or two from the ground. Hitoshi is holding his arm like he had tried to catch him and is staring at a brunette girl that is nervously hovering around them. She guides Izuku back up to a standing position. Are you alright? I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without asking first. I just thought it would be bad luck to fall right before the exam. Both boys nod, too bewildered to say anything. It's all so nerve-wracking, she smiles. I'll see you inside, bye. She leaves before they get the chance to say anything back. You wanted to analyze her quirk, didn't you? Hitoshi asks. You know me so well. I wonder how it works. Hitoshi just shakes his head and continues walking. Izuku follows, this time not tripping over his own feet. They stop at the large double doors. Remember, we went over this. You've got this, you know the material. Izuku reassures Hitoshi before splitting off to get his examinee number in a separate line. He thinks that he passes Katsuki when finding his seat in the auditorium, and he could have sworn the explosive teen had put his face in his hands and mumbled something about calming down, being worked up, and imagining things. Izuku is pleasantly surprised when Present Mike steps onto the stage to present the exam. All right, Present Mike in the house to give you an exam. Everyone say, hey. Silence. This would be a tough crowd, but Hizashi was tougher. Never mind, I'll try that again later. Everyone should have a test booklet, a writing utensil, and their examinee ID on their desk. All phones should be off and out of sight. Anything else will be considered a violation and you will be kicked out for cheating. I will remind you that UA takes cheating very seriously. If we catch you, you will be blacklisted. A few nervous bits of chatter rise from the crowd. You will have 3 hours to complete the comprehensive written exam. Make sure you put your ID number on the test packet so we can give you the correct score. When you're done, turn your packet in with me and sit at your seats quietly. Your time starts now. He settles into the seat behind the podium. He does watch for any students cheating, but realistically Nizu's robotic proctor drones tucked into the shadows of the ceiling do the most monitoring. As expected, a few students do try to cheat, and they probably think they got away with it, but Hizashi has their ID numbers flagged and replaces the slip explaining which battle center to report to with a slip that tells them their scores are null and they are to leave. He should be paying more attention to the whole group, but his eyes keep getting drawn to where his little listener is sitting and focusing on the exam. Please don't cheat, I don't want to blacklist you. The first 2 hours pass quickly. He works on some paperwork and reads a few articles intermittently. After that, the first few applicants start to trickle towards him with their packets, some more confidently than others. His little listener is among the group that completes the exam in about 2.5 hours, but he had been done before that and reviewing his answers. When he gets to the podium, he makes eye contact, winks, and mouths hi. Present Mike smiles and takes his test packet from him and gives him the battle center assignment. At the 3-hour mark he stands up. Pencils down, folks. Time's up. Anyone who hasn't turned their papers in yet, please come up and do so now. Everyone else, we will take a 15-minute break before we reveal this year's practical exam. Once all the tests are collected, he runs them over to the faculty lounge so they can start to be graded. By the time he gets back to the auditorium, the slideshow visual aid has been set up and he has a few minutes to himself to review the material. When it's time to move on, nearly all the applicants are in their seats. Nice. Can I get a hey? This time there are a few quiet responses. Well, that's good enough. For your practical, you will be conducting urban villain battles in the battle center listed on your slip. You will gain points by immobilizing robotic villains. There are 3 villain types to fight: 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers. You will have 10 minutes to gather as many points as you can. Also dash. He's interrupted by one of the applicants standing and pointing at the information booklet. The booklet clearly states there are 4 enemy types present in the exam, but you only mention 3. If this is a misprint, UA should be ashamed as an educational institution. The boy says, adjusting his glasses when done. Please take a seat, applicant 7111. As I was about to say, there is also a 4th enemy. The 0-pointer, who we call the arena trap. The boy sputters and takes his seat again. This enemy isn't worth any points, so you don't need to fight them. I usually recommend that applicants think of it as an obstacle to avoid. Every battle center has one, a large enemy who acts up in narrow spaces. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with which location to report to and change into your approved attire for the practical exam. I'll see you at the battle centers. Present Mike out. He exits through the back of the stage and heads over to the announcer's booth to get set up and make sure the cameras and speakers are all working properly. He hopes his little listener can get enough points to pass the exam. Izuku was a little disappointed that he and Hitoshi were in separate battle centers, but it was probably for the best. Working as a team had been their safety net, but allowing applicants to team up early was sure to have given some groups unfair advantages. As his group of applicants mills about, he tries to do some crude analysis on the others, if only to avoid applicants likely to cause excessive collateral damage. He sees the brunette girl who had floated him earlier and makes his way over to her, only to be stopped by a hand clamped over his shoulder. She's trying to focus. You shouldn't distract her. It's disrespectful to the other applicants to interfere with their testing. It's the blue-haired boy who had interrupted Present Mick's presentation earlier. It's almost ironic he was trying to lecture him about respect. I was just going to wish her luck and thank her for helping me earlier. Right now, the only one interfering with another applicant is you. The boy looked flustered as he tried to figure out how to respond. He shakes the hand off his shoulder. Just leave me alone, okay? When he looks back into the crowd, he's lost sight of the girl. But he doesn't have much of a chance to do anything before Present Mix's voice rings out that the test has begun. Real battles don't have countdowns, get moving. Most of the group takes off in the same direction, but Izuku runs to the side and finds what he's looking for, a fire escape. UA really did go all out in making the mock battle setting as close to real life as possible, didn't they? Izuku climbs up as quickly as he can so he can hopefully get a look at the robots and make a plan. There seems to be a fairly even distribution of robots across the portion of the battle center he can see, but most of the applicants are in a smaller area and struggling to get the points when 3 to 4 other people are targeting the same robot. Izuku heads towards the outskirts of the main group, where the boy who had tried to stop him had passed through, taking out robots as he goes, and grabs a few pieces of debris from the broken robots to use as a makeshift weapon. He comes across a few 1-pointers and a 2-pointer before more applicants start to expand out and snatch points out from under them. Now that he's in the fray, he notices how reckless some of the applicants are being. If this was a real fight, they would be causing severe damage to their surroundings and probably hitting civilians as well. Izuku pulls a few applicants that had stumbled on rubble away from a robot, and it's a good thing he did, since the robot crumbles down right where the other kids had been when a boy with a technology-based quirk uses a hijacked 2-pointer's scorpion tail to destroy a few surrounding robots without even checking for anyone around him. He makes his way around the field as best as he can, not taking any more robots down on his own. Anytime he gets close, someone else swoops in and one-shots them. He hopes Hitoshi is having better luck. He is seconds from taking down a 3-pointer that was lurking out of most people's view when a blonde kid blasts it with an abdominal laser of some sort. He goes to turn and find another possible robot when he notices that the blonde hasn't moved since firing the shot and is now about to be showered with debris. He runs back and tackles the kid out of the way, getting a few scratches and nasty bruises in the process. The blonde doesn't even seem thankful for Izuku's help, just babbling some French and leaving. It was inevitable that applicants would be biased towards flashy shows of power from media coverage of fights, but that boy had a long-range quirk. He shouldn't have been so close to the robot if he could get them from afar, especially if his quirk was going to keep him from getting away from danger. He was taking unnecessary risks, and for what? A few seconds of publicity? Izuku just hoped that if he got into a hero course they would break him of that habit. Heroism had a high enough mortality rate as is. He was picking off a few 1-pointers that had been passed over for not being worth enough, he supposed, when he suddenly heard screaming and the blue-haired boy who had fussed at him flies past. He looks back to where he came from and sees a small stampede of applicants followed by a huge robot. It towers over the surrounding buildings and barely fits between them. A large hand grips the top of a building to help it turn the corner and rubble showers down, creating a dust cloud that seems to only add to the stampede's chaos. Clearly this was the 0-pointer, the arena trap, but this was excessive. He was about to turn to take a side alley away from the stampede's path when the dust cloud clears and he sees a girl caught under some rubble and unable to free herself. No one else spares her a glance. He runs towards her, wishing that the speedy boy was still around, since he could likely get to her and back without having to rush to avoid the 0-pointer. As he approaches, he sees the girl who had caught him at the gate pushing at the big piece of rubble her leg was stuck under and looking green around the gills. "Are you hurt?" he shouts once he's within earshot. She looks surprised to see him. "I don't think so, my leg is just stuck, and I overused my quirk so I can't float this," she shouts back. He props one of the pieces of robot debris under a corner and tries to use it as a lever, but he can't get enough of a grip to push it up enough. He looks around for anything else to jam under the rubble, but there isn't anything but small shards of debris. However, he does see some loose wires around the 0-pointer's neck. That would probably be his best option. They were inaccessible enough that any ground-level applicants couldn't reach them, and since they had been told there wasn't any value to fighting the robot, no one had even tried to defeat it. He climbed up the nearest fire escape and hopped 2 roofs over to where the robot currently was. He wouldn't have much of a margin of error, and just had to hope that he was correct in his assumptions or UA had a safeguard in place to stop the robot before it crushed the girl. He leaped onto the robot's hand and made a beeline for the exposed wires, using a shard of metal to saw through them. He felt tingles shooting up his arm where he touched the wires. Using metal may not have been the best idea, He didn't particularly want to be electrocuted again, certainly not in front of witnesses. Thankfully, the robot stopped rolling forward to try to reach for him, but it moved slow on account of its size, and he managed to cut the last wire just before it reached him. Now the problem was that he was in free fall from several stories up. He closed his eyes and focused all his energy into not producing a dead clone. He felt an impact on his face, but must have been gone immediately after since he doesn't feel anything else. He opened his eyes to the sound of a buzzer, retching, and a sour smell. Had he produced a dead clone after all? He knew it could be a gory sight, and the other applicants had probably never seen something like that before. He looked around but didn't see any bodies. The brunette had apparently gotten herself free and was being approached by medical bots and an older woman. The woman kissed the girl's forehead and she immediately slumped down, but still gathered up the energy to ask about the boy. Is he all right? He tried to free me and almost fell. I think I got to him in time, but he hasn't moved. Was I too late? She asks, looking anxious despite her drooping eyelids. The woman turns to him and says something Izuku doesn't make out, but he does try to move. When that doesn't work, he just groans, and that seems to be enough to reassure the girl since she promptly gives in to sleep. The older woman gives the girl a small pack of something and starts to make her way to Izuku. As she gets closer to him, he figures out that this is likely to be Recovery Girl. That would explain the kiss and the other girl's exhaustion after treatment. What happened exactly? Last thing I knew I was falling. Thought I'd be dead by now. He grumbles. That young lady used her quirk to keep you from hitting the ground. Honestly, I'm a bit impressed you took the robot down on your own, especially considering the risk. After he was healed and given a little packet of gummy worms to keep his energy up, he headed back out to the entrance gate where he had promised to meet Hitoshi. He felt bone-tired, and he couldn't keep himself from comparing his rough tally of points to those that the other applicants had mentioned. It was Hitoshi that finally shook him from his thoughts. You look like death warmed over. I feel like it. He grumbled, bringing another gummy to his mouth. I was fighting tooth and nail for a handful of points. I'm not even sure I got enough for it to matter. What about you? How are you feeling? I think I did all right. I teamed up with another kid. If his points under my control count, I should be okay, but I only have a few points on my own. They start walking back while chatting. Oh? Izuku says, immediately picking up on Hitoshi's slight embarrassment when talking about the unknown boy. Tell me more about the boy. Your partner, I want to know about him. What's he like? He was nice. He agreed to me using my quirk. He seemed nervous, so maybe it helped him too. He was nice looking. Fit. Nice eyes, he mutters to himself at the end, speeding up so he's few feet ahead of Izuku. Izuku just smiles and puts a hand to his chest dramatically. What are you talking about? I was just asking his quirk. I never asked about his nice eyes. Hitoshi doesn't slow down or look at Izuku, but he knows that the teen's face is probably bright red. He'll get the story of their meet cute eventually. Izuku always knew exactly how to get to Hitoshi. The taller boy was currently trying to will his face to go back to a normal color before Izuku finds out how much he's blushing. Absent-mindedly, he runs his thumb over the little folded piece of paper the blonde boy had given him. He'd never gotten a stranger's number before, certainly not from someone he stops the train of thought before he can admit anything to himself. He had been anxious to be doing the exam without Izuku around. He would have liked to at least have him there to vent to or to give him an idea of his competitor's quirks. Most of the other teens look slightly nervous but mostly confident and bragging about their quirks and guaranteed acceptance. There is one boy off to the side fiddling with his fingers. He isn't sure when it happened, but suddenly Hitoshi has walked to the boy. Now that he's closer, he can see that he's passing some kind of current between his fingers and is enraptured by the faint sparks that pop into life over the larger gaps. An electricity quirk would be useful against robots, but he isn't sure he could start a conversation to ask how the quirk worked. It was hard to speak in public. He had some places like the cafe that were easier to talk at, and it wasn't too hard to speak to someone under his control, but habits were hard to break, even with Izuku's support. When he was little, before he had a good grip on his quirk and before he had trained himself to never ask questions, his classmates and teachers were afraid he would try to control them. After being muzzled enough times and learning no attempt to cry or beg would get him out of it, he just stopped talking. The electric boy is looking at him now. Hi. Can I help you? You seemed nervous. I was hoping I could help you calm down. It feels like Hitoshi's mouth moves on its own. Oh. The boy rubs the back of his neck and chuckles a little. Is it that obvious? I'm not so sure about this exam. I'd be lucky if I even passed the written one. Everyone else seems so sure of themselves. I'm not. Hitoshi wishes he would just shut up. This wasn't the place to expose his weaknesses. That's good to hear. It's nice to know I'm not alone. They're just full of hot air. They probably aren't that good anyway. Why is he saying all this? He's going to drive off this gorgeous, capable boy. To his surprise, the boy laughs, and it's an amazing sound. Well, I'm Denki. Who are you, Mr. Stranger? Shinzo. I thought that we could partner up. Is that not against the rules? I thought they split up classmates to avoid teams. There aren't any rules against it. I think they just split people up to prevent pre-planned teams. My quirk works best with someone else though. What is your quirk? Denki asks. It's brainwashing. I can control anyone who responds verbally to me. He braces himself for the other boy to feel repulsed and tricked by him, but it never happens. Oh, that's kinda cool. I have an electricity quirk. I can control a fair bit, but I can't direct it very well. I can also channel a ton of electricity, but I get dumb afterwards. Maybe with me under your control you can help me stay useful after that. Hitoshi is a bit appalled at the other boy's language. He seemed awfully dismissive of whatever getting dumb meant, instead focusing on usefulness. I don't think you should be doing that to yourself. Whatever it is, there's no way that's healthy. I'd rather work with you so we can both get into UA than use you like a tool. The boy seems a bit confused, as if he'd never considered what his all-out attack may have been doing to him. Can I try it out? He asks. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Your quirk. Can I see what it feels like before we start? Are you sure you want this? Hitoshi asks. Denki is cut off as his eyes glaze over. He is told to pat his head and rub his belly, and as soon as Hitoshi releases control, Denki is hopping up and down alternating feet and babbling about how cool Hitoshi's quirk is. If they hadn't been told to go just then, Denki probably would have seen the blush on his face. A few minutes later the pair are plowing through the robots. It seems like Denki's quirk was a bit more controlled when Shinso was also in his head and helping him to channel it. It isn't until the end of the test that something goes wrong. Denki had been proud of himself for doing so well. He's pretty sure he couldn't have done it all if the lilac-haired teen wasn't helping him to focus his quirk. He didn't mind being controlled. It was a nice little break. They're trying to avoid being trampled by the crowd formed by the Zero Pointer's appearance when he realizes Hitoshi isn't running alongside him anymore. He turns back and is surprised by the sight that greets him. Hitoshi is bound and stuck to the street by some sort of purple ball. Denki goes to free him since he's right in the Zero Pointer's path. It isn't until he's closer that he sees the small purple boy with blood oozing between purple ball on his head. Did he do this on purpose? Why would he? He calls out as he approaches, "Hey man, what's going on? We've gotta go before the Zero Pointer gets any closer." The purple boy glares at Shinso. So you've called in reinforcements? He has a nasally voice that makes everything sound whiny. Shinso makes frantic eye contact with Denki. Leave him out of this. The boy just sneers. No way. Why would I ever listen to what a villain says? Hitoshi grits his teeth at the accusation and the boy turns to Denki. Don't worry, fair citizen. I'll save you from this villain. Denki walks faster. The robot is only getting closer. I don't know what you're talking about. We both talked this out. I agreed to this. I won't let him hurt you anymore. He just made you think you agreed. He's a villain. Denki is almost seeing red at this point. He hadn't known Shinso long, but the boy was far from being a villain. This kid was going to get him hurt if not killed if he wasn't stopped. He's storming towards the short boy when Shinso interrupts him. Denki. Denki. He finally looks to Shinso. You'll get in trouble if you interfere with another applicant. The small boy looks almost proud, but Denki can't pull his gaze from Shinso, who looks resigned and sad. Denki, do you trust me? He asks. Of course I dash. Denki for the first time is horrified to be under his control. He tries to break free to help Shinso. He needs to help him. I'm sorry. Walk away. Denki feels his legs start to turn away from the other boys, but through sheer force of will manages to walk around them, which seems to fulfill the command well enough since it becomes easier to control his movements. Walking away from the group and towards the 0-pointer apparently was close enough to the initial command. He can hear Shinso panicking behind him, but he ignores him as he approaches the giant robot and swallows his fears. He takes a deep breath and forces as much electricity as he could into the robot, praying that it'll work and short-circuit the thing. When everything gets fuzzy and he feels himself slip into his dumb self, he sees the robot stop and finally power down. It worked. He saved Shinso. Hitoshi felt genuinely scared as he sat by Denki. An older woman had kissed and healed him, and he was starting to come back to himself, but Hitoshi had freaked out when the boy had overloaded the robot with electricity and promptly crumpled. Hitoshi gave up trying to convince the small boy to let him go peacefully and seized control of his mind, ordering him to release the ball a bit more roughly than he intended. The boy looked shocked as Hitoshi released his control and ran to Denki. Thankfully, Denki wasn't passed out, and was instead just an incoherent babbling mess, but that didn't do much to help Hitoshi calm down. Adults had rushed towards them, including an agitated-looking Eraserhead that wrapped the small boy in his capture scarf and carted him away, but Hitoshi couldn't find the energy to care about seeing his idol right now. He felt like he was drowning in guilt. He had probably screwed up any chance of getting into UA by brainwashing the purple boy, but he didn't think he could forgive himself if Denki failed or got hurt because of him. Are you alright, Shinso? He looks down to see a tired-looking Denki looking at him. Why did you do that? You could have gotten in trouble if you had picked a fight with him. But I want to be a hero. And I wouldn't want to go to a school that punished me for helping you. We're partners. He flashes a thumbs up and pulls himself up. He digs a piece of paper from his pants pocket and steals a pen from a nearby medical clipboard, scribbling something down. It's my number, let's meet up again sometime. Hitoshi is frozen as he looks at the paper, and Denki is gone before he gets control back of his limbs. The woman who had healed Denki comes back to him, but he shakes her offer of healing off. He's tired enough as is and all he has are some bruises. I guess my chances of getting in are ruined now, he says to her. I don't think so. What you did was in self-defense. Mr. Mineta was out of line. Don't give up yet, Sonny. She reassures. By the time he meets up with the dazed Izuku, he's resolved to stay quiet about what happened. He tells himself it's to save Izuku from worrying about him, but in all reality it's mostly so he doesn't have to think about it anymore. Izuku lives in a constant state of nerves for the next week until his and Hitoshi's UA letters arrive. Present Mike acts odd whenever they meet at the station, but that may not mean anything. He isn't even sure that the voice hero has access to the acceptance list for the year. For once Izuku is grateful for the heavy workload he took on to earn a bit more and keep himself occupied. Have you ever heard of work-life balance, little listener? You and Sho would really get along, I think. Really? Izuku responds. He was amused by how Mike hadn't noticed Izuku knew who Sho was and had met him already. How do you know we wouldn't butt heads? Izuku takes another bite of his sandwich. Lunch was one of the few times he could pin the hero down, and he found he liked his chats with the man. The hero may hate their meetups for all Izuku knew, but if he did, he didn't show it. Still no chance of you telling me if I got in? He asks, but the man mimes zipping his lips closed. No way, you're too clever, I can't even drop any hints without you figuring it out right away. Still, you don't look as tired, the final choices must have been made. Well, the hero admits, I can't confirm or deny that, but I have finally finished handling the parents of an applicant that acted out during the final. He still doesn't think he did anything wrong, but immobilizing someone in front of a 0-pointer's path and calling them villainous is the real villainous act. I don't know why he thought he could get in after that. He must have told his parents an altered story. I hope they weren't the ones who taught him that. Someone really did that? That's insane. Yeah, he insisted his quirk was automatically villainous, but I think brainwashing is neutral at worst. He mumbles into his lunch. Izuku feels all the blood in his body drains from his face. Brainwashing? That was the victim's quirk. Mike freezes. I shouldn't have said that. Could you pretend I didn't say anything? As soon as his shift is over, he storms into the cafe and drags Hitoshi into a more private corner to talk. "You were attacked during your exam and didn't tell me?" he yells. "Izuku, there are customers. Answer the question." He's gripping the boy by the collar. "Fine. Yes, there was an incident, but I'm fine. I didn't want to worry anyone." Go. He does, but he still feels a bit hurt that Hitoshi never told him in all the times they talked through their exams. "How did you find out anyway?" Hitoshi asks, and Izuku doesn't have an answer for him. He couldn't tell anyone that he worked with Present Mike, and even if he couldn't bring himself to basically tattle on the man. I have my sources. Just tell me if it ever happens again. Facing possible death isn't an easy thing to do. You shouldn't go through it alone. I should know." They stare each other down until a messenger comes in with a handful of mail. "Can I leave these with you?" he asks, and the boys nod. Among the mail are 2 thicker envelopes with the UA logo and the boys' names on them. Izuku sighs and looks at Hitoshi again. "I won't tell anyone if you don't want me to. It's the least I can do since you've kept my secrets. I just don't want you to suffer alone. I'll see if your parents can cover your shift and then we can open the letters, okay?" Hitoshi nods, and Izuku just hopes he hasn't destroyed their friendship. A few minutes later, after the surprise or receiving a hollow disc of All Might of all people rather than a letter and the emotional roller coaster of being told he failed to get the minimum of villain points, followed by a "but we also assign points for other heroic actions such as your rescues of fellow applicants," Izuku is sitting on Hitoshi's bed. "I got in," he says, still half dazed. "Me too. But I had a point penalty for all the robots I didn't directly destroy, so I just barely made it." Hitoshi didn't seem much more aware. "We both made it." "We did. I didn't think we'd manage it, and we're both in the same class too. Plus Ultra. It's half-hearted, but it's enough to get both boys smiling and excited." The two of them seem to forget the earlier argument in favor of excitedly talking about plans for UA. When Hitoshi's parents come back up, they celebrate with the boys and take them out for dinner and promise to take them to the uniform store over the weekend. It goes so well, in fact, that Izuku almost forgets that All Might would be one of his teachers and that whoever Spawn Point worked for had access to that news before anyone else. It would be fine though, right? All Might was just one teacher, and maybe Spawn Point was just part of a hero organization that had been privy to the news a bit early, or even the HPSC. They always had access to government files. That's probably how they knew his name too. Everything had been going so well lately, he had no reason to believe this would be any different. "I'm glad the business with the Minettas is finally over. Any more of that and I think I would have truly given up on the current hero society," Shouta says. "Knowing Nizu, he would have ended up in my class if he got in. If only so that he could be expelled as soon as it was justifiable." Hizashi had made them dinner, and it was nice. Their schedules didn't always match up, but they had been matching up more lately. He had been forced to decrease his patrols as the new semester approached, and he would have a new class to teach. He had managed to expel his whole homeroom a few months in last year and had enjoyed the extra time. Not that it really was extra time off. Even with it, he had barely kept up with all his duties. "Please don't expel your whole class again this year," his husband pleaded. "You may not have them anymore, but most end up re-enrolling in Gen Ed and the rest of us still have to teach them. 3/4 of them. We aren't doing this. Half." Hizashi tossed a towel at him to dry the dishes. "None. 3 or 4. None. 1 or 2. None. 1 or 2, but only if they really deserve it." Hizashi pursed his lips. "If that's the best you'll do, fine. But try not to." He grumbled. "Fine. You're lucky you're so cute. Have you read your students' files yet? Or are you not going to until after you meet them?" "I'll wait and just skim over the bare necessities. I want to get first impressions in person. Anyone can make themselves look good on paper. I'll read their files once I know they've earned a place in my class." It was only logical to follow his system. He didn't hate kids like his expelled pupils tried to claim. He was a bit cold at times, but that was only for their own good. Nizu normally gave him the students with the more dangerous quirks, since he could cancel the quirks before anything got out of hand, and they usually were the most influenced by limelight heroes, If he had to give himself dry eye to control them, they can take a reality check. Limelight heroes had blown the profession up and glamorized it, but heroics was ugly and messy and complicated. It certainly wasn't as simple as showing up, punching a few bad guys, and smiling for the press. A villain was rarely a villain because they were just evil. Most were just desperate people trying to make a name or take care of themselves. The villains that were true villains were far more dangerous and harder to counteract than Limelighters made them look. Many students weren't ready for heroics. It was better that they flunk out and be upset than graduate and get themselves killed. By making his students earn their place in his class, not just pass the entrance exam and skate by, he could protect them. As an underground hero, he had seen far too much death and tragedy. He refused to let his students become one of the images that haunt his dreams. He nearly tips over from the sudden impact against his calf. Clearly, Meatball had run out of patience to wait for his dinner. Sweet, innocent Spaghetti was waiting quietly at the bowl, the angel to Meatball's now yowling devil. Shouta had found the cats as ferals a few years ago. Spaghetti was little more than a kitten herself but was raising her own litter. She was a beautiful black cat, but Shouta knew she had sharp claws. He still had scars from before he had earned her trust and was trying to care for her and Meatball, her only surviving kitten. Spaghetti had mellowed with age and now was often his companion when he was up late grading or filling out reports. Meatball was the brat. He had been spoiled by Hizashi and now the fat orange tabby could almost match the voice hero's volume when he got mad. He set their dinners out, Spaghetti's in a fancy microchip-controlled bowl since Meatball was on a diet and kept stealing his mother's food. He gently pets Spaghetti who purrs as she eats. He coos at her and she eats it up. She likes company while she eats. Once she was done for the moment, he took her over to their couch, where she cuddled up to his chest. He zipped the sleeping bag up to her neck so she could still get out when she wanted to. Did you see the listener's exam? He did really well for not having a combative quirk. He was one of the only applicants that surveyed the surroundings rather than charging straight in. I told you he had a good head on his shoulders. Shouta rolled his eyes. I'm not sure if you remember that I was tied up handling the Mineta kid at the time. I didn't have much of a chance to watch any applicants after that. But I'm sure he's just as good as you say. He adds when he sees the other man start to pout. Why don't you tell me about how he did? Well, most of the others in his group had impressive quirks, so he quickly figured out he couldn't get points fighting in the fray, so he split off. He didn't go too far though. If anything had gone wrong, he would have been close enough for another applicant to help him. Although there weren't many applicants helping others, I get the idea behind not announcing the rescue point system, but I didn't expect so many kids to ignore the other applicants or even put them in danger. He pulled a lot of kids out of harm's way. He even took out a 0-pointer. I thought you said he didn't have a combative quirk? He doesn't. He sawed through the wires on its neck with a shard from another bot. He had a nasty fall, but the girl he was trying to save saved him at the last second. Chio said he didn't have any big injuries, but when she healed him it took a lot out of him, so he must have had a ton of little injuries. He did good on the written exam too. I hope Nizu doesn't take an interest in him. A shudder runs through his body at the thought of the rodent. I'm glad the letters finally came out today. Every time I saw him, I thought he was going to get the results out of me. Did you have an eye on any potential students? Shouta shrugs. None in particular. The kid that was attacked impressed me a little. He kept his cool in a bad situation and generally kept things non-violent. Even before the attack, he wasn't risking his other applicants by collapsing bots on top of them. His partner was pretty good too. They worked well together, though I'm sure he'll end up in my class if he gets in, and I doubt I'll be as impressed then. I have to appreciate any students that work together without me having to drill it into them. Solo Limelight heroes keep messing that up for incoming freshmen. Speaking of solo Limelight heroes, you do know All Might is coming in as a teacher, right? Hizashi asks, Meatball cradled in his arm. I know he's going to end up attracting the media and will end up dealing with them. I'm pretty sure he's never shown any interest in teaching before, so I don't know why he decided to start now. Hopefully it isn't just a publicity stunt. Tsukachi apparently knows him, though. He says I should give him a chance. I guess we'll find out what he's like at the faculty meeting. I don't want to get my hopes up yet though. Sitting at the large oval-shaped table a few days later, Shouta wishes he had had just a bit more coffee. He had nearly forgotten how chatty his co-workers could be. It was far too early to be small-talking, and he couldn't even nap since they kept interrupting him. He levels a glare at his husband, who seems to be enjoying his suffering, when Nizu finally arrives on the shoulder of All Might. The mammal hops off and stands at the head of the table. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this faculty meeting. I'm sure you're all busy with course planning for the semester, but I would like to introduce you to a man who needs no introduction. I'll let him introduce himself anyway, though." The buff man steps forward. "I am here as a co-worker." He starts. Ugh, is he always going to talk like this? Before he can say anything else, an alarming amount of steam surrounds him, and when it clears, a frail-looking man is standing in his place. "I am Yagi Tashinori, better known as the #1 hero and symbol of peace, All Might. I will be teaching heroics here at UA this year. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot maintain my hero form for more than a few hours a day, but I must ask you to keep this identity a secret. I look forward to a successful year with all of you." Once everyone gets over their surprise at the sudden transformation, a few people start up with questions. "Do you have any experience teaching?" Ectoplasm asks. "No, that's why I'll be teaching heroics," comes the response. A few teachers glance at each other. Does he not get that heroics isn't some backup class? That it's one of the more intensive subjects to be teaching? "So, are you shadowing another teacher then?" "Why would I need to do that?" Nizu speaks up and cuts through the thick tension in the air. "When placing him with us, the Hero Public Safety Commission has assured me that he is a capable teacher." That would explain it a little. It didn't sound like the principal to hire a hero with no teaching experience and put him in charge of a class with the potential to harm the students. But if the HPSC was involved, his hands would have been somewhat tied. "Have you interacted with teenagers before?" Hizashi asks, as gently as possible. "I have saved many teenagers." That wasn't what he was asked. He wasn't reassuring the others with these answers. A man couldn't be this oblivious, could he? Shouta decides he needs to change the topic. "How long can you hold your other form?" "I assume that's the one you'll be teaching as." "Ah, yes, good question. Currently I can hold it for 3 hours, so I will likely be like this outside of class time." "And you can complete everything you need to do to effectively teach within those 3 hours?" "Of course, I'm All Might." Something tells Shouta that they would end up having to pick up his slack. "So, what are we supposed to tell the students who see your skinny form?" Hizashi asks. "Surely they're going to see you around in both forms." Nizu pipes up again. "The official decision is to call him All Might's secretary, who will fill in for him when he is unavailable." The other teachers nod to each other. It was a bit flimsy, but the two forms were distinct enough that they could probably pass for two separate people. Shouta rubbed his temples to stave off the headache he could feel forming. This was going to be a long year. Aizawa looks into his classroom and waits for the chatting kids to notice him. No one comments on his presence, so he takes a moment to look over his new class. Most of the students were milling about and gathered into small groups, except for a few sitting near the windows. A few students are trying to start a conversation with the lavender-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes, but he largely ignores them, instead just scrolling through his phone. He looks up for a second and makes eye contact with the teacher, and his eyes shine for just a second before he schools his expression back to a neutral one. The white-haired boy has his head down on the desk and appears to be napping, though Shouta suspects he is quietly listening. Sure enough, when Ingenium's brother alerts the class to his presence, neither boy reacts, although the small white-haired kid does raise his head from the desk. As Shouta introduces himself and begins attendance, he makes eye contact with the boy for only a second, but something in his eyes unsettles the older man. It was like he knew too much already. He pushes past whatever that was and continues. "Midoriya Izuku?" Here, the blonde boy just in front of Midoriya, Bakugu according to the roll book, bristles at the name but doesn't visibly react other than that. Once he finishes attendance, he announces his plans to test his students. "All right, all of you should have received a gym uniform. Put them on and meet me on the field." "But sir," a brunette, Uraraka, asks, "what about the student orientation? It should be starting soon, won't we miss it?" You won't be going to the orientation. UA gives all teachers the right to direct their students however they wish. You aren't here to socialize, you're here to become heroes. Plus ultra. He makes his way to the field to make any last-second adjustments. If he's going to be expected to keep most of his class, they'll have to prove themselves to him. Izuku stands in the locker room, clutching his uniform. He should have planned for this. He had been careful not to show any of his scars to Hitoshi over the last few months, but there would be no way to hide himself from 13 boys in one room. He caught a glimpse of a stall door tucked between a few lockers and he carefully made his way towards it without drawing attention. He changed quickly and looked over the gym uniform. The shirt sleeves ended neatly just above his elbow, a few scars peeked out from under his sleeves, but it wasn't anything more than he had shown before, so it should be alright. As he slipped out of the stall, he felt a hand grab his arm. He swiveled and saw Katsuki gripping his wrist. Izuku? Is that actually? He started. Not right now, can we do this later? I need to get going. Let go. But the blonde boy didn't let go. Wait, no. Can we talk now? I need to ask you. Hitoshi butts in, pulling Izuku's wrist away from the blonde. He said to let him go. He doesn't owe you anything. Now hold on, eyebags. I don't see how this is any of your business. It's my business to help my friend. Katsuki looks between the two of them before Izuku cuts into the minor argument. It's all right, Hitoshi, we know each other. He turns to the blonde. We'll talk later, I promise. Okay. He huffs. Fine, but you better have a good explanation. Izuku pulls Hitoshi out of the locker room and towards the field before anything else can happen. Unsurprisingly, they are the first to arrive, the bulk of the class sticking together to get acquainted. Their teacher looks them up and down before going back to fiddling with a few stopwatches and clipboards. So, there was going to be a physical test of some sort? Using what he knows of Eraserhead, the hero is known for adaptability, so it wouldn't be a test focused on just one skill type, but it also wouldn't be logical to test anything too specific. Something like a standardized test would fit the bill, and it would be something to retest later to compare results. But what tests would make sense? Probably at least one test of speed, something to test strength, and something to test stamina would make sense. Before Izuku can try to deduce more specifics, the rest of the class has joined them, and he has to divert his focus to the teacher's instructions. You have all taken physical assessment tests in school before, but you haven't been allowed to use your quirk for them. In a heroics course, this is ridiculous. As a hero, you would be expected to use a quirk to enhance your natural abilities. Today you will undergo another assessment, but this time you will use your quirks. He glances down at his sheet. Bakugo, you finished first in the practical, right? Come up here, you'll be the demonstration. When the boy approaches, he tosses him a softball and tells him to throw it as far as he can. Katsuki does as told and throws it with a yell. It pierces the clouds, and before Izuku can wonder how they are supposed to measure the distance, their teacher unveils a small digital display. Bakugo, what was your highest score on this without your quirk? 67 meters. Aizawa shows the result on the display. With the assistance of your quirk, you threw the ball 705.2 meters, a significant improvement. The class oohs and ahs over the score, but it isn't until someone calls the test fun that Aizawa speaks again. Fun? You have 3 years to become a hero. Is this the attitude you intend to keep? Whoever scores the lowest on this assessment will be expelled from UA. The class atmosphere shifts almost immediately. Even the students with quirks that give them a big advantage look nervous now. After the test, some students, like Katsuki, the boy with engine legs, the boy with multiple arms, and the one with a tail, seem confident in their results. Others, like Hitoshi, Izuku, the invisible girl, and the one with earphone jack earlobes, are far less confident. When it is announced that the threat of expulsion was a logical ruse, the class is split between relief and frustration, but Izuku has an inkling that the threat may not have been all that fake, and if anyone hadn't taken it seriously, well, nothing came of it. He'll just have to keep an eye on his teacher to figure out if it was a real threat. The training with Hitoshi had paid off. He was able to outperform some of the others whose quirks weren't suited to the tests, but even then it was close. After he changes out of his gym uniform, Katsuki approaches him again, this time without making a scene. Hitoshi catches his eye. but he smiles and waves him off. It's fine, Hitoshi, I'll catch up with you. Let Miss Hannah know I'll be home late, I'm meeting with an old friend. Once the lilac-haired teen was out of eyesight, the pair make their way towards the park by Katsuki's house. Neither boy speaks during the walk, and the awkward silence hangs over them as they sit on a bench. Katsuki's stomach hasn't stopped twisting into knots since he saw Izuku in class and found out it wasn't just another apparition. Was there ever any apparitions? Had he been talking to the real Izuku the whole time? Or maybe this whole day has been some sort of dream. Maybe he was still in his bed at home, having some sort of realistic nightmare dream as a result of first-day jitters. He can't help but be distracted by the conflicting thoughts. When he had grabbed the other boy's wrist, it had certainly felt real. He isn't aware he's been sitting silently on the bench until Izuku finally breaks the silence. I know I promised to talk to you and answer your questions, but I'm not sure I'm ready to say everything yet. But still, I do owe you some sort of explanation, so I'll do my best. Where do you want me to start? He's tempted to just ask about the hair. It's ridiculous, the different colored hair is nothing compared to the fact that the boy seemingly came back to life, but it just feels so abrupt to start the questions with something so serious. Izuku looks at him quietly. It's the same sort of wide-eyed look he always used to wear, but it seems like there's something else behind his gaze now too, something sharper and more calculating. I guess the hair? It looks alright on you, you don't look like the same nerd I grew up with, it's just different. Why would you change it? He blinks, as if he's surprised that was the first question. Well, it wasn't exactly by choice. I guess the electricity fried my hair, it's grown in white ever since. Well, he bites back. Any more specifics? He pulls the trigger and asks the big question. So, what had happened that day? I don't know too many details, just that you and Auntie Inko were with some brat that had a Quirk accident. Izuku's eyes dart to the ground and a pang of guilt flashed through Katsuki. He was trying not to make a mistake, but maybe he had pushed his way into a sensitive subject. Before he can try to change the subject, Izuku finds his words. Yes, Mom and I were touching the boy when his quirk manifested the first time. I did blame him for a little bit, but he was just a kid, we were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Izuku's face looks haunted as he continues. A strong electric charge went through us. The kid was gone by the time I woke up. I'm not sure how long I was out, but Mom was long gone by then. I wish I could have been there for her in the end. So, Auntie Inko? Izuku shakes his head sadly. How did you dash? If I can ask, how did you survive? The other boy sighs. I didn't. You're a ghost then? Is haunting me some kind of unfinished business of yours? Why can everyone see you? I did die that day, I just didn't stay dead. It seems poor quirkless Deku was never actually quirkless. I'm a bit more resistant to death now than most. Katsuki doesn't know how to respond to that. I went to the funeral, it was nice. Katsuki feels the old, ever so familiar, anger bubbling deep inside him, but tries not to let it show. Why didn't you tell us? We would have taken care of you. Why would you let us grieve you all this time? You came to see me all those times, you let me think I was imagining you. I know I was awful to you, but deceiving us was real shitty of you, Deku. He didn't mean to throw the old nickname out. He didn't mean to change the tone from questioning to accusing, but at the moment he couldn't care less. He wanted an answer to the burning questions. You're right, it was shitty of me. Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru surely would have loved to know I was still alive. I should have told them, but what's done is done. I had just lost my mother, everyone thought I was dead, I felt like I had truly died. I was in a dark place for a while, and I saw that my death had pushed you to reflect and improve yourself, so I decided it would be better to remain dead. I wasn't going to apply to UA, I was going to just fade from your lives. You didn't need me, and eventually I would be forgotten. Things changed, I'm here now, I'm trying to make amends. Does Eyebags know all this? Katsuki was trying to rein himself back in. He couldn't help but be upset that Izuku pretended to be dead for months, but somehow the idea of a stranger knowing more than him about Izuku seemed to hurt just as much, if not more. Did you hide this from everyone, or just us? Hitoshi knows part of the story, but not all of it. His family took me in and I'm grateful for that, but I haven't told him everything. He knows Mom died, but he doesn't know I did too. I told him that I was quirkless for a long time, but not what my real quirk is. Like everyone else, he thinks it's an analysis quirk. You probably know the most. About my past and what happened that day. He trails off, as if he isn't sure whether he should say the next part. I know that I hurt you, and you have every right to be sad at me, but please, don't tell everyone about my situation and quirk. Please. Katsuki purses his lips. Please, Kaken? Izuku asks again. He sighs. I get that it's a complicated and sensitive situation. I don't want to force you into anything or tell anyone things you told me in private, but I don't know if I can make that promise, not entirely. It isn't because I'm mad at you, I am mad, but I'm mostly worried for you. I mean, Jesus Izuku, I'm better off dead? You'll forget me soon enough anyway? You lost your mom and died. Plus, we tormented you for years. You don't sound alright, and I don't want to give you my word if it means you won't. I dunno, talk to someone about it. Izuku looks offended. I'm fine. I've got it handled. I don't believe you. I lost you once, I don't want to lose you a second time. Izuku winces. Can you at least not tell anyone just for now? I'll tell others eventually, just when I know them better. I can do that. But if any of this becomes critical information someone needs to know, I'm going to tell them. Fine, that's fair. The shorter boy checks his watch. I've got to go, but I hope we can start fresh and have a good student life at UA. Izuku is gone before Katsuki can say anything else. He doesn't have to walk very far to get home, but in that time, it feels like all his energy seeps out of him as his mind thinks over every interaction he's had with the ghost and everything they just said. He hardly registers his mother greeting him when he comes in. He gives her some excuse that it's been a long day and she lets him pass to collapse onto his bed. He isn't sure what he should tell his parents about Izuku. They'll surely be mad at him for keeping it a secret, but Izuku ought to be the one to reveal himself, and telling the Bakugas would just force Izuku to explain himself before he's ready. He groans into a pillow. I'm gonna kill that nerd one day. His stomach turns as he realizes the newly revealed context for that thought. There's no denying that their relationship has permanently changed, so maybe it'd be best to do as Izuku suggested and start fresh. Izuku isn't the same Deku he used to be, and neither is Katsuki. Hitoshi hadn't been home for too long since he had separated from Izuku, but it felt like far longer as he went through every awful scenario in his head. He knows Izuku is capable of fighting back if he ran into trouble on his way back, despite lacking a quirk that would be effective against any would-be attackers. He couldn't shake the weird feeling from the blonde boy. Izuku was too calm despite being grabbed by him, and he had sent Hitoshi away to talk to him after school. They knew each other somehow, but if he was from Izuku's past, why did he seem so surprised to see the boy? If they were friendly with each other, surely Izuku would have mentioned him before, right? He finally gives into finding a distraction and scrolls through his contacts until he finds the person he's looking for. A short while later, he's heading out and his family just seems happy to see him being social with someone other than Izuku. As he enters the mall, he finds the electric blonde he was looking for waiting by the fountain and waving at him. I'm not sure you should be so close to water, Hitoshi says. His eyebrows furrow and he tilts his head like a puppy. You know, since you have an electric quirk. There's an awkward silence. Never mind, it was a dumb joke. No, it's not that bad. I just didn't realize what you meant at first. Honestly, I thought you had lost my number. They start to walk around a bit as they chat. No, I didn't lose it, Denki. I just got busy. UA sure gives us a ton of paperwork to fill out once we're accepted. I never realized there were so many waivers for different things. Well, I'm glad you still had it and we finally got to meet up. I wanted to make sure you were okay after what happened with that kid during the practical, and to thank you. I'm not sure if I could have taken out all those robots if you hadn't been helping me get over my nerves. I guess I'm lucky too, that they had us fight something my quirk was pretty effective on. I should be thanking you for trusting me back then. There's no way I could have made the cut on my own. I can hardly use my quirk on an emotionless lump of metal and wires. Plus, of the two of us you were the only one who got hurt, albeit by your own quirk. The kid that immobilized me didn't say anything I hadn't heard before, plus I'm sure Mr. Aizawa gave him what he deserved. He looked furious. Our teacher was there? I didn't see him. No, he didn't come out until after you had passed out and he was gone before you woke up. He seemed pretty intense today. I'd hate to see him truly angry. You've got to check out this store with me. I heard they have all kinds of random stuff for cheap. Denki grabs his hand and pulls him into a store nestled between two brightly lit clothing stores. In comparison to the surrounding stores, this one is quieter, with gentler lighting, and everything smells faintly like lavender. Hitoshi is browsing through a shelf with a variety of books ranging from YA novels to cookbooks and self-help books when Denki come running back to him. You have to check these little bag charms out. Look, this one looks like you. When he turns around to look, he sees a little black cat with half-closed eyes. It looks fed up and grumpy, and Hitoshi isn't sure whether to be impressed or offended that it does sort of look like him. I'm not sure. I think it looks a bit more like Mr. Aizawa than me. Denki looks at it again. I guess you're right, it has black fur like his hair too. Do you like it? He nods. Cool. Call it a thank you gift from me for helping me in the exam. I noticed that you seemed to admire him when he came into class, and I doubt an underground hero like him has any merch for their dedicated fans. You can pretend it's merch like those collectible All Might figures or those Endeavor lighters you see everywhere. Later that night, Izuku definitely doesn't nearly catch him clutching the charm and blushing. That would be ridiculous. Izuku's day had been pretty good so far. He had gotten a good night's sleep, maybe because he had finally come clean to Katsuki, partially at least. He had also had an easy shift last night at the radio station. He had finished up early and got to sit in and listen to the radio live as the audio engineer worked her magic. The morning classes had also been pleasant. Many of the topics covered were already introduced to him through the online program he had been in, so it was more review than new concepts. He had been simultaneously looking forward to and dreading English class with Present Mike. He enjoyed the subject and felt like he already sort of knew Present Mike, but on the other hand the hero could be a bit much when he was thoroughly in his hero persona, and Izuku didn't know if the hero would give away the fact that they knew each other already. Present Mike had entered the class with an excess of enthusiasm, but he didn't treat Izuku any different from the other students, or that's what Izuku thought at first. He had begun the class with a written skills assessment to get an idea of the level of the class, but Izuku had been given a different, more complex assessment. He had tried to match his pace and level of understanding with the rest of the class but had accidentally proven he was very nearly fluent. Izuku had also been pleasantly surprised at how skilled several of their teachers were, as well as being surprised at how many of his classmates were expecting way more heroics classes than general education classes. Still, the first heroics class was later in the afternoon, and the class's excitement was growing by the minute. He did wonder what they would be doing in the first class. They had already done a quirk assessment test and were given maps of the school to learn how to navigate between the gyms and training grounds, so it couldn't be that. He had to assume the first lesson would be more oriented around the rules about being a hero, demonstrations, and maybe laying out what is expected of them. It would make sense to get that sorted out before moving on to physical training. Maybe they might even get to spar a bit. Izuku had only really been able to practice with Hitoshi, which was alright, but he didn't want to pick up any weird habits. He thought he was prepared for anything, but he was proved wrong when All Might of all people came bursting into the room with an "I am here," and Izuku's stomach dropped to his feet. His classmates' excitement masked his reaction at least, and he managed to fix his external appearance before anyone noticed anything amiss. The man distributed their costumes, and while everyone else was marveling over theirs, Izuku was focusing all his attention on his hands to make sure he doesn't drop his case. His fingers feel ice cold, and he wouldn't be surprised if the handles slipped right out between them. He's in a daze as they all change, and although he was among the first to be dressed, having snagged the little stall he had seen before, he is one of the last to leave the locker room. He lingers near the lockers and Hitoshi, just trying to get himself under control before he has to go out with everyone else. He's almost tempted to do something to get out of class, but who knows if it would even work anyway. Besides, this would be an ideal time to gather some non-private information about All Might to send to Spawn Point, and he didn't really want to back out of this so soon or leave Hitoshi and his classmates alone with him, just in case. Izuku feels like his stomach is tied in knots as he stands with his classmates while All Might talks about how these battle trials are going to run, with pairs of villains hiding and defending a fake bomb against pairs of heroes. He feels awkward standing there in a hero costume that is obviously inspired by All Might. The last thing he wants is to draw attention to himself right now. If it hadn't been something his mother had been making him before well, under other circumstances he would have dropped the current design and made a new one, but the sentimental value outweighed his paranoia. He figured he would see the man while he was a student but didn't expect the #1 hero to be teaching first years, not so early in the year, and certainly not on his own. He had expected the hero to be mostly instructing third years and being accompanied by another teacher at first while he learns the ropes. Izuku hadn't had enough time to mentally prepare himself with the hero bursting through the classroom door and swiftly ushering them out to a mock urban setting. This whole exercise seems haphazardly thrown together. Sure, heroes sometimes had to partner up with another random hero in emergencies, but most patrol with a partner, and for the very first day of classes at UA it seemed like an awfully advanced lesson. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts when he hears his name, Midoriya. His whole body tenses as the hero furrows his brows at the slip of paper with his name on it. Yes, the ink got smudged there. Midoriya and Uraraka will be heroes going up against Ida as villains. Villains, you'll have 10 minutes to hide the bomb and make a plan. Heroes, you'll have 7 minutes to come up with a plan. As they leave the room, Izuku finally relaxes a little, but the back of his neck still prickles with the feeling that All Might is watching them through the cameras. Lon, Izuku? He only catches the very end of Uraraka's question. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The bubbly girl hardly seems to react. No problem. I was a little distracted by All Might teaching us too. I was just asking what your plan was? If you have a plan already, I mean. My plan? Yeah, you have an analysis quirk, right? Or does it not work like that? There doesn't seem to be any edge beneath her words. It doesn't give me an instant solution. How does your quirk work exactly? Is there a weight limit or specific parameters? She explains the finer details, and after a few minutes of brainstorming and some guesswork on their opponent's quirks and plans, or guesswork on Ida's quirk at least, they're ready for a few situations and have as many backup plans as are reasonable for the situation. He has Uraraka raise him up to get an idea of the floor plan of the building. Since they had circled around the building to the back, Izuku was able to catch a glimpse of Ida lingering around the doorway of an interior room with no windows attached. He had a hand up to his ear and seemed agitated, so presumably Katsuki wasn't being a team player and was getting an earful from the strict boy currently. He signals to Uraraka, who lowers him back down, and he tells her what he saw. Together, the pair slip through a window a floor above the suspected bomb placement. They creep towards the stairs only to stop when they hear muffled cursing and the sound of something hitting the ground coming from the connecting hallway. The pair nod to each other and Uraraka darts into a room while Izuku continues down their hallway. My floor is clear, heading to the next floor now. He pauses as if he's listening to his partner. Be careful, Ida is probably patrolling the floors since he can move fastest. Make sure he doesn't see you. Uraraka? I'm heading down to you now. Don't move. He makes noise as he heads to the stairs, and as soon as he gets there, he goes up a flight of stairs and uses a few small items he had picked up on the way to tap along the downwards set of stairs. It goes according to plan, and Katsuki creeps towards the stairwell and turns his back to Izuku to see downstairs. He does have to give the blonde credit for not using his explosions to propel himself and opting for stealth. The old Katsuki would have charged forward disregarding his noise level. Izuku tackles Katsuki from behind and tries to wrap his wrists in the capture tape, but is overpowered before he can manage it. The giant grenade-shaped gauntlets don't help him to get a good grip either. Izuku takes off upstairs, and when the other boy follows, he signals Uraraka that he failed to secure Katsuki but did lead him away. Is that the fastest you can go? Is a set of stairs really taking out the mighty Bakugo? She acknowledges his signal and tells him that she's got the discarded earpiece. This isn't a bad way the situation could have worked out. Katsuki would no longer be able to directly communicate with Ida, and Uraraka could listen into anything Ida says and possibly find out specifics about how they're protecting the bomb. The main issue was that now the two were separated and Uraraka was on her own to try to capture the bomb. Now that he isn't trying to sneak up on him, Katsuki is using his explosions to propel himself. and he's gaining far too fast for Izuku to pull ahead. The taunting hadn't helped either. Before he completely wears himself out, he takes a sharp turn and attempts to ambush his pursuer, but that plan fails immediately. The ambush quickly devolves into a quirked fist fight. Katsuki is stronger than him, but after years of knowing the boy and watching his training sessions as a ghost, Izuku can predict most of his moves. Both boys get a few good hits in, and despite how wily Izuku is, the other boy does eventually get him pinned. As a last-ditch attempt, Izuku tries to soften all his features and make his voice sound sadder and younger. "Kaken? You're hurting me." While it does distract the blonde long enough for Izuku to free himself, it makes him feel bad for taking advantage of the other boy's guilty conscience. It also makes Katsuki far more hostile once he comes back to himself. He reaches up to his ear only to find the earpiece gone, and his glare towards Izuku only gets harsher. "You little sheet." His eyes look wild, and the explosions he fires are less controlled than before. He starts shooting them off wildly rather than aiming and is taking large chunks out of the surrounding walls. Izuku hears All Might telling them to stop and that the bomb had been captured through the earpiece, but Katsuki didn't have his anymore. Had they not seen that? "Katsuki! Stop, it's over." If anything, it only makes it worse. "Shut up, it's not over until I say so." "No, it's over." The bomb was captured. It seems like the others finally realized Katsuki doesn't have his earpiece, as the speakers in the corners of the hall crackle to life and All Might's voice rings through them saying, "The heroes win, the villains have lost." Izuku grimaces. He had hoped to calm Katsuki down before he used the word "lost," but in his agitated state the announcement only angers him more. "Lose." He points a gauntlet at Izuku. "These have been storing my sweat all match. How powerful do you think the blast will be? I can't lose, not with a move like this." It seems like the next few seconds slow down to minutes. Izuku sees cracks from the earlier fight spreading to the ceiling above them and crumbles of sheetrock and concrete falling from the widening cracks. He rushes Katsuki to push him out of the way of the falling debris and feels the boy's fist make contact with his stomach. He hears the wall and part of the ceiling fall behind him at the same time as he feels intense heat blooming in the pit of his stomach. He feels weak and his vision is shaky, but he sees Katsuki's face quickly changing from angry to pale and shocked. Katsuki is moving his lips like he's saying something, but he can't hear it through the ringing in his ears. He tries to squint and focus. But it's no use, his vision fades out before he can make any sense of it. Aizawa isn't that surprised to hear that there was an incident in All Might's class, but he is surprised that it was in the very first match of his first class. When one of the students had come to get him, he had only been told the very basics. Yaoyorozu had told him that Midoriya and Bakugo had gotten into a fight that All Might hadn't been able to break up even after the match had ended. Bakugo had been very agitated and had unleashed a powerful blast that had knocked the cameras out, caused a large amount of damage to the building and injured Midoriya. All Might had asked her to get him since he could stop him if he activated his quirk again and hopefully get more information out of him on what happened. He had to appreciate how concise she had been in relaying the information, and that All Might had not tried to muscle his way through the problem. When he got to where the rest of the students were, he found a dazed-looking Bakugo pinned to the wall by Shinso, who was shouting questions at him. The boy must have been trying to force a response out of him to get him under control and to answer questions, but even when he had been in danger in the entrance exam he hadn't been as emotional. He must be very close with Midoriya. He'll have to make a note to talk to the boy about the dangers of getting too wrapped up in reciprocation. The other students are trying to pull Hitoshi off the other boy or question Uraraka and Ida about what happened, and All Might is standing helplessly on the sidelines as if he isn't sure how to address the situation. After a few minutes of separating the boys, getting a few more details, and informing Hitoshi and the other two involved in the match that he would be getting their sides of the story later, he tells the blonde student to follow him, and he just nods and trails behind the teacher. He doesn't know his students all that well yet, but it's obvious that Bakugo isn't himself currently and that he probably won't get any answers out of the boy until he can get him to relax a bit. Midoriya isn't too badly injured, if that's what you're worried about. Though we will need to talk about your excessive force. Some color has returned to his face and the boy looks a little more relaxed, but not enough to talk yet. You won't be getting in serious trouble for your stunt today, but you're lucky that your attack only grazed Midoriya. It could have seriously injured or worse killed him if it had hit him. The blonde looks into his eyes and gives him the most harrowing stare, enough to unsettle Shouta a bit. He seems to have reacted to the word, kill. Perhaps the danger of his own quirk had just hit him. I didn't mean to, the student says quietly. I lost control and my quirk is too volatile to do that with. I shouldn't have tested the gauntlets on him. I didn't realize how powerful they could be. Bakugo, you have to understand that I won't listen to your excuses. You have dash. I know. I wasn't trying to give excuses, I was in the wrong. I'll take whatever punishment you give me, just let me make up for my mistake. Shouta is knocked off his guard a bit. From the boy's file and from what he had seen of the brash boy's personality, he expected Bakugo to be backtalking and refusing to take ownership of his actions. Well, I will need to talk with a few others before your punishment is decided. He nods. Is Izuku going to be okay? According to Recovery Girl, Midoriya didn't have too many significant injuries, but he is still unconscious and will likely remain so for a while. He won't mention how Chio had also told him that the boy had a large number of scars hidden under his clothes. Now, how about you tell me what happened today? Start at the beginning. I'm sure it was all recorded, can't you just watch that? He would really like to avoid telling him the camera had been destroyed to prevent him from spinning the story. Is there a reason you don't want to tell me what happened? The boy stares at him, searching his eyes. No. I can tell you. Bakugo shifts in his seat uncomfortably. I had split up from Four Eyes. He kept trying to lecture me about everything and I needed to go before I got too riled up. I guess he stuck around with the bomb, because he let me go and kept fussing at me through the earpiece. I took it out to shut him up and I guess I dropped it or threw it away. I thought I could handle Izuku and Cheeks if I came across them. Shouta makes a note that Midoriya is the only one in the story who Bakugo calls by his real name. I heard Izuku talking about going downstairs so I went to follow him, and I guess it was a trap since he ambushed me from behind. I got loose before he could get the capture tape around me and chased him upstairs. He tried to ambush me again, but I didn't fall for it. We started to fight, I had him pinned and then he clenches and unclenches his fists around the material of his pants. You had him pinned but clearly the fight wasn't over, what next? He freed himself and I got irritated. He kept taunting me and I realized they had planned to steal my earpiece, so I got even more irritated. Then he started saying that the match was over and that we had lost, and I lost it. I was trying to assert myself with the gauntlets. I didn't know how much was in them. I didn't mean to hurt him. Keep going, this is the part we really need to nail down. I don't really remember exactly what happened, but the next thing I remember was him on top of me, debris where we were standing before, and he was badly hurt. I tried to keep him awake but he passed out, I guess. He thinks he passed out? It should have been obvious. Why had he seemed so reluctant to say that? Then those robot things were taking him away and Eyebags was shouting at me and had me against the wall. Now we're here, are we done? There's the boy Shouta had expected to. Fine, we're done. Go back to class and send Shinso, Ida, and Uraraka to me. Come back once classes are over and we'll sort out your punishment. After he had talked to the other three, he had determined that Ida and Uraraka didn't know what happened other than hearing the explosions and sounds of a scuffle upstairs, and Shinso didn't know more than any other observers of the match. He did however hear from Shinso that Midoriya and Bakugo did seem to know each other before UA and there had been some tension between them. It's interesting that Bakugo hadn't seen fit to mention that, or perhaps using his real name had been his way of indicating they knew each other. He'll just have to add that to his list of questions for once Midoriya wakes up. When he first woke up, he was confused, but the day's events quickly came rushing back to him. As he sat up from the cot, he noticed that it was much later than he thought, and that Hitoshi was sitting at his bedside. What time is it? His mind and body feel sluggish. Hitoshi offers him a glass of water and some gummies, so this must be the nurse's office. Classes just ended, how are you feeling? Do you remember what happened? I don't feel great, but I'll be fine in a little while. I've got a killer headache, but I remember what happened. Did you dash? Take notes for you? The boy rolls his eyes. Yeah, of course that's the first thing you'd ask. You can copy my notes from the rest of classes. And I tried to take notes on our classmates' matches, but I'm not sure how much I picked up from it. I don't have a Quirk to help me with that like you do. Plus your fight messed up some of the cameras. I have to let Recovery Girl know you're up. Give me a second. Izuku is pretty sure he died, but Hitoshi doesn't seem to be aware of that, or if he does know, he's being remarkably cool-headed about it. He doesn't get much time to think before Hitoshi is returning with the elderly nurse. How are you doing, Sonny? You were out for longer than I expected, but you didn't have many serious injuries. My Quirk consumes your stamina in exchange for healing, so make sure you eat and rest plenty. I've let Aizawa know you're up, so he'll probably be here with some questions for you. She busies herself with taking his vitals and checking him over again, during which Hitoshi is kicked out. She frowns at his scars but doesn't comment on them. Still, he can't help but mumble a bad run-in with a Quirk to break the awkward silence. She's just finished and he's pulling his shirt back down when his teacher knocks and comes in. His eyes catch on the flash of skin and the exposed scars, but he keeps his mouth shut. Recovery Girl excuses herself and Aizawa comes closer to Izuku. I have a few questions for you about today's events, may I? Izuku gestures to the seat next to the cot. By all means. The hero sits. How are you feeling? I'm fine, just a bit tired and achy. That's good to hear. I've got a few questions about what happened today. I've heard from everyone else involved and unfortunately no one seems to know the full story. I'll answer the questions, but I have a question too. You weren't there when it happened, right? So why are you asking the questions rather than All Might? The teacher doesn't respond immediately, as if he's considering how to answer the question. He's asked me to take care of it. You are my students after all, and I have more experience sorting these things out. Let's start with your side of the story. Well, I'm sure you know most of it by now. I heard the fight between Katsuki and I took some of the cameras out of commission, so do you just need to know what happened between the two of us? Izuku worries that he's being a bit too on the nose about asking how much the hero already knows, but he doesn't want to reveal any more than is necessary. The man sighs. We know what happened up until your second attempt to ambush Bakugo. After that, the recording equipment was a bit too damaged to give much information and no one else was there but you and him. I'm not sure how much there really is to say then. I taunted him and got under his skin. I riled him up too much and couldn't calm him down in time. He didn't have his earpiece, so he didn't hear the initial announcement that the match was over. Then All Might told him over the speakers that he lost, and it was the last straw for him. He didn't notice the damage to our surroundings, and I tackled him out of the way. The blast messed up my hearing and knocked me out. It looked a bit dramatic, but it wasn't much more than a dispute that got out of hand. He isn't sure how much Katsuki told their teacher, so he hoped not leaving much out but downplaying it would be best. Katsuki had probably just seen him die. He hardly wanted to paint him as the bad guy. He could also hardly tell his teacher that the presence of that number one hero had knocked him off his game and messed him up. At least, not without Aizawa misunderstanding and thinking he's a super fan or thinking he's lying about his apprehension about the hero. Aizawa looks at him like he's expecting Izuku to say more. If it was someone else, they may have folded under the pressure, but Izuku had heard all sorts of funny stories about Sho by Present Mike, so the effect didn't work on him. My next question is about you and Bakugo. Shinso says you two seemed like you knew each other yesterday and seemed tense. Should I be worried? We were friends and classmates for a while before. When I changed schools, I never told him goodbye properly. He was upset I had cut our contact so abruptly. We talked it out yesterday. Everything should be fine now. All right, I don't have much else to ask you. Shinso volunteered to walk you home. Once you get home, make sure your mother got our messages. My own mother? You called her? He fights to keep his voice steady. Should we not have? It's standard procedure to let the guardian know when a student is injured and you were unconscious for hours. We didn't ever catch her, so we wanted to make sure the phone number is still current. Oh, it probably is. She works odd hours sometimes. She probably hasn't had the chance to check her messages. Aizawa excuses himself and Recovery Girl tells him he's clear to go not long after. Hitoshi is sitting outside the nurse's office and perks up once Izuku comes out. It isn't until they're off campus that Hitoshi finally asks, "What happened?" Izuku isn't quite sure how to respond. He doesn't want to blatantly lie to his friend, But he also can't tell the truth without revealing more than he intends to. I got under his skin, I intended to taunt him, I just pushed him too far and couldn't rein him back in. He's a bit sensitive to the word lose. He really likes to win. How do you know so much about him? I mean, he seems easy to provoke, but you clearly knew exactly which buttons to press, and yesterday he acted like you were close, but you've never mentioned him before. I probably have at some point, just not directly. Our moms were best friends and my father left when I was little, so we were practically raised together. We were friends for a long time, but competition ruined our relationship. He had a powerful quirk and I didn't have any. I picked subjects up faster, but he excelled athletically, you know? We grew apart and after Mom died, I stopped talking to him altogether. Most of the stories I've told you about my childhood involved him in one way or another, it's just complicated now. Okay, what did I miss in the fights? Anything spectacular? Todoroki froze the whole building as soon as he was allowed to. All he had to do was walk up to the weapon and he won. Really? There must be some crazy drawback to that. Did you see anything? That would require him to let someone around him and to talk to him. Nothing else particularly interesting happened, nothing that would compare to your match at least. I was paired up with Yaoyorozu, she's responsible, she's the one who got Eraserhead when All Might couldn't figure out what to do. I wish she would have taken a bit longer though. I may or may not have had Bakugu pinned to the wall while she was gone. Dimin. He didn't even fight back? He must have been more shocked than I thought. I'll race you back home. Before Hitoshi can respond, Izuku has taken off like a shot and he's left chasing after him. I don't think you're supposed to be exercising right now. Toshinori is sitting at his computer and reviewing the files of the students, putting any that catch his eye as a successor in a separate folder. When he gets to Class 1E, he pauses for a moment, thinking back to the momentary chaos after the first match. The boy with the explosion quirk hadn't stopped at first. Although he had some attitude issues, the intensity of his quirk had made the hero think he may make a good successor, but then the purple-haired boy with a mental quirk of all things had easily pinned him. Endeavor's boy had also been a contender, but it wouldn't be fair to Endeavor to do that. He had been training the boy all his life. To swoop in now wouldn't be polite. Maybe the third year with the permeation quirk would be the best choice, but he was already so far along in his training. Honestly, one of the first years might be best. They were young, still moldable, and he could work with them incognito as a UA teacher for a few years. The boy with the laser had good flair, but probably couldn't handle one for all. The redhead with the hardening quirk looked tough and strong, but could he keep something so important confidential? The white-haired boy, the explosion boy, had beaten seemed shrewd and tough. Maybe him? He checks the files. Midoriya? Young Midoriya? Why does that seem so familiar? Something about the boy seemed off. He wasn't as enthusiastic when he had burst into their classroom, but he wasn't so shy with everyone else. Had they met before? Toshinori is pretty sure he would remember meeting a kid with enough potential to get into UA despite not having a useful quirk, so he must be mistaken. He'll just have to keep an eye on the boy to see if he's deserving of a quirk such as One for All. Izuku is napping at his desk when he feels a jolt of electricity flow through his body. Before he can even spare a moment to think, he finds himself swinging, and it isn't until his fist collides with something that he realizes what he's done. He sees Kaminari on the ground, trying to disguise a few breathless coughs with clearing his throat. Then Midoriya, you swing pretty hard for being so short. The boy is clearly trying to laugh it off, but Izuku is still trying to calm his racing heart and respond before it gets awkward. He can see a few chargers in the blonde's other hand. In hindsight, Izuku remembers seeing the boy top off his classmates' phone charges by using his quirk. He must have been carrying a slight charge and shocked Izuku by mistake. He had been on edge since the battle trials, and it seems the shock had been just enough to have the tension snap. I'm so sorry, you just surprised me. Are you alright? He reaches down to help him up only to find Hitoshi has already done so and is looking at Izuku with an odd look. Yeah man, I'm alright. I was just going to wake you up and let you know Aizawa's gonna be here soon. That just makes Izuku feel worse. Kaminari hadn't even been playing a prank, he was just trying to do something nice. Izuku's heart rate is still soaring as Aizawa walks in and he mumbles one more apology. Everyone back to your seats, Today you have something very important to decide. This will likely have an effect on your future career in heroics. You could cut the tension in the room with a knife. You'll need to select class representatives. Everyone relaxes and starts to clamor about wanting the position. I don't really care how you decide, just make a decision and bring it to me by the end of homeroom. The class decides to vote anonymously after Ida suggests it, and predictably most students end up with only one vote, their own. However, Kaminari, Ida, Uraraka, Azui, and Ojiro have no votes. Yaoyorozu has 2 and Hitoshi has 3, surprisingly. I don't know why anyone would vote for me. I don't particularly want the position. Hitoshi says, it makes sense, he wants to be an underground hero. Getting noticed for leading the class is the opposite of what he would want. I thought it was cool that you took up for Midoriya after what happened yesterday, and you're normally really cool-headed. I think you'd be a good class rep. Kaminari pipes up, having misread the situation as Hitoshi lacking self-assurance rather than the desire to lead the class. Ida stands at his desk and chops at his hand. I thought Yaoyorozu would be a good choice. Rather than panicking or resorting to violence, she got a teacher to resolve the issue peacefully. He also mumbles something about expecting to have at least one vote, but it's too indistinct for Izuku to clearly make out. Izuku glances to where Katsuki is sitting with his head pointed to his desk. He's been uncharacteristically quiet all day, and even now he won't speak up to defend himself. The PRD is over before Izuku realizes, and Katsuki is among the first wave out of the classroom. Izuku tries to catch up with him, but the crush of students rushing to the cafeteria keeps him from getting close enough. He's pretty sure he sees the blonde duck into a doorway that leads to the roof though, so he follows as soon as he can reach the door. To his dismay, Katsuki is not there, but there is a nice breeze blowing. From this distance he can't even hear the media clamoring around the school gates. He had been lucky to sneak by while the reporters were distracted by Todoroki's arrival and swarming him with questions. The media had caused enough trouble that UA had acted the barrier around the gates and only students and staff with the proper IDs could get onto the school grounds. A few teachers had periodically made their way through the crowds to rescue Gen Ed and support course students. Surprisingly, most of the business students held their own. Even 2 days into their semester they were already overflowing with charisma and/or professionalism. Even though no one has passed through the gates in hours, there's still a persistent crowd of reporters at the barrier. It's a bit like watching bees buzzing around a hive. Izuku nearly jumps out of his skin when he feels a shock shoot down his spine the second time today as a hand clamps onto his shoulder. He keeps himself from blindly swinging, partially because he's afraid it's a teacher who's come to tell him the roof is off limits, but instead sees Kaminari standing behind him. Are you okay? That's the second time you've freaked out when I touched you. He isn't quite sure what to say. Yeah, he's physically fine, but the little shocks he keeps getting and the icky feeling of his hair raising on the back of his neck remind him too much of the moment just before lightning strikes. Is it me? I don't know what I did, but I don't want us to get off to such a bad start. No, it's not. It's not you specifically. Electric quirks just make me a bit uneasy. I had a bad experience with one when I was younger. I never really got over it. He hopes it's enough of an excuse. The other boy nods knowingly. That makes sense, I guess. It took me a while to figure out how to regulate my charge when I was little. I had to wear a quirk-canceling bracelet for the longest time after I accidentally shocked my mom one too many times. I didn't get it managed until middle school. Practicing control by charging devices helped me figure it out in the end. Too little energy and they didn't get any juice, too much and I fried the circuits. Electric quirks like mine aren't too uncommon, but no one really explains how electricity works to a kid, so I learned by trial and error at first. The boy leans against the railing and joins Izuku and people watching. Still, I was lucky that I got to test my quirk out around family members with similar quirks. They knew what to expect and what to watch for. Not everyone is so lucky. I ran into a kid last year who had just manifested his quirk, I guess. He was wandering near a park and seemed all shaken up. Izuku feels the words on the tip of his tongue dry up. Surely they couldn't be thinking of the same kid? I never got the full story, but I guess his quirk had just activated. There was a pair of good Samaritans caught up in it. I think they got hurt, but I don't know how badly. Anyway, point is that I get how intense electric quirk accidents can get. If you'd like, I can try to help you with your phobia. Izuku isn't sure how to respond, so he just focuses more intently on the press. It's probably only because he's so intently focused that he sees a part of the barrier dissolving away and the press spilling in a split second before alarms start going off throughout the school. Through the door leading back to the hallway and cafeteria, they can hear chaos erupting as students panic. Dimin, how did they get through the barrier? Let me tell everyone inside that it's a false alarm. Izuku nods at the other teen with his hand over his ears, thankful for the distraction keeping him from being forced to answer the question. Within a few minutes, the alarms have been shut off and the students have settled, so he finally braves the halls, hoping to get back to the classroom before the others and have a few minutes to himself. He can track Katsuki down later. As he passes the teacher's lounge, he nearly runs into a taller boy. He manages to avoid him at the last second and mumbles an apology, but in the process trips over his own feet. The boy catches him by the wrist and for a moment they stare at each other. It's in that moment that he notices the boy's pinky is carefully raised from the rest of his grip and how dry and flaky the skin on his face looks, especially around the corners of his lips. Maybe some sort of reptilian mutation making him shed? Izuku rights himself and scurries off, embarrassed by his clumsiness and how he had stared at the older boy. When he turns back around, the boy has disappeared into thin air. Was he wearing a uniform? He must have been. He seemed too young to be a teacher. He had also seemed older than most students, but for all he knows it could be a Quirk effect. Oh well, he'll just have to scan the directory later and apologize. That night, as he and Hitoshi speculated on what the field trip tomorrow would be about, he notices his shirt cuff looks singed, so he makes a mental note to be more careful with the iron next time. Izuku can't help but be nervous about the field trip tomorrow. They aren't even a week into classes yet. Also, he did get severely injured in his first heroics class, even if his mysterious quirk had obscured most of the serious injuries. He was thankful that today's heroics class had been a lecture about the laws in place to protect heroes and restrict vigilantism, as well as a clear explanation of what was expected of them this semester in class. Aizawa had covered the topics with the same no-nonsense attitude he seemed to use with all his students. His classmates had initially been disappointed that All Might wasn't teaching them again, until they remembered the quirk apprehension test and unanimously decided to be quiet before Aizawa gave them another trial that may not be a logical ruse, this time. The silent agreement not to say anything also prevented Izuku from having to voice his opinion, that he was glad Aizawa was in charge. It would have been ironic for a man who preferred to frame a teen for suicide rather than put a dent in his reputation to talk about the responsibilities and tenets of heroism. Arguably, the #1 hero had committed homicide, manslaughter maybe, but would likely never be held accountable for it since Izuku had no way to prove what had happened. What court would choose the testimony of a teenager over a beloved hero without any solid evidence? In a way, he was a bit glad he had gone first and fell unconscious in All Might's class. He isn't sure how he would have made it through the whole class PRD when every glance from the hero made his skin crawl. What would happen if All Might recognizes him? Would he kill him to keep his mouth shut? The fact that the older hero didn't seem to recognize him worked out in his favor, but the fact that he didn't recognize the face or name of the boy he had carried up a building and pushed over the edge less than a year ago was. Izuku shakes his head to try to clear the thoughts from his head before he gets swept up in them. Clearly, the #1 hero wasn't as pure and good as everyone thought, but Izuku couldn't call him a cold-blooded killer either. Clearly, it wasn't the only thing All Might had done and kept secret about. Something must have happened for Spawn Point and his organization to have lost their faith in the symbol of peace as well. Speaking of his mysterious client, Izuku could tell Spawn Point was disappointed with the lack of information Izuku had provided. He didn't say anything about it per se, but he was far more conservative with his thanks when Izuku gave him what little he could find out from the 3 days he had been at UA. Honestly, the only time he had even seen the man was the one class, ever since he hadn't been able to find him and had to rely on snippets of overheard conversations for information. He had found out that quite a few of the teachers respected the man as a hero, but thought he wasn't suited to teaching. It wasn't secret information, but it was comforting to know All Might wasn't being worshipped as an idol. Spawn Point seems to be in a rush lately. He had a long list of basic quirk analysis commissions Izuku was working his way through, but this afternoon he had suddenly told Izuku that he needed the analyses tonight or early tomorrow at the latest. He knew Spawn Point was part of an organization, so he figured they must be in the middle of hiring and needed an idea of how candidates' quirks could help or harm production. Typically, Izuku would tell them that he was only one person and wouldn't be able to complete so many commissions on such short notice, but Spawn Point had helped him edit his documents so he could apply to UA, and Izuku is failing to provide new intel on All Might. Izuku blearily stares up at the entrance to UA. There doesn't seem to be the same crush of reporters at the gates as yesterday. The brief infiltration must have given the principal cause to drive them away. Still, Hitoshi and Izuku had arrived early to avoid any persistent journalists. Neither boy looked rested. Hitoshi's insomnia had kept him up, so he had taken the graveyard shift at the cafe, and Izuku hadn't finished Spawn Point's analysis commissions until the early hours of the morning. They had managed to beat Ida to the classroom by a narrow margin, something that the now class rep seemed almost offended by. He made only one comment about how it's good to be punctual before thanking Hitoshi for nominating him as the replacement class rep and getting to work writing out multiple plans for bus seating. He had apparently managed to calm the stampede of students during the false alarm, so it wasn't too hard for Hitoshi to pass off the duties to him. Ida, of course, saw it as an honor. The morning classes pass like normal, with Izuku waking up bit by bit as the day goes on and his classmates getting increasingly curious and excited about the afternoon trip. Theories were thrown out about the destination encompassing everything from community service, proposed by Ida, a villain fight, proposed by Kirishima, and a hero agency, proposed by Uraraka. But the trip wouldn't be so secretive if it was for community service, and they were bringing their costumes. There's no way they could have predicted a villain fight ahead of time, and even if they did, they wouldn't put new students in a risky situation. It could be to a hero agency, but agencies, and the quirks of the students, can vary so widely that Izuku wasn't sure how they could pick just one to be the best fit. Plus, they would see agencies once they started internships eventually. It isn't until after lunch, when there isn't any more activities between them and the trip, that the excitement hits its peak. Izuku, although awake now, doesn't have the spare energy for niceties. He escaped back to the classroom early, but as time passes and lunch ends, more students trickle in and the near-silent classroom becomes a hubbub of activity. It's as if Aizawa can sense Izuku trying and failing to act polite and fend off the overly friendly classmates, since he calls his name, and everyone instantly finds a reason to talk to someone else. Midoriya, would you make some copies of the score sheet for me? Someone spilled coffee on half my copies. There's a copy machine in the faculty lounge. Score sheet? Are we being tested on the trip today? The answer should be obvious, but he asks anyway. This isn't a leisure trip, Midoriya. You will be expected to learn on a school trip. Bring the copies to the front gate. The bus should be here by the time you're finished. The hero cracks a smile which is more unsettling than comforting, but then again, it probably was intended to intimidate him a bit. Of course, it was a dumb question. With that, Izuku makes his way out of the class and to the teacher's lounge. The room is nearly empty, but luckily the copy machine is in plain view. As he fiddles with the controls to print the proper number of copies, he feels the hair raise on the back of his neck. He turns around and is surprised to see the only other person in the room, a rail, thin blonde man in baggy clothes, looking directly at him. Mr. Aizawa asked me to make some copies. He gestures with the paper to prove it's legitimate. Are you? Okay. He pauses as the man coughs and some blood drips out of the corner of his mouth. Supposedly all the faculty at UA are pro-heroes, but this man hardly looks like he could stand up against a strong wind, never mind that Izuku didn't recognize him from the staff lists available to him last night, which he had scoured to memorize the faculty so he wouldn't have any awkward moments like with the man yesterday. I'm fine, my boy. Just an old injury acting up. I overexerted myself this morning. He smiles, but it doesn't reassure Izuku at all, although it could be due to the blood still on his chin. You have a little... He taps his chin, and the man seems to get the hint and whips out a handkerchief to clean it off. He seems too nonchalant for having just coughed up blood. What injury would do that to a person? He decides to mind his business and turns to start copying the sheet. Thank you, young Midoriya. Izuku freezes and looks back at the man. Have we met before? I don't remember telling you my name. The man seems to realize his error and backtracks. You're right, we hadn't met before, not in person. I am All Might's secretary, Mr. Yagi. He isn't available currently, so I'm covering for him. You may see me around now and then. He was telling me about when he taught one. You must have impressed him. He told me he's keeping an eye on you. The man pauses as if he expects Izuku to fall over himself that he attracted the attention of the #1 hero, but all it does is fill his stomach with dread. Oh, the copies are done. I should go before I miss the bus. He scurries out without even looking behind to gauge Mr. Yagi's reaction. The class arrives to the unforeseen simulation joint, in one piece, although things had gotten slightly heated when a few of Shouta's students insult Bakugo and his prickly personality. Although they were just joking around, he still activates his quirk to prevent any damage to the bus. Luckily, nothing comes of it. He would hate to have to mediate a fight before the exercise even begins. Besides, although Shouta is confident he can manage a few rowdy kids, he doesn't really want to. He won't be on his own, but 13 is specialized in rescue and rescue training, so wouldn't be much help in managing an unruly student, and although All Might will be there, he likely won't be much help with any issues he can't punch his way through if his current teaching record counts for anything. The USJ is a bit too far from the main campus to be able to get prompt backup should he need it, so he would likely be stuck with babysitting any students that prove too unruly to continue the exercise. On the topic of All Might, Shouta doesn't see him near 13, so while his students are admiring the building, he walks over to her and subtly asks about him. She holds up 3 fingers and Shouta feels that he could hit himself. The plan had been for All Might to tag along and get experience teaching under supervision. Shouta had suggested he travel to the USJ separately so that he wouldn't have to use any of his time limit on holding his form on the bus ride, but obviously he can't be trusted to manage his own time wisely. It's barely past noon and he hadn't had any classes yet. How did he use up 3 hours already? Just more work for the rest of us. Why did he even get the HPSC to get him a faculty seat if he wasn't going to be able to teach? Honestly, he's mostly just glad he had kept the whole trip secretive and hadn't announced All Might's presence to the students, so he wouldn't have to make an excuse to cover up his absence. He half-tunes out 13's opening speech. It's about the same as usual, introducing herself and the USJ, explaining that quirks can be used for more than just fighting, explaining the purpose of their trip. Most of the students are getting hyped up about the facilities. Uraraka looks downright starstruck being within 10 feet of the space hero. A few students with quirks not well suited for rescue such as Bakugo look a bit disappointed. Shinso and Midoriya seem neutral. Shouta isn't sure how they'll do. Shinsu's quirk could be useful for rescuing real people if he knows how to handle an emergency, but the USJ just used dolls, so he couldn't really use his quirk today. Midoriya may have an advantage if his quirk extends to analyzing disastrous situations and setting priorities. Shouta can't be sure if it does or not though. His quirk is only listed as analysis on his record and the description doesn't give any more details. It might only work on people and not objects, or it could just be an intelligence quirk wielded by a shrewd kid. He'll have to keep an eye on those too. He hadn't really had many students without physical, combative quirks. Going to the USJ so early in the year, ideally before the first combative lesson, was intended to teach the students who blast through the exam robots that quirks weren't just for fighting, but those two likely didn't have that issue. Obviously, they had figured out how to tweak and manipulate their quirks to get through the entrance exam, something Shouta hadn't even been able to do, having gotten in by special admission after winning the sports festival. They hadn't grown up mimicking the flashy fights on the internet and being encouraged to fight all the bad guys. He's fully aware that Nizu typically gives him the problematic ones to straighten out, or those with potentially dangerous quirks since he can nullify them, and students with less combative quirks typically were put in the other class, so he can't help but wonder why he got 2 kids with mental-based quirks. It isn't like Nizu to be biased against Shinsu's brainwashing or Midoriya's analysis. Of all people creatures, he wouldn't label them so easily. In that case, they must have some problematic trait he missed, or maybe Nizu just saw him as more effective at adapting mental quirks to combat. He's distracted from his thoughts as Midoriya approaches him. 13 is still speaking and the others are focused on her, but Midoriya seems focused on something in the opposite direction. Mr. Aizawa, something is wrong. That spot isn't supposed to be there, is it? He turns to look where Midoriya is pointing. After so many brushes with death, his situational awareness was pretty good. What spot dash? His eyes fix on a steady growing dark fog in the center of the plaza. He grips his goggles and scarf, and just then he sees a figure peering out from the center of the fog before others start pouring through. Sheet. He mutters, forgetting some of his students have excellent hearing. Unfortunately, Jairu and Shoji heard, and once they turn to see what's happening, the others notice too, and soon enough everyone is looking at the villains entering the plaza. Oh, are these hired actors to act as villains? Someone asks, probably Kirishima, but Shouta is focused on figuring out how to get the students out. There's multiple portals in the plaza, so it's likely there are more villains hidden elsewhere in the building. God, there's so many, and more are still coming. No, this is real. 13. Get the students out. If the sensors aren't going off, they must have someone jamming the signal. They came prepared, get them out before it gets any worse. He adjusts his goggles over his eyes. 13 is a rescue hero. There's only so much she can do much in a fight, but she can organize and evacuate the students. Before he can go to intercept the villains, Izuku stops him. Eraserhead, there's so many, you'll be outnumbered. Can you really fight them all on your own? You can't use your quirk on groups. He can't help but notice how worried Midoriya seems, and it doesn't help his confidence that the analysis student isn't sure of his abilities. Still, it's his job as a hero and furthermore as a teacher to reassure his students, so he plasters a smirk over his face. No good hero is a one-trick pony. He takes off towards the horde of villains, finding and marking down mentally anyone who he probably can't erase the quirk of and anyone who may still be formidable quirkless. He throws himself into the fight, using the lack of teamwork in his favor as he switches between targets. He cultivates a level of chaos that keeps the villains frantic, but not so much that he can no longer predict what happens next. In the few chances he gets, he glances towards the students. Moving to the door. 5 more down. Foggy figure intercepts them. 10 down, his eyes burn. Kirishima and Bakugo charging at villain. 3 more. Portals enveloping the students. 6. 13 alone, collapsed. He's surrounded by a large group. Anytime he takes one down, 2 more come at him from behind him. His eyes sting and his eyelids feel like sandpaper running over his eyes. He needs to finish this. Then he can get to the kids. He can only pray they can hold out until he can get to them. His heart is pounding and all he can hear is the blood rushing in his ears. He gets lost in the fight and finds a way to ignore the shooting pain in his eye between blinks, but just past the horde he can see a figure with hands over him standing still. He's saying something, just one word every so often. Counting maybe? For what? He's cleared out nearly all the villains attacking him when the adrenaline starts to wear off. He isn't sure how long it's been, but there are so many prone bodies around him that he figures he must have lost his focus and control, although insanely dangerous it had worked out. This time, when his hearing returns, he can see and hear the lone man clapping. Wonderful run. Truly, I'm impressed. You took out quite a few NPCs on your own, Eraserhead. You're practically a final boss. But I have you figured out, and you're all worn out before you've even faced the real boss. There's some type of venom laced in the man's words. But where's All Might? His schedule said he'd be here. This whole arena was prepared for him after all. I have an idea. If we kill some kids, he'll probably come running. If not... While he's distracted monologuing, Eraserhead takes his chance to get him. He hasn't seen his quirk, but he can't wait any longer. He isn't sure how much longer he can stay on his feet, how much longer he can keep his quirk active. Everything feels too bright, but he won't give the man the chance to do anything. He won't let anyone hurt his kids. He catches the man in the scarf too easily, but he pulls him in to deliver a blow, quirk activated in case he has some sort of defensive quirk. But the man catches his elbow and digs 4 of his fingers in. He shouldn't have been able to grab him so easily. His elbow should have been tucked into him, not in the open within arm's reach of the bound villain. He should have seen the loose arm. He should have realized that the capture was too easy for being the apparent ringleader. See? I told you I had you figured out. Your hair only floats when your quirk is active. You can't keep your quirk active all the time. You can only activate it for a certain PRD. His vision is obscured by a few tears welling up and he's forced to blink them away. The man touches his pinky to the hero's elbow and almost instantly Eraserhead feels a fiery agony erupt. When he sees his right elbow, it's partially disintegrated, the air blowing past and brushing against his now exposed tissue bringing waves of pain. And that PRD is getting shorter. The villain whispers in his ear. Eraserhead darts away backwards only to get snagged by a hulking figure. It easily shatters his right arm. He activates his quirk but it doesn't even react. The League of Villains designed this Nomu to kill All Might. You can't defeat it. You're tough, but you can only really excel in sneak attacks and short fights, right? You're getting tired. He isn't sure if it's even intentional, but as the creature grabs his left arm, he feels his fingers go numb and the arm is crushed. He groans and the man is distracted by the appearance of the misty figure he had seen just before the kids were scattered. Kurogyri, did you kill 13? Yes. I have incapacitated her, but Master Shigaraki, one student escaped. By now he has surely notified the staff and is returning with reinforcements. We can't take all of them. The man, Shigaraki scowls, you couldn't even do your job right. I'd kill you if your portals weren't so dim and useful. The Nomu slams his head into the ground. Master Shigaraki. I'll let Sensei deal with you, you useless spawn point. But first, let's scar All Might's reputation by killing a few kids. Look, there's some that came right to us. Conjuring up every drop of strength he has left, he lifts his face from the concrete. He isn't sure if it's the intensity of the moment or the blood running into his eye, but he sees red. He watches as Shigaraki approaches Azui too fast for her to dodge, his hand inches from her face. As his hand touches her face it feels like time stands still, but nothing happens, he managed it on time. He tosses her to the side and glares back at Eraserhead. He glares right back. You won't hurt them. I won't let you. How noble, but it won't do any good. Nomu. Eraserhead's strength gives out on him, and the creature slams his face back down into the concrete. Although he fights it, he can't conjure up anything more and feels his consciousness slipping away. Hopefully he had bought enough time for the kids to get to safety or for backup to arrive. Izuku is impressed with the USJ, even from outside the sheer size was evident, but he can't will up the same excitement his classmates are oozing. He sees his teacher scowl slightly and walk over to the figure waiting just outside the doors, the pro hero 13. She specializes in rescues, that must be the focus of today's trip. 13 holds up 3 fingers and Aizawa practically deflates. Izuku can't help but wonder what the signal had meant. Uraraka is the first of the others to recognize 13. Her eyes sparkle as soon as she spots her and she starts babbling about the hero. It isn't unlike how he used to babble about any hero or quirk information he could get his hands on, except this time no one is angrily shushing her or complaining, everyone just laughs a little at her excitement and moves on. 13 introduces herself and explains the purpose of the Unforeseen Simulation Joint as a training facility focusing on rescue from natural disasters. It has 6 disaster zones: a ruined city, landslide zone, mountainous terrain, a city on fire, a large lake for a shipwreck simulation, and a city buffeted by simulated rain and wind. She explains that quirks can be used for more than just an outright fight and demonstrates how her quirk, Black Hole, has the potential to be very dangerous, but also is effective at removing debris or obstacles. Izuku doesn't pay much attention to her lecture about dangerous quirks and adapting them for other uses. His fake quirk is hardly dangerous and his real one only affects him, at least as far as he can tell. Secret testing can only be so effective. Perhaps it's because he's not really paying attention to her that he notices a shift in the atmosphere and finds his eyes drawn to the central plaza. Dark mist gathers in the center and that doesn't sound like any of the 6 simulations. He approaches his homeroom teacher who seems to be lost in thought. He taps his arm to get his attention. The man looks at him and raises an eyebrow. Mr. Aizawa, something is wrong. That spot isn't supposed to be there, is it? He points to where the blob of mist is growing and watches his teacher's demeanor shift as he reaches for his gear. Sheet. It's mumbled under the hero's breath. If Izuku wasn't so close it would have been too quiet for him to hear. However, some of his classmates don't have the same issue. Jiru and Shoji hear the curse and peer over at him and by proxy, the plaza. The other classmates follow suit, and soon enough their attention is focused in on the intruders. Despite being told the USJ is fitted with sensors, nothing is going off, so several students assume this must be a planned simulation. Kirishima is the first to directly address Eraserhead. Oh, are these hired actors to act as villains? Izuku can't speak. More and more people are spilling out of the portal. 13 just made the point that quirks were useful for more than fighting, so why would they bring in villains to fight? This is real. No, this is real, says Eraserhead, adjusting his goggles. 13, get the students out. If the sensors aren't going off, they must have someone jamming the signal. They came prepared, get them out before it gets any worse. 13 is already gathering the class and looking around for the best route out. Something about the situation makes Izuku feel weird. It's almost like a sense of déjà vu, but not quite. Izuku stops his teacher before he can scale the railing. Eraserhead, there's so many. Can you really fight them all on your own? You can't use your quirk on groups. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he hopes the man won't jump into the fight. Not until Izuku can figure out what seems so familiar and yet out of place. The man falters for a second before catching himself and smirking. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Eraserhead leaps over the railing and Izuku is herded along with his classmates towards the door by 13. Unfortunately, their way out is blocked by the sudden appearance of the Mist Man. 13 starts to SCK the mist in through her finger, but he must have used his quirk to make hers backfire somehow, and she falls to the ground, a hole torn in the back of her suit. He sees Kirishima and Katsuki charging at the man only to pass through him. Although his classmates' attack hadn't landed, it did disturb the air a bit and cause the mist to blow away from the villain slightly, exposing something that shimmered like metal in the area around the man's neck, or where his neck should be. Target the neck. As the boys adjust their trajectory, Izuku grabs Ida. You need to get out and tell the faculty what's happening. But dash. If the sensors didn't go off, the teachers may not even know what's happening. Who knows how long we have before the villain's attention falls on us. Go, he says in a forced whisper, pushing Ida towards the doors. Izuku feels the floor disappear out from under his feet and can do nothing to stop himself from falling. But he's pretty sure he sees Ida using his quirk to dart around any forming portals at least. Everything is dark and he can't breathe. After a few blinks he realizes he's been teleported underwater, and a shark is swimming towards him. He freezes as he struggles to determine which way is up. Luckily something attacks the shark and wraps around him, pulling him out of the water and onto a boat. He coughs up the little bit of water he had swallowed and looks around his surroundings. Hitoshi is sitting up, looking a lot like a soaked cat after a bath, and Azui is looking over the edge of the boat. Thanks Azui, I didn't know I'd freeze like that. Just Sue is fine, and we aren't out of hot water yet, Karo. He joins her at the edge of the boat and sees several villains with aquatic-type quirks staring back and making plans for the students. They all brace as a large arm made up of water slams down on the ship. His stomach turns as he realizes why the whole situation feels familiar. It isn't the people or the situation he's recognizing but the quirks. He remembers analyzing these, a mutation quirk that gives someone shark-like abilities in the water, a quirk that allows the person to be much quicker and nimbler in the water, a quirk allowing someone to control and manipulate water. He had just finished these analyses this morning, after his client had suddenly told him he needed them right away. Had he given the villains the information they needed to plan this attack? Izuku feels his stomach turn before he pushes the feeling back down. But they had placed Sue in the shipwreck zone, where her quirk could flourish rather than the mountain zone where the chilly weather could put her into hibernation. Although the villains were placed where they were best suited, the villains clearly didn't know the quirks of the students. He quickly tries to make a plan as the ship rumbles and starts to take on water, the simulation seemingly turning on. Sue, how much weight can you carry at once? Do you think you could hold Hitoshi and I? I should be able to, but I won't be able to move as easily with extra weight, Karo. How far do you think you could jump? Probably 10-15 yards? Past that I'm not sure. Izuku nods and turns to Hitoshi. I need you to get a few of them under your control and get them to turn on each other. Make a distraction for us. Although he looks unsure, Hitoshi agrees and both of them start to rile the villains up. obscuring who is using their quirk and what the activation requirements are. Izuku uses their weaknesses against them, using details he could have inferred to hide the fact that he knows more than he should have about these strangers, like the Sharkman's embarrassment at his poor sight and calling the water manipulator's quirk unrefined. They manage to cause enough internal arguments that Tsu can jump over them unnoticed in the chaos, and after a short, tense swim the last few feet they're safe ashore, the now sunken ship having the villains following it below rather than watching the shoreline. The shockingly realistic training dummies dressed up with whatever Tsu could find to have them resemble students, keeping them busy so the actual students can escape. We should make our way to the doors. We might be able to make it out, Karo, Tsu says while running, or more like hopping in her case. They probably have someone blocking the doors, and there isn't much cover near the entrance. Izuku rebuts. Muffled sounds of fighting get louder as they near the central plaza. Maybe we can watch the fight. Make sure anyone Eraserhead takes out stays down? We might be able to relieve the burden a little for him, they won't see us. Hitoshi adds. The three come to a silent agreement and double back towards the plaza, tucking themselves down behind a few bushes. Eraserhead is clearly struggling, though he does continue to take down villains left and right at an impressive speed. At the very center, where the portals had first opened, a thin man with hands around his face, neck and wrists stands, mouthing something to himself. Next to him is some sort of grotesque creature. Its skin is black as tar and covers a hulking form full of muscle. Its eyes bulge out of its head as if it has no eyelids, and its brain is exposed. Its bird-like beak is slightly ajar and a gurgling sound quietly emanates from its throat, but otherwise it does not move or act. The man claps as Eraserhead defeats another villain, and any that remain retreat to nurse their wounds. Wonderful run. Truly, I'm impressed. You took out quite a few NPCs on your own, Eraserhead. You're practically a final boss. But I have you figured out, and you're all worn out before you've even faced the real boss. His voice sounds scratchy and dry. But where's All Might? His schedule said he'd be here. This whole arena was prepared for him after all. I have an idea. If we kill some kids, he'll probably come running. If not. He doesn't finish that thought. He doesn't need to. He starts on a monologue about heroes and society, but it doesn't seem very well put together. He keeps using random video game references and seems like he's praising All Might despite also saying he plans to kill the hero. He can't seem to focus on his own speech to the panting Erasure hero. He keeps getting distracted and going on tangents. Eraserhead sees an opening and takes action, snagging the man in the long capture weapon while activating his quirk. In the flurry of movement, Izuku doesn't see the villain's free hand or the devious smile under his hand mask until the two men are within a few feet of each other. The villain grips Eraserhead's elbow, and for a few seconds the two men are frozen. Eraserhead trying to subtly catch his breath and the villain not struggling. See? I told you I had you figured out. Your hair only floats when your quirk is active. You can't keep your quirk active all the time, you can only activate it for a certain PRD. The hero's hair wavers from the slow float it's been in during the standoff, and in that moment, Izuku sees the villain's pinky touch the elbow and Eraserhead instantly reacts, mouth opening in an unspoken yelp as his vision darts to the elbow, now flaking away into the wind bit by bit. The villain leans closer to whisper something in Eraserhead's ear, and the man finally manages to pull away, although he doesn't get far. The large black thing reaches out faster than a creature of its magnitude should be able to, and with a clench of its fist Eraserhead's arms folds the wrong way. It's at this point that Izuku truly realizes how outclassed they are. At best, Hitoshi might be able to brainwash the hand villain, but the creature doesn't speak and is far too strong for any of the class to take down on their own. His quirk would probably protect him from actually dying, but he still felt the pain, and he had a feeling they wouldn't grant him a quick death. This was a mistake. He had dragged his classmates here and possibly to their deaths. Why couldn't he just agree to go for the doors? The League of Villains designed this Nomu to kill All Might. You can't defeat it. You're tough, I'll give you that, but you can only really excel in sneak attacks and short fights, right? You're getting tired. The creature, a Nomu apparently, crushes the hero's other arm and he groans. Oh God! Oh God! What has he done? They're going to die here, aren't they? Tsu, Hitoshi, Eraserhead, all gone because of him. This Nomu was built to fight All Might, the #1 hero. They had no hope of taking this on. His blood pounds in his ears as he tries frantically to figure out how to sneak his classmates away and keep Eraserhead alive. The mist villain appears next to the hand villain, distracting him from ordering the Nomu to do anything else. Kurogyri, did you kill 13? I have incapacitated her, but Master Shigaraki, one student escaped. By now he has surely notified the staff and is returning with reinforcements. We can't take all of them. Shigaraki scowls. You couldn't even do your job right. I'd kill you if your portals weren't so dim and useful. The Nomu slams Eraserhead into the ground, and Tsu jolts, unfortunately moving out from behind cover and alerting the villains to their presence. Master Shigaraki. I'll let Sensei deal with you, you useless spawn point. But first, let's scar All Might's reputation by killing a few kids. Look, there's some that came right to us. Izuku watches Shigaraki dash towards Tsu, but he can't will his body to move. As the villain's hand finds purchase on Tsu's face, the guilt hits Izuku full force. He should have pulled her away, taken the hit himself. It was all his fault. There was no way, it was only a coincidence that the analyses he had done matched those of the invading villains, and on top of that, Shigaraki had called the Mistman a spawn point, and the man's manner of speech matched the correspondence Izuku had had with his spawn point. It hits him suddenly that for all of his experience with death, he hasn't really witnessed anyone but himself die. But Tsu's face doesn't begin to break down, she doesn't even respond to the grab apart from a little yelp that slips out when he ran at her. She wiggles a bit in Shigaraki's grip, until he drops her to the ground and whips around to behind him. Izuku follows his gaze to see Eraserhead glaring, the hero's eyes flickering and his hair barely managing to do more than hover a few inches above its usual spot. Shigaraki turns fully around to address the Nomu and Tsu takes her chance to slip away, out of sight. How noble, but it won't do any good. Nomu! The words are barely out of the villain's mouth before Eraserhead is being slammed back down into the concrete with a crunch. Unlike before, when they could still see the hero slightly struggling under the creature, this time he goes completely still. From this distance they can't even tell if he's breathing or not. Izuku feels his stomach rise into his mouth as Shigaraki turns back around and sees Tsu is gone. He starts to scan the surrounding area. He knows she couldn't have gotten far. The mist villain also quietly scans his surroundings, pausing for only a second when he and Izuku make eye contact before flicking his eyes away. He tries to calm his racing heart as he moves closer towards Hitoshi. He gently squeezes his friend's shoulder to get his attention. I'm sorry, I never should have suggested we come here to help. He whispers, I need you to get to Tsu and tell her what I'm about to tell you, okay? Hitoshi nods slightly, eyes still flicking between him and the villains on the platform. They'll end up finding us if we don't do anything. I'll distract them, I know it's a lot to ask, but if you get the chance, try to take Eraserhead with you. Hitoshi's eyes widen. What? No, we can't let you do that, plus I don't think we should move him, we might hurt him worse. Even so, if we leave him there, he might get caught up in any collateral damage. I need you to trust me, Toshi. You saw what that guy did when he just barely touched Eraserhead, he'll kill you. Izuku glances over to see the villains moving closer. I won't die, don't worry about that. Do you really think I'd make a plan like this if I thought it'd kill me? They said Ida made it to the other teachers, make sure they know what's happening. He sees Hitoshi's face change slightly. Are you sure about this, Izuku? Izuku purses his lips and gives him a smile he hopes is reassuring, only nodding and refusing to answer verbally since he's pretty sure Hitoshi would try to use his quirk to get him to escape with them. He crawls as quickly and quietly as he can away from his classmates, going as far as he dares before the villains get too close to the others. Unlike most of the other villains they had seen, Izuku hadn't analyzed the quirks of these villains. All he had to go off of was what he had seen so far. Taking one last rallying breath, he steps onto the edge of the platform. He really hopes this isn't a mistake, but even if it was, this was all his fault anyway, so it was his responsibility to fix it. I won't let you do this. His voice cracks a little as the two villains turn away from his classmate's hiding spot and towards him. Shigaraki runs at him now, but without the advantage of surprise. Izuku manages to dodge away at the last second. Still, the villain had managed to brush his hand against his uniform, causing the hem to crumble a bit. It looked just like the shirt cuff Izuku had thought he had simply burned while ironing. If he just squints a little bit, Shigaraki's figure did look vaguely familiar. "You're the one who broke into UA a few days ago, aren't you? Oh, you're the NPC from the hallway? A hero student? I'm surprised you didn't tell anyone you had seen me. It's good you didn't, it would have been harder to get in today if you did. I should thank you for letting us break in today." It stung a bit to be told he had helped villains invade UA and hurt, maybe kill, heroes. But still, Izuku managed to shake it off in time to dodge the next attack. Izuku already felt guilty for helping the villains use their quirks best. Not reporting an intruder was just another thing to add to the list for future Izuku to deal with. "Master Shigaraki, we should go. The heroes are likely almost here." Kurogyri interrupts. It distracts the villain long enough for Izuku to build up a bit of distance between them and catch his breath. By the time Shigaraki is focused on him again, Izuku has managed to position them so that neither villain can see Eraserhead. He can still see the faintest hint of purple lurking around the edges, so if he could just get the Nomu off the hero, there's a good chance Eraserhead could be retrieved without the villains knowing. Unfortunately, as a fledgling hero student, he wasn't enough of a threat to use the Nomu on. However, Shigaraki seemed to think of himself as the final boss. Izuku could try to run away, but if Shigaraki has an overinflated ego, there's a chance that he wouldn't think it was worth the effort to chase Izuku down personally, plus Kurogyri could probably catch him before he got far. If the villain was overestimating himself, there was a decent chance Izuku could surprise him if he could get past the villain's guard. He had an idea, but it was a big risk. Then again, he didn't have long until they came after him again anyway, so he puts on a false bravado and acts as if he isn't struggling in the slightest. He takes the gamble and charges straight at Shigaraki. With any luck, this won't get him killed and Kurogyri won't teleport him away immediately. Surprisingly, it pays off. Kurogyri hesitates to send out his fog to teleport him, and Izuku manages to catch Shigaraki off guard for long enough to grab hold of his wrists and tackle him to the ground before he can make contact. Shigaraki could probably push Izuku off with relative ease, but instead he does just as Izuku wants and calls the Nomu to get him off. Before Izuku could even brace for impact, the Nomu crashes into him, throwing Izuku off the leader and probably cracking a few ribs, but ultimately leaving Eraserhead's body unguarded. Izuku staggers back up, blinking stars out of his vision. The Nomu is just standing between him and Shigaraki, waiting for its next order. Izuku sees Tsu and Hitoshi creep up onto the platform towards their teacher, but he forces himself to look away before the villains notice what he's looking at. He should try to distract them for as long as he can, but there's no way he can beat them in a fight. Unfortunately, talking wasn't much of an option now that even breathing had become a difficult task. He looks around him for any sort of escape route. There are a few trees a short distance away. He might be able to make it, but at any point Kurogyri could cut him off. If he did fall back on that plan, he would have to hope the mist villain couldn't teleport what he can't see. Before he can make a good plan, the Nomu is charging back at him. As a last-ditch effort, he throws a punch, but unfortunately it does him about as much good as punching an oncoming car, leaving him with a bloodied, aching fist and a perfectly fine opponent now dangling him in the air by his neck. The Nomu brings him back to the other villains like a cat would bring its prey but doesn't let go of him. Izuku can feel himself getting a bit lightheaded, and pulling himself up a bit to get the weight off his neck can only help for so long. His eyes dart around in the hopes that the rest of the UA staff has arrived, but no luck. Shigaraki is talking to him, he thinks, but he can hardly make it out over the pounding in his ears. His lungs burn as his arms finally give out on him, and he can feel the darkness taking over the edges of his vision. When he goes limp and still, the Nomu finally drops him. Despite every instinct telling him to gasp for breath and get away, he suppresses it. It would be best not to let the villains know he's still conscious. It's during this PRD that Shigaraki finally notices Eraserhead has disappeared. He gets rather upset at that, and unfortunately, Izuku is both nearby and unconscious. Izuku isn't quite sure how he manages to barely react to the burning touch of the man as he grips his arm and pulls him up to a sitting position. taking a solid few layers of arm flesh with him. The situation isn't going to improve, and he isn't going to recover any more than he has, so he takes his next chance to dodge away from the villain and lands a solid punch to stun him before attempting an escape. He didn't account for how much the light now entering his eyes would be painful or how just moving caused bile to rise in the back of his throat. His vision swims in front of him as he runs. He makes it 20 feet before his balance gives out and he finds himself heaving onto the ground in front of him, the effort making his ribs shoot new waves of pain through him. This is pitiful. They're counting on me and I can't even run properly anymore. The Nomu is on him in an instant, once again bringing him back to Shigaraki, but this time the villain is absolutely sad. He swallows back a wave of nausea. Nomu, his arm. Izuku immediately feels his arm give as the creature bends it the wrong way. The snap sends a wave of pain up his arm and he bites back the scream as tears well up in his eyes. Nomu, the OT dash, he's cut off by a crash. When Izuku's eyes clear a bit, he sees All Might standing in the doorway. Help is almost here, he just has to hang on a bit longer. Oh fine, I guess I can cut this short. Nomu, just kill the kid, then All Might. All Might is running towards them as Izuku feels the Nomu wrap its hand around his neck and squeeze. Just before the hero can reach them, he feels his neck snap to the side and black rapidly clouds his vision. He doesn't even feel the impact of landing on the ground. When he is able to will his eyes open again, it takes him a second to recognize the scene in front of him. He's half slumped over the edge of the platform and there's shards of ice and concrete all around. His head is pointed in the general direction of where a rumpled-looking All Might is fighting the creature, and near his feet, he can feel the shape of a body. He spares a glance at it, the movement making his vision blur. Oh, thank goodness, it's just my corpse. He manages to kick at the body with a bare foot. When did I lose my shoe? And it dissipates. He tries to see his surroundings better, but smoke and dust block his view of several sections of the USJ. Suddenly Izuku sees the Nomu go flying up and out of the glass ceiling dome, and All Might turns towards the remaining two villains. Within seconds, they have disappeared into a misty portal and All Might is left alone fuming in the center of the platform. Literally fuming, or... no, that's steam. Why is he steaming? Izuku doesn't have to wait long since he watches as the hero shrinks down in size into the shape of Mr. Yagi and coughs up a bit of blood. Did All Might's secretary have some kind of transformation quirk and had changed into the hero's form to intimidate the villains? No, he would still need a hero license to engage with villains, and the man had the real strength of the symbol of peace. This is the symbol of peace. Izuku doesn't realize he is staring until the man happens to turn and makes eye contact with him. Sheet, what do I do now? They're both quickly distracted by the hubbub that comes from the rest of the heroes arriving and picking off any remaining villains. At some point the man slinks off, and by the time a few of the heroes have gotten close to him, he's too exhausted to keep his eyes open anymore. It's been a while since Hisashi has felt this anxious. This isn't the first time he's sat at someone's bedside in the hospital, or even the first time it's been Shouta in the hospital. Still, it feels worse than usual this time and he can't stop himself from tapping his foot. By the time he and the others had arrived to the USJ, it was mostly over. There were still a few villains moving around, but it didn't take long to handle them. Even so, for those few minutes he was silently begging it to be over so he could check on the class and Shouta. By the time he was able to reach them, a few other staff members were heading back out to find the students who had not made it back to the main group yet, and others were checking them over, getting statements, and providing first aid as needed. The students seemed to have gotten through it mostly unharmed, but his husband and 13 hadn't been as lucky. He had been a bit surprised, honestly, that the fight had ended how it did. He had expected to arrive to the scene and see Shouta and 13 standing victorious over a handful or two of invading villains with only a few injuries, the call for backup mostly being a formality or a matter of managing a few villains that were higher level. He knew that hero work was dangerous. He knew it wasn't a good idea to think of his friends and co-workers as invulnerable, but he had gotten caught up in the perceived safety of UA. He was used to seeing his co-workers a bit tired or ruffled from managing rowdy teens, not laid out on the ground, unconscious and injured, being tended to and guarded by kids who barely know what they're doing and shouldn't need to. He wishes he would have known what was happening sooner. He wishes he could have gotten to the USJ faster, or that All Might could have brought the others with him when he took off. As he sits at the hospital bed with nothing to occupy himself with other than listening to the steady beeping of monitors, the clacking of shoes passing by, the quiet whooshing of Shouta's breathing, and thinking about everything he could have done better, he finds himself getting more and more frustrated that All Might hadn't been there initially. If he had been there, Shouta and 13 wouldn't have been forced to split up and juggle the tasks like they did. 13 wouldn't have been forced to defend a large group of people with her quirk being mostly unsuitable for battle, and maybe she would have been able to support the fight or pull the scattered students out of the dangerous areas. Shouta wouldn't have been forced to fight a large mob of villains on his own, even if they were mostly low-level. No sane hero would take all of them on alone if they had any other choice. If All Might had been there, 13 may not have had her own quirk turned against her. Shouta wouldn't have ended up trapped, alone, and heavily injured with his quirk exhausted. He wouldn't even have had to overuse his quirk as much as he did. He could understand how, as an immensely popular hero, All Might used up more of his time than intended and couldn't attend without revealing his sickly form, but he should have at least let them know earlier. Another teacher could have taken his place. Even under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult enough to run the simulation with only the two heroes since the USJ is so big and has multiple scenarios. But no, he didn't tell them early enough to replace him, so the class was forced to make do. The media was already clamoring to come up with their stories on the unprecedented attack on UA and All Might's fight. He couldn't help but feel bitter that All Might was getting good press over this while his husband was stuck in a hospital bed with no guarantee he'll wake up or still have his sight or use of his quirk. He's nursing a cup of tepid hospital coffee when he sees the sheets rustle a little. "Shouta? Are you awake?" He looks over to the monitors. His vitals look like he might be awake, but the bandages covering most of his body, including his face, make it hard to tell. He tries to get a response from him again, and this time he is answered by a soft shushing noise. He must have raised his voice a bit too much without realizing. "Here." He reaches over to the table. "You should drink a little, there's a straw for you." He holds the little cup of water up to him for a while, and it looks like Shouta tries to reach out to grab it before realizing both arms were in casts. After a few more seconds, his husband audibly sighs and leans forward a bit to take the straw into his mouth. "How do you feel? Any pain?" Hisashi asks. "I'm fine, Zashi." "No, you aren't." He thinks, "Why can't I see?" His heart drops into his stomach. Had the shards of bone damaged his eyes or optic nerves permanently like the doctors worried? "What do you mean you can't see? Can you see anything?" I see shadows a bit." "Is there something on my face?" "It feels like there is, but I can't get my hands up to feel it." Hisashi pushes the bandages away from his husband's eyes and sees the man squint against the fluorescent hospital lights before closing his eyes. "Yeah, I think it was just the fabric over my eyes. It's way too bright in here." He just barely holds off from slapping Shouta's shoulder on account of the injuries. Don't scare me like that. I swear I'll kill you if you do that again. I should get someone to come in and check on you now that you're awake." "Wait before you go. What happened?" "After I passed out, are the kids all right? I didn't get the chance to check on them." "No one died, right?" "You almost did. Your class is mostly fine. A few small injuries, exhaustion, burns mostly. Kaminari fried his brain a bit with too much electricity and Yaoyorozu ended up slightly malnourished, but we were able to treat that at the scene mostly." "Okay, and what about the students near the central plaza?" "I know I saw Azui. Did she and anyone else nearby get away safely?" The air sours a bit. "Azui and Shinso are fine, just a little shocked. They're the ones who pulled you away from there and to safety." "Midoriya was hurt pretty badly though. He's the only one other than you and 13 that ended up in hospital." "How badly?" Hisashi squirms in his seat as if he's a child being scolded. "I don't know the full extent of his injuries. They said they'd need to evaluate him thoroughly here. He was unconscious by the time I got there. According to the students, he distracted the villains while the others moved you to safety. At the very least he has some broken bones and deep wounds from Shigaraki's quirk. He probably has a concussion too. The Nomu manhandled him pretty badly." "He did what?" Are you telling me he went up against the leader and that beast? What was going through his head? I don't know, Sho. I really don't, but at least he's alive. You can chew him out some other time. I'll let them know you're awake and see if there's any updates on the kid, alright? He scoots out before his husband gets a chance to reply, eager to have the man looked over now that he's awake and able to answer questions. He tells someone at the nurse's station that Shouta woke up and asks which room Midoriya is in. They look the room up in the system for him, a perk to being a fairly recognizable hero, but they stop him before he can make his way there by gently grabbing his arm. Sir, do you know if there's anyone else to call or different contact info for his guardian? We haven't been able to reach Ms. Midoriya. He frowns. No, it should be right. He told us that his mother works odd hours at times and doesn't always check her messages. But surely she had seen the news and worried about if her son was involved, right? If I find anything else out, I'll let you know. He finishes with a moderate cheeriness, just enough to keep up his public persona, but not so much that it was inappropriate for the situation. Once they let him go, he makes his way to the hospital room and finds Bakugo and Shinso sitting on opposite sides of the room. Hizashi gently knocks so he doesn't surprise the boys and grabs the clipboard at the foot of the bed, scanning it for any new information. Izuku doesn't look good, his chart showing his values swinging back and forth. It's clear they've tried to clean him up as much as possible without aggravating his injuries, but there's flecks of dried blood dried to the boy's scalp, the stark white of his hair making the reddish-brown even easier to see. Most of the boy's body is covered except for one of his arms, which is wrapped in bandages and within 4 on the back of his hand. Hizashi can see a dark bruise peeking out from under the collar of the gown. Present, Mike? What are you doing here? Bakugo growls, but his voice cracks a little as if he's been crying. He tries to stay cordial without sounding too cheery. I'm checking on a student. How is he doing? Well, the stupid nerd won't wake up for starters. He barks. Shinso bristles at stupid nerd, but doesn't say anything. And how have you two been? We're fine, a few villains are nothing. We aren't the ones who got thrown around like a rag doll. He sounds like he's unaffected by the attack, but the blonde's red-rimmed eyes give away that this tough guy act is mostly performative. Shinso just nods along with Bakugo. Do either of you know how to reach his mother? The nurses say they can't reach Ms. Midoriya. Bakugo continues his steely glare towards Hizashi, but Shinso's eyes flicker to Midoriya for a second, neither respond. Auntie Inko never changes her number, you probably have the right one. Bakugo finally says in a quieter voice, his voice cracking more with unshed tears. Before Hizashi can ask him anything else, the boy's phone starts buzzing and he steps out into the hallway to answer it, muttering about a hag, and leaving him with a sullen Shinso. Do you know anything else, kid? Yes. Shinso blinks at him, opens his mouth and then closes it, before fiddling with his hands a bit. Taking a wild guess, Hizashi asks the boy if he knows sign and to his surprise the boy nods. You know sign language? The boy asks. I do, they encourage heroes to learn nowadays, but I knew it before as well. My quirk may allow me to control my voice, but it doesn't prevent the hearing damage long-term exposure can cause. He chuckles awkwardly as he taps his right ear. Is Mr. Aizawa all right? He's awake now. I think he just needs to recover now. Some of his injuries will take a while to heal. I understand why you did it, but don't make a habit of moving unconscious people who might have spinal injuries, all right? It worked out fine this time, but that won't always be true. Sorry. It isn't your fault, you dig? You didn't know what to do in a situation like that yet. The USJ training would have taught you some basic first aid. Getting him out of there was for the best, he isn't sure what he wants to say to the kid anymore. It's not fair. Everyone else was able to use physical quirks to their advantage and fight. Izuku and I can't do that, but even Izuku did something. Shinso pauses for a moment, considering his next words. His voice is slightly raspy. I was frozen. Don't beat yourself up over it, little listener. Your class never should have been in that situation. You all have done a great job of holding it together, but you were thrown into a situation well out of your league. It's better that the class didn't seek out fights. Have you gone home or gotten any sleep? A few hours in a familiar place might help. Shinso shakes his head and looks over to Midoriya. No. I can't sleep well anyway, and if I go home Izuku's room will just make me feel worse. Izuku's room? You two seem close. Does he go to your house often? Shinsu's brows furrow a little as if he's trying to understand the question. I'm not sure what you mean. You mentioned Midoriya has a room at your house. He must come over often if he has his own room. I know how it is. Back in school I had a friend come over and spend the night so often he was practically a resident. He had intended it as a method to lighten the mood a little, but Shinso flinches ever so slightly at the word resident. Interesting. Is Midoriya staying with you at the moment? He isn't in any trouble, but we need to have an adult to check him out once he can leave. You dig? He looks directly at the boy as he waits for an answer. Shinso freezes. I guess you could say he's been staying with us for a bit. Why didn't either of you tell us about this before? Izuku is a private person. I didn't want to tell anyone anything he didn't tell them first. His mom is working out of town, I think, but she is still his guardian technically. He talks to her from time to time. She loves him. I think he was worried that his address would cause an issue with his application. We'll have to correct some of his information in the system, but for now we will keep trying to reach his mother. Is there anything else I should know? He hesitates. No. Izuku feels distinctly fuzzy as he wakes up. He can hear a conversation nearby, but it seems one-sided. Only one voice is speaking. His eyes and mouth feel dry and tacky as he tries to open them. He tries to remember what happened leading up to this, and it comes back in pieces. The Nomu, the villains, Eraserhead's head being crushed into the ground, Spawn Point, fighting against Shigaraki, the Nomu grabbing him, his weak attempt to run, the feeling of suffocating as he's held by the neck, the sharp pain before everything stops, dying, seeing All Might fight the Nomu, seeing All Might transform. Hijita awakes suddenly, and when a groan escapes his lips, the two people in the room immediately zero in on him. Why did he feel so weird? He didn't feel like this after dying the last few times. He can remember that there had been a bit of fog after he had come back over and after he had tested his quirk against sleeping pills. He can't recall dying multiple times, but he does notice a faint pinch on the back of his hand and season 4 hooked to him. They must have him well medicated. The visitors helped him to sit up and the movement was enough to almost make him vomit. His head was throbbing along with his whole body, but after a minute of glaring at the footboard he's able to ignore it to some extent. He normally didn't feel this bad or have so many remaining injuries after a death, so either the process had gotten rushed somehow or it had just been too much damage for him to repair. The faces of Hitoshi and Present Mike come into his field of vision. What's going on? His voice sounds scratchy. Speaking causes his throat to itch and he coughs, which then aggravates his chest. The Nomo definitely cracked a few of his ribs. It looks like the doctors didn't want to do any more than what was necessary until you were stable and awake, explains Present Mike. Your test results kept changing, but at the very least you have several broken bones, lacerations, and probably a concussion. That would explain why he felt unfocused and his vision was off. He vaguely remembered feeling like this back when Kaken had first used his quirk too close to him and knocked Izuku over with the force of it. Do you remember what happened, listener? The teacher asks. I remember the villains attacking and fighting them. My memory is fine. Whatever medication they have me on is making me a little groggy though. He turns his head slightly towards Hitoshi. Are you okay, Hitoshi? His friend just bites his lip and squeezes Izuku's free hand, which Izuku now realizes is wrapped in a cast from his wrist to his elbow. Hitoshi gets up and walks out without saying anything. He seems upset. Izuku mumbles to break the silence. It's been a long day for your whole class, everyone's handing it different dash. Katsuki bursts back into the room. Oi, why didn't anyone tell me he woke up? I haven't been awake long, I'm sure someone would have told you. Actually, why are you here? Did you get hurt? It's already bad enough he's at fault for Eraserhead and 13's injuries. He had hoped that the class had made it out fine. I'm fine, nerd, so is the rest of the class. Just needed to be medically cleared, I'm here for you. A few measly villains can't take me down, I'm going to be number 1 after all. I do have to go though, the parents are on their way to pick me up. Don't be a dumbass while I'm gone. He orders, even if Izuku knew it was less of an order and more a playful criticism. He leaves just as abruptly as he had entered, leaving Izuku alone with the teacher again. All the familiarity Izuku had built up with the man from working around him had dissipated, and a slight tension hung in the air as if they were both waiting for the other shoe to drop. What time is it anyway? I should go soon if I want to make it to my shift at the station. Midoriya, you're not working with your injuries. The man seemed surprised that Izuku was still planning to work. I'll be okay, I can manage it fine. You should decrease your hours a bit anyway. Do you really think you can balance school and work for much longer? You balance school, radio work, and hero work, plus you take on a handful of announcing jobs too. I'm an adult, Midoriya. He bites his tongue to avoid a snotty remark about how it isn't really that different when he notices that the hero has a veiled, distressed look to him, and his hair has deflated from its gravity-defying position. What could have happened to shake him like that? Is Mr. Aizawa? He should have known it was a stupid idea to move him. I'm sorry I thought that. I knew it was risky to move him, but I thought I had calculated it so dash. He's all right, Midoriya. The hero cuts him off. I'm glad you know it was a risky choice, but it's probably the reason he's still here. You didn't see the aftermath of everything. The Central Plaza was a mess by the time it was all said and done. It's odd to see the normally energetic hero acting so solemn. He hasn't even tried to slip jokes or puns into the conversation. Even if he's saying Aizawa is alright, he must not be looking great if it pulled present Mike down to this level. Why are you here with me then? I would have thought you'd be stuck to his side. The hero forces an awkward chuckle. I stayed with him until he woke up. I'm sure my coworker can handle himself with the doctors. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Coworker, huh? Yes, we both teach at UA, we're coworkers. I think we both know Mr. Aizawa is more than a coworker to you. The meds must really be affecting him if they've entirely removed the filter between his thoughts and speech. It really isn't that hard to figure out who Sho is and what your actual relationship is. You weren't as discreet as you think. You must have misunderstood, it isn't like that. The man says, but the faint color rising to his cheeks betrays his actual response. Sure. If you say so. Anyway, the hero clears his throat. Now that you're awake, you'll have to give a statement. After that they should be able to help you recover in earnest now that you're more stable. Izuku nods. And about your mother? Izuku freezes for a moment before recovering and leveling an even gaze at the man. Is there any way to contact her other than the phone number listed in your record? Shinso said she's working out of town and you're staying with them in the meantime. Could we contact her employer to reach her? He pauses before speaking to make sure he doesn't slip up. The story is she's working out of town, he can work with that. He'll just have to make sure he doesn't accidentally say anything that may conflict with what Shinso said. She only has the one phone number. I'm not sure where she's working right now. She's been taking a few jobs here and there and filling in for others, so I don't know where she would be right now. It's just the two of us, so she tries to do everything she can to provide and protect me. When we last spoke, she said she had been busy, she may not have been able to get to her phone. He finishes off with a small, awkward smile to reassure the teacher. It seems to work. Alright, I'll send the detective in for your statement. Are you okay on your own for a few minutes? Of course. Could you just pass me some water? With the cup of water in his hands, he squints at the clock on the wall across from him trying to read the time until a plain-looking man comes into the room with a pen, notepad, and voice recorder. Good evening, I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'll be taking your statement of events from the incident at the USJ. How are you doing? I'm fine. The detective reacts slightly. I should let you know that my quirk allows me to determine if someone is lying. That's pretty neat. How does it work? Does it just tell you, or does it let you pick up physiological signs? Does it work with writing or speaking or both? How accurate is it? Would it pick up a lie if the person thinks it's the truth? I have an interest in quirk analysis and things like that. I see you're telling the truth, but I'm not at liberty to discuss that right now, so let's get started. State your name for the record and why you were at the USJ. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I am a student at UA in Class 1A. We were at the USJ for a field trip to practice rescue operations. Alright, and now tell me what happened in your own words. The Hero 13 was giving us an introduction to the facility and what we would be doing when I had a bad feeling and saw this fog, a portal I guess, opening in the central plaza. I pointed it out to Eraserhead and he told us to stay back with 13 once it became apparent that villains were invading and alarms weren't going off. How did you know villains had gotten in before the heroes even noticed? He starts, how had he noticed first? I'm not sure, I think I just had a bad feeling. The detective nods, so it must be a good enough answer. Izuku begins again. He started to fight the villains in the center and during that time the villain who had made the portals, Kurogiri, came towards us. He was trying to separate us and 13 was fighting him until he made her quirk backfire. He scattered us through the USJ. I ended up in the flood zone with Tsu and Hitoshi. The villains were in the water and trying to sink the boat we were on, but we managed to make a plan and get away from them. How did you manage to do that? None in your group have particularly combative quirks, and it doesn't look like the three of you fought any villains, unlike some of your other classmates. Did he really need to explain to an adult, currently using his quirk in a non-combative way, that on a field trip intended to show how quirks could be used in non-combative ways, they used their quirks in a way other than directly fighting villains? Hitoshi used his quirk to turn them on each other and Tsu carried us over most of the villains. We didn't need to fight them. Alright then, and they said you came up with the plan very quickly. How exactly did you figure out a plan so quickly against unfamiliar villains? I analyzed their quirks. And then I used the information at my disposal to plan our getaway. It's technically not a lie, but he isn't telling the full truth either. He did analyze their quirks, but not then and there, and he did have information at his disposal about possible weaknesses, but that was on his computer back home. He wonders if he's making the right decision not telling the man everything, but he figures he can try to make up for his crimes better on his own terms. Plus, if Yue never figured out his paperwork was falsified to mark him alive again, surely any correspondence with Spawn Point he could turn over would also have some layer of protection that would keep Izuku from being able to really use it for anything. Continue. The detective says. Right, so we had gotten out of the flood zone and were going to try to group back up with the rest of the class when we decided to see if we could help Eraserhead. I know it wasn't the best choice, but I figured a big group of students would be a big target to scatter us again and that we might as well lend a hand if we could. So we went. To watch the fight, Eraserhead had the upper hand until suddenly he didn't. When the Nomo first started hurting Eraserhead, Tsu jumped and Shigaraki went for her. Eraserhead managed to activate his quirk at the last second to protect her, but then he was knocked out for good. And then you started to provoke the villains and fight them? He asks. I shared my plan with Hitoshi first and then tried to give them as much time as I could to get away before I stood up. They knew we were in the area, they were probably going to find us anyway. I got their attention off of the others, I attacked Shigaraki so he would call the Nomu off of Eraserhead, then I tried to just delay until someone else came. Eventually the Nomu dash, how much of a fib can he get away with? Grabbed me and it knocked me out. They go back and forth for a few minutes with the detective asking Izuku about some of the finer details and Izuku answering as honestly as possible without saying too much. Did you see or hear anything else? I heard Kurogiri tell Shigaraki that Ida had gotten away. It seemed like Shigaraki was the boss, but Kurogiri seemed to be in charge of keeping him under control. It was odd. He adds. And that's all? Nothing else? Was the detective looking for a specific answer? What if All Might had asked him to make sure Izuku would stay silent on what he'd seen? What would he do if the detective found out what he knew? Would he threaten him, hurt him, blackmail him? What if? I didn't see anything, he blurts, and sees the detective's posture shift a little. I mean, no, I don't have anything else to add, detective. I was unconscious. Thank you for your cooperation, that's all I need from you for now. The detective stands up and begins to walk out of the room, but pauses at the door before turning back around. You seem familiar, have we met before? What did the man mean? They were strangers. I don't think so, I would remember if I had met you before. Right, I'll get going. I left my card on the table, call if you remember anything else. Finally, the man is gone, but Izuku hardly has any time to worry about what had happened since he was swept up in a whirl of doctors and nurses running tests and accelerating his healing processes. Everything is a blur as the combination of pain meds and quirk effects sap his energy until he's lost any semblance of time or reasonable thoughts. All he can understand by the time Hitoshi returns with Miss Hannah is that it's late and he's finally getting discharged. He's asleep before his head even hits the pillow back home. Hitoshi doesn't speak on the way home, or as he's helping Izuku upstairs and into bed. He covers his friend with a blanket and stops himself from envying how easily Izuku fell asleep. He's practically snoring within seconds and Hitoshi can hardly close his eyes for longer than it takes to blink without seeing images of Aizawa and Izuku unconscious and bleeding flashing behind his eyelids. He forces himself to walk away and to the kitchen to get a cup of coffee and retrieve his backpack. If he won't be sleeping tonight, he may as well get ahead on his homework. Before he can return to his room though, his mother stops him with a gentle hand on his shoulder that nevertheless nearly makes him jump out of his skin. I can't imagine what must be going through your head right now, Hitoshi. We won't push you, but we're here for you if you need anything, okay? She says. Hitoshi nods. Thanks, I just want to think my own for a while. I was going to watch a movie before turning in for the night. Do you want to join me? No, I'm going to get ahead on my class work. Then, after a pause, good night, Mom. Good night, sweetie. Try to get some rest. No promises. He signs as she turns around towards the TV. He goes to his room and closes the door behind him, sitting at his desk. He pulls out Ectoplasm's math assignment and stares at it until the numbers start to blur together. He leans back and inhales deeply before taking a sip of the coffee. This is pointless. I couldn't do anything when my class was in danger and now I can't even do a simple equation? His eyes catch on the neatly typed out quirk analysis and exercise plan Izuku had made for him before the entrance exam and the picture on his desk of the two of them passed out face first in a stack of practice exams. He and Izuku had been embarrassed when his mother had shown them the candid picture she had taken, but it eventually grew on Hitoshi. Neither he nor Izuku had a quirk that could help them in combat, but he should have done something. He could have tried to use his quirk on the ringleader. Shigaraki sounded easy enough to provoke, but on the other hand, the misty villain Kurogiri seemed as if he would catch on and be harder to affect, and Hitoshi isn't even sure the Nomu was capable of speech. He shudders at the thought of the creature, the mountain of blackened flesh and muscle that had effortlessly subdued Eraserhead and Izuku as if they were nothing more than mosquitoes. Even All Might had seemed to have a hard time fighting it, though Bakugu, Kirishima, and Todoroki's interference may have contributed to that. Izuku was clever and able to pull a plan out of nowhere to escape the boat and to get Eraserhead out of there, but he had nothing but his natural abilities to use against enemies that were bigger and stronger than him, not to mention the quirks they had on their side. It stings a little that Izuku hadn't asked for Hitoshi's help at fighting them at all. Was he that unreliable? His phone lights up with an unread message. Denki, hey man, you up? Hitoshi, yes. Denki, I wanted to make sure you're alright, it got so chaotic. Denki, I heard you helped get Aizawa away from the villains. Hitoshi, I did. It was Izuku that made the plan though. I was useless until he told me what to do. Denki, I don't think you were useless. Hitoshi, you weren't there. Froze. Denki, so would everyone else in that situation. Plus you had just seen that creature attack Aizawa. Denki, by the way, have I said how creepy that thing was? Denki, at least you were able to do something eventually. Maybe Denki had a point. Denki, I'm glad you weren't too hurt though. Denki, 'cause I really need you to help me with some homework. Hitoshi, I was going to be doing some of it tonight anyway, we can do it together. Denki, cool man. Give me a second to grab my books. Well, it isn't like Hitoshi had to be alone tonight. It'd be nice to talk to Denki anyway. He always seemed to say the right thing. Zashi. Hizashi turned to where he had left his husband onto the couch with Noodle, only to find the cat using Shouta as a scratching post. Need a little help there? He chuckles as he gently disentangles the old cat. Shouta doesn't say anything. Are you going to be alright tomorrow? He can already see Noodle trying to recruit Meatball into joining in and breaking in the new scratching post. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I be? I can't shoo the cats away for you while I'm at UIT. You wouldn't need to, since I'll be there and the cats will stay at home. Shouta, you can't possibly be intending to teach tomorrow? I am a teacher. Hisashi almost rolls his eyes as if that's a good rebuttal. You're a mummy. I'm a grown man, I can make my own decisions. Then after a moment, I need to prove to my students that I'm fine and that heroism isn't a game. I think they know that show, but maybe you should show them it's okay to take breaks first? No response. Look, let's just go to sleep and talk about this in the morning. You go first, I have a few more things to do, but I'll follow in a few minutes. Fine. His husband pulls himself off the couch and starts shambling away, the cats following like ducklings, but I'm not going to change my mind. Izuku hardly realizes he's at school the next morning until Ida rushes in to usher everyone to their seats, even though everyone but him is already seated. Although he hadn't had issues falling asleep, his sleep was plagued with nightmares of his classmates and teachers being attacked and killed by the League of Villains, all because of him. He had unwittingly helped them to successfully infiltrate UA not once, but twice. He could possibly make excuses about not knowing Spawn Point was part of a villainous group, but what excuse could he possibly come up with for not reporting a suspicious person while an alarm signaling an intruder was going off? He also dreamed of several scenarios involving All Might confronting him about what Izuku had seen at the USJ and/or recognizing him from the sludge villain capture. He hates his younger self for being such a fanboy and watching old All Might fight videos on repeat until they could play on the back of his eyelids in perfect resolution, since now they just serve to add fuel to his nightmares. He sees All Might attacking him, killing him over and over and not letting up as Izuku endlessly revives until his quirk finally gives out. He sees All Might using his prestige to blacklist him from any semblance of heroics, or even labeling him as a villain who infiltrated the school. He sees All Might holding those he cares about as blackmail, ensuring his silence. He sees All Might not lifting a finger to help him as the League of Villains attacks. He shivers, reminding himself that everything could be fine, the hero may not have really noticed him. Izuku can see Aizawa at the front of the class, although whatever the man says goes in one ear and out the other, as one part of Izuku is happy that the teacher was able to return to work so soon and another can only see the tightly wound bandages and hates himself for getting the man hurt at all. There is a tense moment followed by a brief commotion when Aizawa finishes a sentence, so he leans back towards Hitoshi. What was he talking about just now? I didn't catch that. He whispers. Sports festival. Hitoshi grumbles back. They're still hosting it apparently. Really? UA just had back-to-back security breaches? Was opening their doors to the public actually a good idea at this point? Clearly, Izuku wasn't the only one thinking that since someone else asks if it's safe to host it, only to be told that UA intends to use the public event as proof that their security is solid. Izuku can see how pulling the large event off successfully, with no incidents, would help UA re-establish themselves. If anything does happen at the sports festival, the consequences would be far worse. Although, a hero school backing down wouldn't be a good look either, especially since the UA Sports Festival is such a massive event with equally massive media coverage. The others chat about their plans to stand out during the festival in the hopes of being recruited by an agency when they graduate, or at least catching someone's eye for a chance at an internship, but Izuku can't find the heart to join in on the chatter, especially since he isn't sure if he even should catch anyone's eye. Despite the work he had undertaken to get into UA, Izuku wasn't sure what path of heroics he should take. Most of the others had their whole life to find what best suits them. People like Eraserhead or Hitoshi, who had more subtle or deceptive quirks, were better suited for underground work, where they could use their quirk for an element of surprise. Underground hopefuls should probably try to be careful of revealing their hand at a publicly broadcasted event. People like Present Mike or Katsuki, who had flashy and strong quirks, were more suited for limelight heroics, where their louder, flashier quirks wouldn't be as much of a hindrance. Limelight hopefuls would want to show their full capabilities in public. There were heroes who didn't fight directly all the time, who used their quirks to support other heroes, like Sir Night Eye. Thicknavies. Supposed analysis quirk should push him towards support rather than combat, but he didn't have an analysis quirk. As a kid he had fantasized about being a limelight hero like All Might, but his recently discovered, death-defying quirk was probably too graphic for a public fight. His quirk doesn't give him much of an edge in underground heroics either though. Was it even a good idea to use his quirk? Maybe it would be best to stick to analysis, even if it means not utilizing his quirk. He realizes suddenly that most likely Katsuki's family would be coming, the same family who believes he died alongside his mother. He'll have to either face them ahead of time or find some workaround. He's scribbling in his notebook intermittently between classes and any free chance he gets, trying to chart out his options when he looks up to find himself in an empty classroom. Once he realizes that everyone had gone to the cafeteria for lunch, and he had just been too absorbed in his notes to realize, he hastily shoves his things into his bag and has his hand on the door when he hears steps on the other side of it. Tashinori is glad he caught Midoriya before the boy went to lunch. He had peeked in the cafeteria, but according to the boy's classmates, he hadn't come down yet and may have still been in the classroom. Sure enough, Kirishima had been right. Better yet, the boy was all packed up. "Young Midoriya, would you take a walk with me?" The boy's eyes dart to the hallways for a moment. He must be making sure this is real life. I couldn't. I'm sure you must be busy. I don't want to waste your time." "Nonsense, my boy. I can always make time to talk to my fans." Midoriya's winces ever so slightly. "I'm sure you must have something on your mind, young Midoriya." "Oh no, not really. Just usual school things." "I don't think that's true." He puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and Midoriya goes still. "Come with me." The boy swallows. "I should go to lunch before the PRD is over." "I see you have a packed lunch. Why don't we talk over lunch then?" The boy hesitates. "Okay, if you insist." Tashinori guides the boy down the hall to an empty staff lounge. The boy seems a bit shaky but like he's trying to stay relaxed. Tashinori is a little proud that even as his health declines, he still has fans who are so excited to meet him that they struggle to stay calm. "I need to talk to you about what you saw at the USJ. I don't know what you mean. I only found out you were there from the news. I must have been unconscious at the time." Lying isn't a very heroic trait, young man. Tashinori lets his heroic form drop. Midoriya instantly turns away and uses a hand to cover his eyes. "I know you saw me change. What are you going to do? Why did you bring me here?" It's barely audible. "We just need to talk. You haven't told anyone what you saw, right?" "No. I haven't told anyone. I promise I won't. Please don't H-." The boy stops himself. "Were you worried I'd have ill intent towards you? I'm one of the good guys. I would never do anything bad to a civilian. You know that, right?" The boy stares for a second before responding. "You're right. You wouldn't." "That being said," Tashinori adds, "you are not to tell anyone what you saw. This is a matter of national security." "Why are you telling me this?" "I've decided to help you, young Midoriya. Despite having a weak quirk, you still held your own against villains. I could help you to be useful in a fight. I could improve your quirk." Tashinori doesn't notice Midoriya bristle. "How could you improve my quirk? Our quirks are of different natures." "Well, I'll tell you if you agree to train under me. I'll be fine on my own. I won't tell anyone what I saw, but I'm not interested in personal training right now. Have a good day, Mr. Yagi." Midoriya walks quickly out of the room and down the hall before Tashinori can follow, but the man doesn't notice the boy's shaking or how the boy makes a beeline to a bathroom to calm himself down. All that the man can think of is how an analysis quirk and one for all would be good combination. Katsuki can tell Izuku is a bit shaken when he enters the cafeteria. He hopes that his decision not to disturb him from his notes wasn't the cause, though it wouldn't surprise him if Izuku did have issues with being alone. On the other hand, he's glad he didn't interrupt since that meant Izuku arrived after Katsuki had shown an ugly side to a bunch of other first years. Not extras, he reminds himself, they're just other students. In his opinion, they deserved everything he told them and more. There's no excuse for the way they tried to claim that Class 1A had an unfair advantage by training against real villains, and how they downplayed the mental and physical effects of being attacked just because most of the class had escaped without major injuries. Katsuki has no intention of trying to learn every name and face in his class, much less the whole grade, but he's pretty sure he saw a few students from the other hero course in the crowd. They of all people should be ashamed. He does wonder though, if his life hadn't taken this exact path, if he hadn't been attacked by a sludge villain back in middle school, if he hadn't been at the USJ, or if he hadn't thought Izuku was dead for almost a year, would he have been on the other side of the crowd? It had felt kind of nice to let loose a little and be harsh again without caring about how they take it. There was a familiar hot rush through his veins as the others went scampering away with their tails between their legs. He could remember why he had spent so much of his life acting like this. It felt good. The feeling didn't last long. The warmth was quickly tempered by a cold feeling in his stomach when he looked back at his classmates, who seemed shocked at his behavior. It wasn't like he was just putting on an act for the others, but it was an exercise of conscious thought to keep his temper under control. Despite his family and therapist assuring him that he had made good progress in self-regulation, he hadn't believed them. They must have been right if a return to his previous mannerisms surprised his classmates like this. It's during this awkward silence that Izuku joins the class and takes a seat next to Aibags. Shitty Hair was the first to speak. Whoa man. How long was that stewing in you? Or have you always had that in you? I'm sorry if that surprised you, but I'm not going to apologize to them, so don't even start with any of that. They were out of line. You won't change my mind. Raccoon Eyes is next. I'm pretty sure everyone here agrees with you. Even if they meant to taunt us with the sports festival coming up, they went way overboard. What did I miss? Izuku asks. Katsuki prays that no one tells him exactly what happened. A bunch of students came over to heckle us and Bakugo went off on them. Aibags explains. They were talking about the USJ when they shouldn't have been. Bakugo set them straight. Is that what happened? Izuku's eyes darken. Then I'm sure they got what was coming to them. Thankfully, the subject is dropped almost immediately afterwards and conversations about the sports festival take center stage again. He mostly stays quiet and ends up lost in thought, images of Izuku's limp, dead body flashing in his mind. He almost wishes Izuku hadn't told him about his quirk, at least then he could believe that the Nomo had failed and Izuku was only unconscious rather than knowing Izuku most likely had been murdered right in front of his eyes. Every time Izuku died, Katsuki felt powerless. The first time it felt like Izuku had been ripped from him so suddenly and all his regrets had hit him at once. He had almost a year to blame himself for everything he had done wrong. The second time, Katsuki had been at fault for it. He had lost control momentarily and killed someone. Even if it was only temporary, he can't get his mind off of it. Had it been someone else instead of Izuku there? He had taken a life and all he could do was sit there, frozen, watching Izuku's flesh knit back together. He was sickened by his actions, and he was sickened by the relief he felt when Izuku was whole and breathing again. The third time, Katsuki had been too late. He had seen the Nomo holding Izuku by the neck effortlessly as his friends struggled. He had heard the order to kill Izuku and tried to run to them. He had seen the Nomo squeeze, seen Izuku go limp, seen him hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. He had seen all of that, but he couldn't do anything. He had no one he could talk to about this though. No one else knew about Izuku's quirk. His own family didn't even know Izuku was alive. The only person he could talk to was Izuku himself, but there's no way his guilt would let him complain, considering all he'd done to his old friend when they were younger. Izuku surely also had some lingering mental effects from dying too, so it wouldn't be fair to burden him anymore. He would just do his part to try to lighten the load on Izuku and hopefully that would be enough to appease his conscience. Izuku found himself struggling in present mixed class, and he was fairly sure the hero had noticed. It had been a few days since the USJ incident, but he was still having a hard time sleeping between his guilt at having played a part in the invasion and anxiety about what to do about the sports festival. The unofficial sick leave he'd been forced into when the radio station staff had heard he had injuries that landed him in the hospital had only served to give him more time alone with his thoughts. He catches present Mike later that day after class is over and his classmates are scattering to either get home, to the library for their upcoming history exam, or to the gym for a little more training before the festival. Present Mike? He asks, trying to catch the man's attention. It works, and the hero turns to face him. Oh, Midoriya. Did you need something? Izuku can see the man is holding several armfuls of papers. He hopes he isn't a distraction. Sort of? I wanted to talk to you about the sports festival. I'm not sure how to get the most use out of my quirk. Is this a bad time? Well, not necessarily, but I don't have much time. But why are you coming to me with this and not your homeroom teacher? Izuku couldn't exactly say that the bandages covering his homeroom teacher made him feel too guilty to ask for a one-on-one conversation. You're more approachable? The hero looks skeptical, but he doesn't press the issue anymore. Analysis can be helpful in team events or events with larger groups of people or more space, but there's not much it can do in confined areas. Every UA sports festival I've seen has ended in 1v1 fights in a small arena, so I doubt I would be of much use there. Little listener, I can't dash, Izuku cuts the hero off. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not asking for a handicap if that's what you were about to say. I know that wouldn't be fair to the other contestants. I wanted to ask if there was anything else I could do to demonstrate my analysis. I figured you might know about any alternatives. I don't want to waste a chance to demonstrate my abilities, but I'm not sure that the current layout of events would do that. I'm not aware of any alternative pathways, but you do have a point. I've got to run to a meeting, but I'll ask around and see if anyone knows anything. Thank you so much. Izuku should have known better than to expect anything to go according to plan. Within the few hours between school ending and when Izuku bumped into his teacher again at the radio station, his question had apparently reached Principal Nizu's ears, and in combination with his supposed analysis quirk, Izuku had caught the attention of the Chimera. Izuku hadn't heard much about the principal of UA, other than his position and the considerable intelligence he possessed. The Chimera was technically a pro-hero, like the rest of the faculty, but he was rarely an active participant in fights these days. Present Mike had told Izuku that he was supposed to meet the principal the next day before homeroom, and despite his previously neutral impression of the principal, the thinly veiled apprehension behind Present Mick's eyes at the mention of the Chimera set him on edge. He probably could have ignored it, had he not run into one of the support course homeroom teachers, Power Loader, just outside of the office doors. The man had looked at Izuku with pure pity when he saw Izuku approaching the doors he had just passed through on the way out of the office. The look had made Izuku pause, but apparently he was already too close to back out, since he was being called in. As he entered the office and looked around, he was almost surprised at how spacious it looked. Off to the side slightly was a little setup with a tea set on a coffee table between two dark green love seats. There was also a large desk just in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and that was where Izuku first saw his principal. The small size of the Chimera may very well be what makes the room look so large, since the Chimera isn't much bigger than a large plush. Nizu is sitting at the desk in a large wingback chair when Izuku enters, and he strikes quite a picture, but before long, the principal is hopping off the chair, refiling a folder he had been writing in, and moving over to the two love seats. Izuku absolutely does not struggle to keep a straight face when Nizu hops up onto the seat and bounces slightly. Come take a seat, Midoriya. Nizu waves at the sofa across from him. Izuku obliges. I was told you wanted to talk to me, sir? He doesn't seem so bad. Why did multiple teachers seem nervous around him? That is correct. But first, do you like tea, Midoriya? The hero seems almost unsettlingly polite. Is that why? I think I do. I've only had some a few times though. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. It would not be fair to assume everyone has the same preferences as I do. There's a teacup steaming in front of Izuku on the coffee table. He isn't sure how long it has been there, or when exactly Nizu had poured it, but the Chimera is staring intently at the cup's contents, so Izuku figures he should try a sip. It isn't bad by any means, in fact the flavor is actually nice, but it's just a bit bitter, he supposes. Maybe it's just his age or inexperience, but he finds himself enjoying the smell more than the actual taste, plus the warm cup feels nice against his hands. It may not be him, he realizes, it might be Nizu's preferences. He had just said that not everyone may have the same preferences as him after all. Actually, could the principal even taste in the same way Izuku did? No one is really sure what he is exactly, and the Chimera certainly seemed to enjoy keeping his genetic makeup unknown, but he isn't human, at the very least. It'd make sense if he couldn't use non-sugar sweeteners if he's creature enough for xylitol to push him into hypoglycemia. Most obligate carnivores don't have the ability to taste sweet things. There isn't much point in that if they aren't eating plant matter. Nizu has obviously eaten plant-based items before, but that doesn't mean he can get much from it. There was also that study that found that older rodents tend to lose their aversion to bitter tastes as they age. Even if the Chimera isn't really a rodent, that could still be a trend of his. But a lot of animals tend to have much better senses of smell than humans, So maybe the Chimera's fondness towards tea isn't about the taste at all but the smell? Tea and wine are some of the main areas where smell is particularly valued, and while both alcohol and caffeine would likely be toxic to him, it would only take a small amount of alcohol to start harming him, but much more caffeine would be needed to harm him. As long as he isn't eating the leaves dry or consuming practically his body weight in brewed tea, he probably wouldn't be feeling much of a toxic effect. Nizu is still waiting for him to say something, his own cup held professionally in front of him. "Thank you, Principal Nizu, it's good." Izuku winces when Nizu's nose scrunches a little. "Well, I'm not used to the taste of tea, but it smells very nice." The principal's face relaxes as he takes a sip from his own cup. "It is very fragrant, isn't it?" Izuku can see now how such a small mammal could be so intimidating. Hardly anything had happened but the air in the room had completely changed. "But I didn't call you here for a cup of tea," he says, setting his cup back down on the table. "So, let's get into it, shall we?" Izuku gulps slightly but sets his own cup down as well. "Yes, sir, I had wanted to talk about the sports festival." It isn't like Nizu is completely unaware that UA's hero course rarely featured students with less physical quirks. People may think of him as an unfeeling animal, and he may not fully understand some of the soft, mushy things like human emotions, but he isn't so dumb that he can't pick up on trends and mimic them. The first few months were rough. He hadn't had many experiences with humans, and the few he had were apparently not proper actions to mimic in daily life. Although his quirk had helped him to quickly relearn and create an appropriate personality for a public debut, his foundation had obviously been skewed by his background. Still, he knew mental quirks were uncommon in his heroics program, but his hands were largely tied by the HPSC, despite knowing that excluding non-physical quirks from training was a rather harebrained idea. He had to stay within the boundaries the HPSC set if he wanted to keep UA's accreditation. The main loophole he had found was the annual sports festival. It was a popular public event. Non-heroics participants who excelled in it and garnered public support could often be offered a spot in the heroics program. The heroes and civilians that watched the festival would throw a fit if someone outside of the heroics program won a festival against heroics students, so the HPSC had little choice but to fold and allow a few kids every now and then. Since it was so popular and made so much profit, it wasn't like the commission could press for it to be cancelled either. This year, 2 new students had gotten into and stayed in Class 1A with less flashy quirks. It wasn't unprecedented, but he had been intending to keep an eye on the boys, as well as a few other students in other courses. Unfortunately, managing the press over All Might coming in as a new instructor had limited his chances to do so. He was still able to monitor them, of course, but not as much as he would have liked. Midoriya had been particularly interesting. His listed quirk was an intelligence type, which Nizu was eager to test. The documentation of the quirk was a bit vague, but that was common for quirks in the subtype. Many schools or facilities attempting to document the quirk are satisfied with simply claiming the quirk increases intelligence above the average. But how? Does it increase mental processing? Memory retention? Allow the user access to a database of information? And if so, does the user have to build the database themselves? In addition, intelligence quirks tend to change and manifest differently as the user progresses in age and ability. After all, an overly intelligent preschooler with a newly manifested quirk that gives them a college reading level is only impressive until their peers age and develop similar skills naturally over time. Midoriya had a point in his argument that surely the public spectacle of the UA Sports Festival couldn't be the only option. That it wasn't suitable for hero students intending to go underground, and that non-hero students had a disadvantage to start with if they competed. Students not enrolled in the heroics courses do not have to participate if they do not wish to. However, it is uncommon for a heroic student to be unwilling to participate. Nizu explains, "I wouldn't say I'm unwilling to participate, just hesitant. Is there really no alternative path for underground students? Any underground hero who relies solely on being unknown is a hazard in their field as soon as they become known, and certainly not successful. Any UA students intending to go underground must find their own way to balance their skills against blending in." Honestly, UA didn't produce many underground heroes. The few students who intended to follow that route generally enrolled in other schools with better programs for their needs, and that didn't come with all of the publicity of UA. Not to say Nizu didn't have ways to censor clips or scenes from prior years that garnered too much attention towards underground heroes, such as Aizawa's festival-winning fight that earned him a spot in the heroics course all those years ago. It's just that the burden doesn't fall solely on the mammal. Regardless of your plans or preferences, heroic students are expected to demonstrate their abilities to the sake of school-wide collaboration and public entertainment. Nizu explains, intentionally using general terms. To the principal's delight, the student's eyes sparkle slightly. If that is your policy, I suppose I have no choice but to participate in the festival. Midoriya says, but you never said I had to participate as a competitor. Nizu pulls back the corners of his lips to expose his teeth. This is what humans consider a smile, right? The student is only briefly caught off guard before regaining his composure. If not as a competitor, how do you intend to participate? The student had already passed the initial test of catching on to the loophole he had offered. Now it just remains to be seen how he intended to participate. As you surely know, my Quirk helps me with analysis. The boy starts. As such, I could help design the festival to best highlight the UA students, or I could work in the announcer's booth. The boy went on to describe other options for participation, each with a detailed and logical reason as to why it should count and how he would fit into the role. Even if Nizu couldn't get all the answers from the student he was looking for today, he would make for an interesting study project.